dignitaries from foreign missions in Chennai, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. My name is Madhumita, and I'm a research officer at the Chennai Center for China Studies. It is my pleasure to be the MC for the two-day national conference on the theme Revolutionizing Tomorrow, Paving Way for High Technology. Among the audience, we have with us distinguished guests for the inaugural session, namely Mr. Commodore R.S. Vasan, Director General of the Chennai Center for China Studies and the Regional Director of the National Maritime Foundation, the Tamil Nadu chapter. We have Ambassador Smita Purushottam, the founder of the think tank Sitara. I welcome you all. Now, to commence the two-day national conference, I invite Commodore R.S. Vasan to deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to all of you. Ambassador Smita Purushottam, Mr. Shivaraman, Colonel Hariharan, Sridharan, and all the dignitaries, and Mr. Shashi, whose presence I acknowledged. He's come all the way from Tirupati and he's not even gone home. And it's thanks to him that we are here. So a special acknowledgement of your presence, sir, and thanks for the continued help to use these facilities here. As Madhu has rightly brought out, we are trying to have this edition, which is the 4th edition on the SNT. I can very proudly tell you that we are the only think tank in India which looked at and marked the occasion of the 30th anniversary of SNT collaboration between India and China. Not that there was the great collaboration and cooperation, whatever, particularly people here are well aware that we were competing even at that time. In some of the critical sectors, it's recorded that we are ahead of them, including perhaps the railways, including mining, including the API. So in all these areas, we were ahead of them, and we lost out. That it will take another 2 days to explain why we lost out. But the point is that there was clash of interests, and China was engaging very deeply with the scientific community in the West. There are many of their scholars who were there, were interested in trying to get the technology. They also used the economic models which were there, which was for importing a particular, let's say for example, a Boeing aircraft. So the complete technology was brought in. And the West was looking for money, so they were willing to pass this technology. And today their own Boeing versions are flying. So this is how they innovated. So from our point of view, in the last 3 editions, this is the 4th edition, what we tried to identify was, with the help of experts, where do we stand? What are those deficiencies in critical sectors, which are space, nuclear technology, artificial intelligence, which everybody would like to talk about now, machine learning, blockchains. These are terms that you regularly hear. And in fact, in many cases, this itself requires a days-long indulgence to understand what these mean and how do they impact various facets of our living. So, when we in the very first edition, which was facilitated by Mr. Krishnan, who is sitting here, we did that in the Taramani complex of SNT. And we brought scientists from Bangalore, from NIAS. And we understood that, we have so much to catch up. And there was a focus specifically on space segment. And we realized that while, on the paper we have an excellent capability, we also delivered, including Chandrayaan, the gap is phenomenal. Whether it's the launch capability, or the tonnage of the rocket that you can launch. So in all these have been critical to us in terms of our space exploration. We are overcoming those obstacles. We have privatized the space industry. And we also know that some of the innovations which have been embarked upon recently have started bearing rich dividends. Same is the story, whether it is the medical sector, the API, where again we are ahead, but because of the cost competitiveness, we started importing and we are totally dependent. And Mr. Shashi here, who informally I spoke to him, and all that I have spoken to him about we will not discuss. But the point is that there were serious attempts to carry out lithium mining, and so he is in the forefront of the companies which have been established for doing this. But there are certain practical impediments which are there. So maybe over a cup of tea he can discuss this, because he does not want to share those information here. Some of this is already in the public domain. But the point here, what I wanted to say is that while there has always been an intention to stand on our own, the geopolitical dimensions of competition, the geoeconomics of it, have compelled us to perhaps step back in many critical sectors. May not be a wise decision, but like I said, we were compelled due to the developing scenarios that were there. So how are we trying to overcome this in the last 10, 15 years? So we realized that there are weaknesses. We're trying to address them. And again, I have said this before in many other forums, that we should thank China for propelling us in a different trajectory. Because, suddenly the standoff at Doklam and Galwan told us that, there are serious issues of dependence. And unless we are able to address these serious issues of over-dependence on China's thing, we will not progress. So again, like I said, thanks to China for making us realize how critical these dependencies are, and therefore, what should we be doing to move away from this critical dependence which is there. So that saw the creation of the Quad, then the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum, the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, and also the issues related to STEM which came up because of Quad, the science, technology, engineering, mathematics. All this again did not happen overnight. No, just like India, even America, Japan, Australia, they realized that you will not be able to handle the challenges created because of China's dominance in many sectors unless you join hands together, which is when the Quad came in. Remember, the first Quad came in 2007, the Quad 1.0. And the second one came in 2.0, came in 2017. And luckily for us, while it may not be a NATO-like alliance, the point is that it has given us certain options to work together, including exchange of students through the STEM exchanges, investing of money for jointly. So what we are trying to do today is build up on what we discussed in the last 3 editions and try and identify critical sectors in which there are challenges and try and see where we stand, and thereafter see if we can arrive at certain policy recommendations and alternatives. I can share with this audience that MEA is quite supportive of what we do, and we do have a backdoor entry to provide our deliberation, discussions, and so we are in a good position to. I'm not saying that everything that we say will be accepted or adopted, but the point is that these are important policy alternatives that we can provide, which is a job of any reputed think tank. So I would like to acknowledge the support from the members of C3S, who have gone out of their way to hold our hands in all our initiatives, such as the one which we are doing now, and also to ensure that the youngsters are guided well. Our strength is again the youngsters. We have about 100 interns who have passed through us, and all of them, I'm very happy to tell you that they have published either an article or a book or a monograph or an occasional paper. So again, this is something that's creditable, and this is the only think tank which is outside of Delhi that's looking at China in a very focused manner. I also have the honor of wearing another hat as the regional director of the National Maritime Foundation, and I find that there is confluence of thoughts between the maritime domain or the ocean domain and what we are trying to do in respect of China, understanding China. Again, to be more specific, we're looking at the Indo-Pacific, the China's initiatives in Indian Ocean region, etc. So we have array of speakers, and we have excellent people who have agreed to join us. So a hearty welcome to them, and I hope they are comfortable in southern India, in Chennai, the cultural capital. And thankfully, we organized some good weather for you with the help of northeast monsoons. So it's not as bad as Delhi is, where I was there just last week participating in an NMF event on IPRD, where the AQI was such a serious concern. So what you heard was that there has been improvement from extremely bad situation to poor situation. So this is what you heard in Delhi. So thankfully we are not in that state, being close to the sea. And I must again tell you all that the core activities here are conducted by this young team. Could you all kindly stand up, the three of you, and Sapna at the back. I call them mass. You would have seen these Tamil Telugu movies, no? Mass comes there. So this is the mass. It stands for Madhu. Put your hands up. Anu, A for Anu, S for Shruti, and Sapna who is the team leader. Mass, that is mass for us who are doing this job in an excellent manner. And all these activities that you see around you have been curated, of course, with the help of Dr. Krishnan, who invariably we look up to whenever we require some kind of a... Sir, please stand up. Let everybody know who's Dr. Krishnan. Thank you so much. So, I'm not exactly trying... Please sit down. I'm not exactly trying to give you an overview of all the sessions which are there, which is in the document ahead of you. But the sectors that we are going to look at, I'm going to briefly touch upon them before I hand over the floor to Ambassador Smita Purushottam. We are going to definitely look at the new developments in the maritime domain. So we have two acknowledged naval officers who are here, and Captain Nitin Agarwala and Arnab Das. Arnab Das must be complimented for Commander, who is a naval officer again, for starting this new initiative on maritime domain awareness, but on the underwater profile. He dives deep. So he's been diving deep into the dimensions of ocean technology, etc. I can as well tell you that in Fudang University, which Sapna himself visited just 10 days ago, there are 27 ocean universities. 27 universities connected to the ocean, right? So, you can just, that tells you the kind of focus that they've been able to bring to understanding the oceans in all its facets. So therefore, you've seen them succeeding in sending, remote vehicles up to 7,000 meters. They've succeeded them in launching drones, underwater drones, which go and capture all the data and forward it to them. And then they also have rescue vessels of great, and ships which are being built. So, they go hand in hand. When you are looking at the ocean, you also have shipbuilding, you have repairs. So they have captured, they overtook Japan and South Korea long ago in terms of shipbuilding. Why I mention shipbuilding is that while India does provide something like 14% of the seafarers to the shipping community, the carrying capacity or the Indian flagged vessels are minimal. They are less than 2%. So, these are things that happen on huge investments in scientific technology. I'm sure all of you would have seen the latest report of the Ministry of Science and Technology, where they have indicated that something like 16,371 crores is being invested in R&D. Although even when you look at the total GDP, that's a very small number, but thankfully there some corrections are being applied in terms of our investment. Unless you are able to invest heavily, how do you make progress in the critical areas of S&T? So this is one area which is important to me, not just because I'm a naval officer, but because also of the importance of maritime dimensions, which India has understood. And we brought out our own aircraft carrier, Vikrant, which is now in active commission. And so these are things that are heartwarming. But there are issues of other things, like EV, where the criticalities are there. I'm sure the keynote speakers will talk about this. Everybody is talking about EV vehicle. But that also brings out the dependence on the green energy. Our own commitment to green energy, alternate sources of energy is something which is again getting traction. So from that point of view, General Shankar will talk about propulsion technology. This is another critical area of weakness in terms of propulsion. Even our own ships, which get various gas turbines, they were dependent on Russia or Ukraine or GE or whoever. So these are critical areas where unless there are huge investments, we'll not be able to make progress. So the entire day 1 and day 2 belongs to us where we are going to look at all these aspects of critical technologies, including our investments in, AI, in terms of the future frontiers which we need to breach. So the sky is not a limit. That's what I want to say as far as this. So let's, indulge in deep discussions in the next 2 days to unravel the challenges that exist in this critical domain of S&T, which is so important for nation building and promotion of our interests as we move on to become a greater economy. Yesterday, all of you would have seen the report that we crossed 4 trillion, as a 4 trillion economy, and we become the 4th now. There's not much difference between us and Japan. So soon we'll be overtaking Japan, and will be the 3rd largest economy. And our own milestones tell us that by 2047 we want to be totally independent. I think briefly we discussed this morning, nobody can be totally indigenous. So therefore those are critical areas which we identified are the areas where we would like to invest. And so I would welcome all of you again, and thank you for your attention. I've taken a little longer because Professor Gurmeet Singh, who is supposed to join us, he's got some technical difficulty and an urgent meeting. So he was supposed to join us from Pondicherry. So he will not be able to join us now, but I'm sure if there's some time, we'll try and get him tomorrow, because he himself is a proponent of S&T with a science and technology background. He worked deeply in, Arnab would know that he worked on anti-corrosive treatments on ships in Indian Navy and on merchant ships. So we'll miss him now for this session, but we'll try and get him on board depending on his convenience, because he's got some board meeting that's come up which was not planned earlier. Thank you. All the very best to all the delegates. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Vasan sir, for that warm welcome address. Like sir had mentioned, Professor Gurmeet Singh had some last-minute unavoidable circumstances, so he won't be joining us. So now I invite Ms. Prita Purushottam for her address.
Thank you very much, Commodore Vasan, and for inviting me for this very prestigious gathering. I think all of us are united in our conviction that scientific progress and economic growth form the basis of national security. And the title of your conference, Paving the Way for High Technology, is very close to our hearts, because I started the High Tech Defense Innovation Forum in 2011 at IDSA, and now it's metamorphosed into SITARA, the Science Indigenous Technology Advanced Research Accelerator. We've been focusing on this, and it also stems from my experience in China. I was posted there in the 90s, and I saw firsthand the economic reforms, and I saw how far they'd already gone ahead of us. We started at the same level, but they've been going very fast. They're encountering problems right now, but that's a topic for another discussion. But that is what inspired me to really look at, the examples that the lessons we could derive from China, and also the American innovation model. So without further ado, I just want to draw your attention to a startling fact, which I think, as practitioners of science and technology, we must blare from the rooftops, and that is the discovery by the Nobel Prize winning economist Robert Solow between 1909 and 1949. American economic growth was due 90% due to technology. 90%. 90% due to technology. And with a very small investment, of course, it's increased, but it's still a very small proportion of our GDP. We really need to promote this concept in all corridors of power, because technology still is still a sort of stepchild, or is not really at the forefront of policy making. And I have a request for you, Commodore Vasan, and from all the distinguished, brilliant members whom I've really enjoyed meeting and chatting with, and I hope to continue those discussions, that you should take to the ministry, to the National Security Council Secretariat, which is formulating a national security doctrine, that technology should be at the core of the national security doctrine that we are working on, And also the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office is working on a deep tech policy. So all your suggestions could perhaps be put together. This is just a suggestion. I hope you know that. I know it's China, it's concerning China, but we have to catch up with China. Because as you correctly mentioned, their intentions towards us may not be, of the best type. So now you can see, Robert Solow spoke about the pre-World War II situation, but post-World War II also the exponential economic growth shows that technology continues to play a huge part. According to the National Science Foundation, 50%, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's more than that, because when you see the GDP today at 2011 prices, it's over $100 trillion. It was 1 trillion in 1900. It was over 9 trillion in 1950. So the growth is exponential. The advent of semiconductors and the internet has completely transformed the face of economic activity. And you can see it in the valuations of high-tech companies in America, $3 trillion for Amazon, over $2 trillion for Microsoft, $1 trillion market valuation cap breached by NVIDIA. So technology is the core. Technology has to be at the forefront of everything we do. That's the only way we will prosper as a nation in every way possible and secure our national security. So I just want to distinguish three points in this, three elements of this phenomenon. And the first one, the first one is that that R&D investment is key. You will see that the countries spending the most on R&D are the ones which corner the fruits of this, the dividends of this policy in terms of very high economic growth. I mean, you all know the figures, I don't have to tell you. America, $27 trillion, China, $18 trillion. All of them invest more than 2.5% of their GDP in R&D. India at 0.64%, as per DST statistics, I haven't seen the latest report, is very low. And our GDP, which is increasing, but it's only $4 trillion. I'd say only because there's a huge way to go before we catch up with China. China's suffering economic problems, but we need to put technology at the core of all our policies. The second very important thing, and I'm emphasizing this because we have faced enormous opposition from the neoliberals in policy-making circles. When we try to promote indigenous technology, when we try to advocate a certain trade policy, we face this kind of opposition because, in the United States and in China, the government played a huge role. I hope you all agree with me on this. I mean, there's enormous amounts of literature to show and document the fact that in America also the state has played a key role in promoting technology. And why is this? It's because, of course, obvious reasons. One is only the state can indulge in this kind of risk-taking behavior. Curiosity-based research, as my favorite Neil deGrasse Tyson puts it. They are the ones who can take this kind of risk. And China and America are the biggest spenders on basic research because China is obsessed with America's control of core technologies. So this is what China's strategy is, to invest now in basic research and not just in experimental research. And the third very important point, which I should have made in the beginning actually, is that technology forms the core of the national security doctrines of United States and China. The United States explicitly, the national security strategy mentions technology 41 times. I did that, control find search in 48 pages of the national strategy document. National defense strategy, the National Defense Authorization Act, I spent 2 weeks in 2018 reading over 1,000 pages of its report. It reads the Riot Act on China. China's advancing, we have to stay ahead, we have to do this, we have to control China, etc., etc. In every sphere, it goes into every sector, every technology sector. It documents the Chinese advances and what America has to do. And we've seen now it being implemented. So these are the three very distinguishing characteristics. And as you also know, semiconductors, for example, they didn't come out of just research by Bell Labs or Intel or Fairchild Semiconductors. They're all, iterations of each other in a sense. But it's because the American Defense Department, the Army Signal Corps, and all these entities came and gave them a market. So patient capital and markets, I'll come to this point later. The government guaranteed this. Aircraft industry, the government helped the American aircraft industry, of course in Germany also. And semiconductors, internet, we all know the story, GPS, personal computers also, it was the army which funded, all these were funded, and supported by government. And and all because, of course, because of the national security imperative, even the space program of America, which supported the semiconductors, right in the beginning with the market, was because of competition with the Soviet Union. And semiconductors were then used in the Minuteman missiles, and they were, that is documented in this great book called The Chip Wars, and also in perfecting the precision-guided munitions that they used in the later stages of the Vietnam War, which they used to more devastating effect in 1991. In China, of course, technology being core of national security is totally explicit. President Xi Jinping said in 2017 at the 19th Party Conference, technology is our core combat capability. And all the presidents and leaders of China have emphasized science and technology, and we should do a search on that, and made it central to economic strategy and military modernization. But President Xi Jinping, and Tai Ming-chung has just come out with a great analysis of this, has put all this under one umbrella, which is the national integration strategy. They don't advertise this because by advertising made in China and many other initiatives, they raise the hackles of the West and alarm them thoroughly. So they're keeping it, under the radar, but they have now put all this together, military modernization, technological modernization, economic growth, all to one purpose, to realize the China dream of rejuvenation and eventually to overtake the United States. So I come to the next part, that is China's hubris. They, by advertising, they wanted to overtake the Americans, become the #1 military power, which is implicit in the statement, world-class military power in 2049, best in the world, etc. They raised the hackles of the Americans, and there have been any number of meetings and conferences in the United States to discuss how to check this rise. And they also indulged in aggressive behavior in Galwan, in the South China, East China Seas, and that generally united a coalition of powers against them to check China's rise. But despite the sanctions, despite all the export controls, etc., China's come out with a 5-nanometer chip. So we can't say that even though it's a gargantuan enterprise to weave the entire global network, and I mean, not weave, they can't do that anymore, but to bring all the elements of the global supply chain in one country, it's going to be a gargantuan exercise and complicated by China's economic troubles, but I think they'll be forced to do it because that dream will remain, the dream of becoming #1 or at least equal to #1. Sanctions, have they really been very effective? Look at Iran and its military technologies. In some ways, they're ahead of us. Turkey is ahead in many ways. Well, there were no sanctions against Turkey, but anyway, I'm just saying that there's been a lot of more focus on indigenous capability in these countries. And Russia, because of its indigenous industrial base, has been able to withstand the combined might of NATO weaponry over the last 2 years. So the importance of indigenization, of independent technological capabilities is what Sitara's been working for. And I hope, and this is what the Chinese and frankly even the American strategies have been. America sitting on top of the value chain is in a sense totally independent because it controls the design. And by the way, India contributes a huge proportion of the design, which we outsource, and the trillions of dollars of value created, which could help us to cross the $5 trillion mark immediately if we retained it here, would. So what are the lessons that we can take from all this? The first one is, I think the American innovation model is excellent, of course, we all know. And what has happened in India recently, DRDO and L&T have combined to produce that new light tank, I think it's called Zoravar. And that kind of public-private partnership, which the Americans have been doing, basic research by government, transformational research by government, and then private sector operationalizing it, that could be a great model for us to follow because we can't do the Chinese model. We don't have that kind of system. But this kind of hybrid system we can do. And so we could, this kind of symbiosis we could work towards. And from China, we can learn the following. In fact, even from the United States, the American military has been key to procurement. In China also, we did a study on telecom, not yet published, never get time to finish it. But we found that domestic procurement was insisted upon for telecom equipment by China. Domestic equipment from their own companies or from joint ventures. Of course, they edged out those joint ventures after taking their technology and after ZTE and Huawei came into being. And so procurement. In India, procurement forms 20% 20% of GDP, and it could provide the biggest boost for our economic growth if we oriented it towards domestic procurement. And I can assure you that in the areas we've been advocating and we've been taking up with government from time to time, domestic procurement is a preferable option. It's cheaper, it has reached international standards because those very same companies are exporting, but somehow in the tendering process they get cut out. So that is one very important reform which has already been announced. PMI has been announced, but it is not fully observed. We fought for the BSNL tender to be rewritten, along with a few others, but we were right at the beginning in touch with the National Security Council Secretariat, with the chairman of NSAB, who took it throughout government, and then the BSNL tender was withdrawn, rewritten, and now Tejas Networks has that tender. Something like that should be done all over the economy, and just imagine, forget 5 trillion, 10 trillion, 15 trillion is within our reach. These two things if we do, invest in R&D and procurement. So, and then the Chinese also vacuumed technology from abroad until the Americans put a stop to it, the overseas acquisitions policy through legislation called FIRMA. And the FDI policy of China also followed different paradigm. They extracted technology from the joint venture partners, whereas we dropped performance obligations many years ago. Finally, trade policy. There we really hurt ourselves because China delayed its entry into the information technology agreement until its industry was globally competitive, whereas India signed on prematurely and destroyed its nascent hardware, electronics, telecom industry, and we're still not fully recovered from that. The PLI, in our view, should be redirected to DLI, design-led incentive, and all the money should really be invested in design-led manufacturing. That's where the real value is. These are the few lessons: trade policy, a whole of government approach in implementing technology as the central aspect of all our government policies. And then, a lot of progress has been made there. Industrial policy seeing a revival. For example, and we also worked for that in conjunction with other bodies, we stayed out of the RCEP. All the neoliberals were attacking me at Orca also. I had to take issue with some of them with their so-called nuance analysis. We already have FTAs with ASEAN, with South Korea, with Japan, the most advanced electronics manufacturing countries. What is the need to sign an FTA which includes China, which would have destroyed our manufacturing? It's 15% now. God knows where it would be if we had signed the RCEP. There was no need to sign it, and we stayed out of it. We are already compatible in terms of, all our standards, etc., with these other economies. So that was just an excuse to get us into a situation where we would not have it. And look now, and that's what I warned about a few years ago. You join this, and now the supply chains are diverging. In 2018 already, we talked about the geotechnology race and warned our government that the supply chains are going to diverge. And sure enough, that's what happened. And if we were in the RCEP, we would be firmly in the Chinese camp today. So I'm not saying we should be in any other camp. I'm just saying that India should develop its independent capability, have its value chains originating from here, design capabilities here, and then enter a value chain at the higher end of the, of the value chain, supply chain. So I hope again, I thank you again for this wonderful opportunity to share my ideas and the combined experience of our members, through whom I have learned a lot. Small companies which are struggling to get tenders and bids from government, and who have been approaching us for help, and also the academics, distinguished people like Commodore Vassan, and the wonderful people he's gathered here, a lot of whom I've heard about before, and I have this wonderful privilege of meeting you today, exchanging more ideas, staying in touch, and profiting from this wonderful interaction, apart from being in an absolutely wonderful city on the shores of the Bay of Bengal. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank Ms. Smita Purushottam for that excellent address, and it has really set the tone for the rest of the conference. I now invite Commodore R.S. Vasan to felicitate Ms. Smita Purushottam. Thank you. Thank you, sir and ma'am. You may join the audience now. I now want to invite Ms. Shruti Sadashivam, the Research Officer from Chennai Center for China Studies, to present the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Madhu. Greetings all. On behalf of the C3S team, I'm here to express my heartfelt thanks to all those who've made this event possible. Thank you so much, Ambassador Smita Purushottam, for having set the ball rolling. Most sincere thanks to Vasan sir for always being available no matter how tight his schedule was. He always ensured that he made time for us. And also for extending full freedom in terms of curating the conference. Means a lot, sir. Many, many thanks to Mr. L.V. Krishnan, popularly referred to as Mr. LVK in the C3S circle, for having been the brain behind the conference. From suggesting session themes, topics, identifying resource persons, he was always there. Thank you, sir. We extend our warm gratitude to all speakers for having accepted our invitation and being with us today, which adds immense value to the conference. What is a conference without an engaging audience? We convey our deepest thanks to the foreign missions, distinguished members of the C3S team, China Watches, and strategic community, students, professors, and scholars present here and online. We hope that the two-day national conference allows for a well-rounded space for exchanging insights and constructive remarks. We would like to thank everyone for having taken time out to participate in the conference. Thank you all.
We will now have a short tea break of 15 minutes. So I would like to give a few instructions as well. Before proceeding with the first session, we would like to inform everyone that all the speaker biographies can be found in the brochures that have been provided, and we will also be displaying a more succinct version of the speaker bios on the screen behind. Refreshments will be provided during the conference, and please feel free to have it at your own convenience. It will be available right behind you over there. We also do request everyone to take care that the conference proceedings are not disturbed. We urge the dignitaries and participants to look after their belongings and kindly inform you that the organizers may not be able to take responsibility for any loss or damage. We also kindly request all the dignitaries and participants to set their mobile phones on silent mode. We would like the speakers and members in the audience to kindly note that the mic needs to be used during the session at all times so that everyone is able to hear you. Yeah. So there's been a slight change. We'll have the tea break after session 1. So we will be proceeding now. We'll now begin with the first session of the conference on the theme Critical Technology Shaping National Agendas, which would be followed by a question and answer session moderated by the chair. The chair for this first session would be Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar sir, who is a distinguished member of the Chennai Center for China Studies. The speakers are Mr. Deepak Garg, who is the head of NVIDIA, a research center for artificial intelligence. Another speaker, Mr. Chandrasekhar Radhakrishnan, who will be joining us online, and Mr. Arun Mampari, who is an expert on semiconductors. Thank you. I invite Mr. Shankar sir to moderate the session. I invite Mr. Deepak Garg and Arun Mampari to join us on stage.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'd like to thank Commodore Vasan for calling me over and asking me to chair this session. At the outset, I'd also like to mention that I'm meeting Mrs. Smita Purushottam after a long time. I think the last time we shared stage in an Army Technology seminar. I wonder if she remembers. Anyway, not having said that, technology is something which is dear to my heart, because after retirement, I took to technology like a duck to water, and that's how I survived 6 years in IIT Madras. Now, a few issues which were spoken earlier by Commodore Vasan and Mrs. Smita Purushottam, I'd like to reinforce. There's a lot of talk of technology progress in China and their focus in China. It was there till about, say, 3 years back. Their technology was for progress. Today, Mr. Xi Jinping has made technology the cornerstone of his strategy, not for progress, to offset his demographic decline, which is going very fast. So if any one of us think that with technology, China is going to vault over the world and sit on top of North Pole, it's not going to happen, because the demography is going to decline so fast that they'll need this technology to survive. So let's put that geostrategic construct in view. And you don't believe me, I've just written an article in Eurasian Times on this. Go through it and you'll understand what I'm talking. Because often times we feel that China is this great monolith which is going to rule the world. It is not going to. Okay. Then the next thing is our technology consciousness is very poor. Right? Understanding of technological issues is even poorer. Okay. As a result, our investment is even worse. And I couldn't agree more with what has been said by both the speakers before me, that we hardly, put our money into technology. And that is why I feel that our focus has to be on the technology which we can develop as per our needs and our requirements, rather than comparing ourselves with China and USA. We can take their models, they'll be where they are, and we will be where we are. Because our system of change or rate of change is far different from everyone else. Okay. The next point, of course, is that technology is a government domain, completely government domain. It is only government which can take the risks of investing into technology, which it doesn't. Because all our political entities are not risk prone. They want votes, and technology doesn't catch votes. Bought out technology is good for votes, but manufactured technology is full of risks, which they are not prepared to do it. Okay, the next thing is, our focus on defense is also a facade. A facade because we don't actually focus on to develop defense indigenously, because that demands technology investment. Why I brought defense is both these are interconnected. A person who can't defend himself cannot progress either. Right? In fact, if you see, despite all the political posturing of this government for the past 10 years, and it's not only this government, even the past government, our investment into defense technology has been reducing, irrespective of the fact that our GDP has gone to $4 trillion. So actually we've been static. If you take the real prices into consideration, we are going to the negative. It doesn't matter we made a Vikrant or whatever we have. Okay. And like I said, we have to. The best, this is my catchword. This I keep telling everywhere where I go. The best technology is that technology which wins you war and lets you progress. It is not necessarily the costliest technology or the latest technology. So what is the technology you want to make on your own and enable you to progress? And part of that progress is you can trade. Unless you have certain technologies, you can't trade. Okay? If you can trade technology, then you jump the loop. So with this kind of an opening idea, I'll get on to a small presentation before can I have that? Sometime back we had this great show by President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, where we in August, where all these were thought of: ISET for defense, semiconductors, AI, quantum technologies, advanced wireless communication, space. We're launching a new innovation bridge that will connect Indian and US defense startups. And of course, we have to also actualize the civil nuclear deal, which we have not done. Do we get the required plutonium to kickstart our thorium technology is a different issue. But then these are the issues which, which came into focus. All of us have our views on it. General Narayanan and I have discussed this extensively on this whole thing. Yeah, the next. But let me put something else, right? You'll have to shift a bit, Mampuli. When you look at the military technologies of this century, this is something which I got out of a discussion between Eric Schmidt, who's the ex-Google CEO, and the CFO of ChatGPT in a talk a year and a half back, and I was just listening to it, and I felt, look, this is something crazy. And all these technologies came out of their talk. And they were talking of these technologies in the context of the Ukraine war. That's the beauty. And what do you see? These are the technologies which you're talking of. Quantum, AI, OpenAI is the civil part of it, space, cyber security, additive manufacturing, synthetic biology, semiconductors, energy, communication, cloud memory, data sovereignty, and manned and unmanned systems. I'll give you, anyone who wants this slide is welcome to take it. Because I've shown it to, don't worry, madam, I'll give it to you. Right? And, I gave it to everyone. Wherever I go, I start with this. Right? Soon someone will put my photo there and say, this is, Shankar's trademark or something like that. But these are the things which matter. Where are we in this paradigm is the question mark which we all have to think. Okay, go to the next one, please. Right, let's convert these into what you can do. What do you do with this technology? You can't, clean your tongue with it or brush your teeth with it. You have to use it somewhere. Okay, let's see how you use these technologies in various facets of the battle. When you look at battlefield transparency and maritime domain awareness, of which we have spoken, these are the technologies. You need similar technologies in configuration. What are this thing? Fusion is the name of the game. The first thing is, the first ability you need to have is the ability to fuse these technologies, which we don't have because we don't know what these technologies are the way we want them. Okay, so space, GIS, manned, unmanned systems, night vision, all these. All these are the list which we are looking at just for one facet of the battle, that is battlefield transparency. How does this transform into other fields? Yeah, next. These are the technologies. This is the technology matrix just for high altitudes. Okay, I made one for, the Air Force. I made one for the maritime environment. I'm not going to talk of it. But when you look at it, battlefield, same. The list I gave is this way. When you look at reach, propulsion, reach is range. You need range. Again, madam, I'll give it to you. Don't worry. I'll give you this presentation because I want to propagate this presentation to the extent I can so people understand this, what you need. Okay? Range. Everyone wants to go and reach the other side of the moon. Right? For the other side, you need propulsion. Along with it, manned, unmanned systems, control and guidance. These are the things which are this thing. When you look at precision, someone did speak of precision before this. You're looking at these technologies. And these technologies have to be put in the right frame. It's not that, this terminal guidance can be put in some other thing and you can come out of it. It will not happen. Okay. Then you look at, precision networks, energy. Energy is something which we don't think of it as technology. It is taken for granted. It will come from Earth. It will come from sun or some celestial body. It doesn't happen. You need renewables, you need fuel cells, you need space-based system, you need nuclear technology. Do we have a nuclear policy for energy? We have in somewhere, but is it in motion? It is in motion because everything in India is in motion at some stage or the other. Do you have the capability? You have, but do you have the focus? You don't have. For everyone to understand, we have the biggest amount of thorium in the world, right? We have the best technology for thorium in the world, but why are we lagging behind in making our own thorium technology? Because it will solve at least 20% of your problems. Okay, Similarly, your green hydrogen business for energy, all these are all dual purpose things. You develop it for the civil sector, you develop it for others also. But your IMEC is going for a toss, that's why you are banking on green hydrogen. Okay, are you doing something about it? Because this technology ultimately has got geopolitical and political roots. Then of course mobility. Mobility is something which is very important wherever you go, and survivability. Now when you look at all these, you have to say, okay, now you had basic technologies, then you put it into the issues and the platforms you want, and then you have to make them. So that comes to fusion technology, which is the core of the whole story. You will not have that fusion issue unless you have it in your brain as to how you want to do it, because it is your story which you have to tell to others. Okay, next. Yeah, I just want to put across something which we lack, and that's what I've been trying to do. In fact, Narayanan and I, we've been trying to do and conceptualize this and put it across in IIT Madras. Yeah, right. We've made the ramjet things, which I'll talk about when we talk of propulsion. Now, that making a technology is not important. How do you sustain that technology is the important. And that technology, one, you have to go through the whole loop to get knowledge. And knowledge comes from universities. And our universities don't talk of technology. Our universities have no concept of root technology which is required for application. Right? Most of our universities and most of our premier institutes make technology, make people technologies savvy for outside purposes. That's the problem with us. Okay, next. Yeah, the same knowledge loop you have to put for others on a more generic form. That was the one which I made out of my own experience, which we got through. We need to do it, right? Okay, next. Yeah, thank you. So this is what the whole story is all about. So we have to make our own technology. We need to have a concept of making our own technology, right? With this, I'll invite the speakers to give their views on what they feel is their expertise. And I'm sure, because you're going to get a view from 3 different speakers about their expertise. At the end, we'll see as to where we have to go. First, I'll request Mr. Deepak Garg to talk about navigating the AI revolution, innovations in AI and machine learning. Mr. Deepak Garg, over to you.
I am not sure what I will be able to add up in this august audience. All are very learned speakers here. So my topic is navigating AI. So I assume that all have basic understanding of AI. So what we need to understand is that AI is a probabilistic technology. It is not a deterministic technology. So that is why there is a delta in the whole outcome that comes from AI, which is creating a lot more challenges and issues. Another thing is everybody has some fear about the potential of AI. So why is that fear? The fear always comes from something unknown. So there is something which is unknown, which is not mathematically defined in the whole technology setup of AI. That is why even the creators of all these systems of ChatGPT and Bard, they said that even they are astonished what their systems are doing, because they are not able to completely comprehend how these whole solutions or generative AI things are coming. And that can happen in even defense applications. Means even whatever is on paper, even beyond that something can happen. So that is a scary space to walk into. So what we need to understand is that whatever applications AI is generating, they come into 3 domains, whether you are talking about video or audio or text or a combination of these. So all the advances that we are talking about are again in all these three data types or different types of data. So when we talk about surveillance, or we talk about reconnaissance, or we talk about some first strike capability, or we talk about retaliatory capability, again it will depend upon how strong you are in computer vision, how you are strong in understanding or translating the audio, or how you are able to compute or analyze your text capabilities. So I will be specifically focusing again on what the focus of today is, that how China or the other nations are ahead and how we need to specifically navigate AI. So very first thing is our introductory speaker also, Colonel Wasson, said that what we exactly need to do. The first thing, of course, is compute. The China is very ahead in compute. If we see the top 10 or top 500 supercomputers in the world, then there are means hardly any that we can count in our country. So the compute is very important. As of now, all our researchers, our PhD scholars, even some of our labs, they are working on compute where the servers are not even in our country. So they are working in Google Colabs, they are working in Microsoft Azure labs, or they are working in SageMaker of Amazon. So where we are talking about data protection and service rights, we are talking about, but we are not talking about compute rights. So anybody have access, means if those companies are controlling those compute, so they have access to whatever research you are doing, our PhD scholars are doing, or anybody else is doing. So it is very important to see, like CDAC and MIT is also now working on this 1 exascale backbone for the country through the Eravat initiative. I am also part of that initiative. So, but that is again a part of it, but we need to have much more compute capabilities. And what specifically AI can do in defense sector, means many people say that it is just a technology which is forthcoming, it will not have any actual capabilities. So it can identify vulnerabilities of your adversary, because otherwise, while we were doing it manually or through data analytics or other methods, now AI can do it in an integrated fashion, and you can find out very specific vulnerability of the holistic situation when you have of your enemy. So another is you can identify single points of failure. While you have so many bridges, you have so many networks, railway networks, you have so many other communication networks, and when you have to strike on some specific points, then if you have the full intelligence of your adversary, then AI can exactly point out to single points of failure, and you can strike on those points of failure. So it is very important to have that kind of capability. Then another thing is precision strikes. So AI can again help in that. You have seen the precision strike happened in Iran. One of their nuclear scientists was taken away by again using AI technologies, again through computer vision, using space technologies and in fusion with AI technologies. Another thing is like whenever we prepare for our internal security, we are never prepared for suicide attacks, because that required a different level of preparedness. So what is happening with these drones, swarm drones and swarm submarines, and also drone fusion submarines, so they can launch suicide attacks, because they can just launch and forget. They don't need that equipment back. They are not investing billions of dollars into a war machine for that particular thing. So they are so small, drones can be even of the size of bees or sparrows. So hundreds of them together can do so many things, means we can't even imagine. And they can do it through rogue entities. They don't, means you can't even say that some country has attacked us. So they can do it through some rogue entities, or they can do it through some proxy entities. They can strike your agriculture, they can strike your communication, they can strike your infrastructure, they can strike your communication, they can strike anything which can devastate your economy. And you will not be directly able to start a war with that country because you can't say that this is being done by them. So this is how, again, means AI can create different war scenarios where it gives a lot more options for anyone to start something. And it can also help you in a parallel multi-pronged warfare. So as of now means many speakers have pointed out, we don't have any integrated strategy. So now it is not only land, air and sea. Now it is also cyber, outer space and nuclear. So all these 6 has to be combined. Not only land, air and sea. We have an integrated command which is coming up which combines all these land, air and sea. But then what about nuclear, space and cyber? Who will take care of that? So all these 6 things has to be combined, and that can only be taken care because there will be millions of permutations and combinations of what can happen in different scenarios. So that kind of capabilities can only be generated by supercomputer models and AI assisted models. And the unmanned autonomous vehicles, someone has already talked about that where we are. So China is ahead in all of this. There is no question about that, whether it is reconnaissance UAVs, whether it is stealth strike drones, whether it is underwater vehicles, surveillance systems, anti-UAV systems. All of them has been shown by in one of their annual parades also in some form or another. So whether means now we are starting our UAV system, but they have started anti-UAV systems also. So already kind of multi-year ahead of us. So they are having a strategy called pursue, distinguish and destroy. So if we are having a swarm systems which are attacking us, which are attacking them, so they have a strategy which they have developed. First they pursue and then they distinguish, because in a swarm, when you are fighting, then both swarms can kind of mix with each other. So you don't know which drone is, whether it is yours or somebody else. So they have to distinguish and you can also kind of do some decoy, whether other person cannot distinguish, and then you have to destroy. So all this is what I want to say here, and because of the whole governance structure, the US has already finalized a strategy which they call as a man-machine supremacy. So they say that a man-made system or a machine-made system can never be superior than a man-machine system. That is what is their document says. But the Chinese document says intelligence domination. And this also comes from their governance style, because they have the luxury to even put the man dominance behind and only put the intelligence domination behind where there is no human in the loop. So that strategy cannot be adopted by any democratic country. So that is very difficult to put in a doctrine, then where we say that it is only intelligence domination strategy where AI will automatically take care of everything. So that is a very core difference between the democratically governed countries and non-democratically governed countries. So we have seen that China, how it is doing is through some association, like you have Chinese AI Association, you have AI Industry Alliance in China, and they are doing it through industry. So somebody talked about L&T and government tie-up. So what China call it as a military-civil fusion. So there is no lab in India where our defense forces work with our educational institution, and they have a lab established, a formal lab which works on these technologies. But China already has multiple such labs where they talk about military-civil fusion labs which work for technology, and what Madam has already talked about in detail. So like Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, these are their trio who works in AI technologies. Where is our trio? We don't have a single entity which we can talk about of that scale, so which is working in AI technologies. So they have a central commission for integrated military and civilian development, military and civilian development. We don't even talk about it. So either we don't trust our academician or academicians or we see that they are not capable. So what in US also, if you see the many grants by NASA and many grants by their military, most of the grants are going to their universities, most of the funds, and they are developing technologies for them. And they work in secret. Means some of the professors I know who come here and they say, I can't talk about this, I can't talk about this, because this I am doing with military, this I am doing with military. But I don't see means hardly any professors or researchers who are doing. So recently there was a survey that in AI core technologies means everybody is developing AI model, something take it from GitHub or anywhere and run a AI model. But core technology like explainability of AI, data bias, human in the loop. So when we saw that there are hardly researchers in our even premium institutions, we can count on fingers. So we don't have people who are researching in the core areas of AI, and we are in the same trajectory what we were doing in the industrial revolution or digitization revolution, that we were working on the products which are being developed by again the Western nations, and we are just developing applications on top of that. Now we are proud of our 1 lakh plus startups, but 99% of them are again working on the models developed by already Google or Microsoft, and they are working on top of ChatGPT, they are working on top of something, they are making some product. So again, means like what again was talked about is we are not working on design, we are not working on core product design. So, so these were the some few things I wanted to say, and this AI race has already started. Even there is an article I written around 5-6 years back that it is not now nuclear superpower countries, it is all about now AI superpower countries, because in the next war, whatever that will be in coming years, it will be AI dominated war, and those countries who will be dominating in AI, they will be the heroes of that war. And again, the issue is that now it is very easy to start a war because you are all working with autonomous vehicles. You have no risk of losing your citizens. So that is why means US takes care that nothing comes to the mainland. Everything happens in the seas or everything happens through their war vessels. They send their war vessels. So they take care that whatever, if something can come up to their mainland, then it becomes a big problem. So they can spend trillions of dollars fighting and nothing comes to the mainland, but still they are fighting, still they are in the war. So that AI race, all our defense leadership has to be aware about that. And like already few people have pointed out, we are very slow. Our committees of making AI laws, our committees who decide strategies. So there are meetings and meetings and meetings, and next meeting, the next innovation start, but the no decision is taken because again next level of technology comes up and our leaders again need to restart, think that now what we need to do. So when they were talking about innovations in AI, then generative AI came, then they again started thinking, now let us start deliberating again. So now when they are again coming, then now many more things are coming up. So it is very important for us to see that we keep on, remain on top of this whole game. And for that it is important to have a civil and military alliance, which is very important. Like you said that most of our intelligentsia or our cream of students going outside through brain drain. So there has to be some mechanism where at least part of those people need to stay here, and we need to work together with our military leadership. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Garg, for painting out the picture of the AI, where AI is going and where we are, and the need for civil-military fusion, which I think is a very pertinent thing because our case is more of a civil-military diffusion than fusion. So we have to accept it, and we'll have to see where we go. Of course, the large perception is that China is ahead of us in technology. There's no denying the fact. But please remember, what is the evidence on ground is something which one has to take into mind when we talk of technology, right? You look at Taliban, you look at Hamas, you look at Ukraine. Didn't they have the kind of technology which their opponents had? No. Who won? That's also a big question mark. So it is not as if AI or any of these technologies is going to win the war tomorrow for you. Ultimately, you have to apply it intelligently into war to win. Okay. And in this regard, I might like to tell you, despite all China's investment in AI and all these technologies, it is having second thoughts of war because it does not have the capability to go for war today. And this is not what I say, it is what they say. Okay. And we need, like I said, offset thinking is required, where we have to defend ourselves and build that minimal capability to offset the other's advantage. Okay. Continuing in this kind of a thing, one of the things which I did show in that matrix was quantum computing. So we'll now have Mr. Chandrasekhar Radhakrishnan. He'll talk to us about quantum computing, present condition and future, because this is something, quantum computing is something which we, have, we rarely have an idea about. Many of us have a very diffused idea of what it is. He's going to join us online. Over to Mr. Radhakrishnan. Yeah.
So thank you, sir. I just want to check if my screen is visible. Hello. Yes. Can you see my slides?
Sir, we can hear you, sir. We're just setting up your video. Couple of minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
We can see you now, sir, and we can see your slides as well. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'd like to thank you all for inviting me. So first, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Chandrasekhar Radhakrishnan, and I'm a associate professor at New York University in Shanghai. And my research is on quantum computing. And so it makes me keeps me happy. And this kind of work I've been doing for a decade now. So before I start the work, I'd like to
actually educated us on what quantum computing is all about. Many of us really didn't have a knowledge about all this. Uh, I mean, if I summarize what you have said, quantum computing gives us the capability to compute at scale, which is not thought of till date. And in my own assessment, that's when quantum computing comes to some age, AI will also come into age that time. The confluence of AI and quantum computing is the thing which we have to watch out for. And in my own assessment, from what I've read a bit, uh, somewhere around 2030, or between 2030-35, you will find useful things coming on ground, and it will start hitting us on our face. Okay, beyond 2035, I think it will be part of our life, right? Where is India? We know where India is. It's still at a very nascent stage. We are still investment shy. Everything is money driven, and we are not investing enough. And to expect startups, to expect private sectors to invest is living in a dream, right? Let me be very honest with you. I'm also on the board of on the board of L&T Defense. I know how investment shy our major companies are. That's a fact. Okay, and in this, there are two things which I'd like to put across. We missed the industrial revolution. We also missed the information revolution to a large extent. Though we are part of the revolution, we are at the tail end of the revolution. The quantum revolution is going to come ahead of us. It is up to the government of India to take a call whether you want to be part of it or not. The only way to be part of it is because we don't have the kind of originality which we need. We need to be part of a collaborative process. And do we start this collaborative process today? This is the time, because it's still a greenfield venture. Okay, and the second thing is education is the way forward. Right? And education today doesn't attract people into quantum computing because parents don't see value in a person doing quantum computing and not getting employed anywhere. Because everything in our country is employment driven, right? The parents are more clear about what they want from their children than what the government wants from our children. But having said that, the third technology which we're going to talk of is semiconductors. And for that, we're going to talk of future of semiconductor self-reliance, which the government has put a lot of thrust on. I'd request Mr. Arun Mampally to come and talk. Yeah. Okay, fine, no problem. Yeah, fine. Time out. We'll have this conversation after a tea break. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a tea break, and then we'll get to that. Biscuits along and we'll restart. Right. So, a high-tech session on critical technologies shaping national agendas was interrupted by normal technology chai and biscuits, indigenous, completely contemporary. Right. Having had that intergrinum, we'll now continue with our discussion. We'll now talk of semiconductors and self-reliance. And this is almost a national program. Every second day you see in almost every newspaper some news about semiconductors or PLI schemes and what have you. So to give us an idea about all this, I'd request Mr. Arun Mampally to please come and give us an idea.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. And good morning. So I was asked to give a brief introduction of myself. So I worked in the semiconductor industry for over a decade. I do have a master's in semiconductor fabrication. Did my bachelor's a few kilometers away at IIT Madras. And now I write in fact, I've been writing for over 3 years, probably more than 100 articles, bunch of TV panel discussions and so on the need for India's semiconductor self-reliance, especially focusing on chip fabrication. So that's my background, and the talk is titled Future of India's Semiconductor Self-Reliance. So before I start, I think I should have about 15 minutes. The first bell will go and then another 5 minutes. Before I dive into my presentation, I just wanted to ask, let's make it a little interactive in the beginning. Anybody here who has not heard the fact that the government of India had a semiconductor incentive scheme released in December 2021 with an initial overlay of 76,000 crore rupees? Anyone who has not heard, please raise your hand. No one here. Everybody has heard it. My next question is, who sitting here thinks that that scheme is PLI? Anybody here thinks that India's semiconductor incentive scheme is PLI, production linked incentive? Please raise your hand if you think so. Okay. It's not PLI. PLI is a different scheme. Semiconductor incentive scheme is a different scheme. So let me make that clear first. I have a few similar questions later coming up where I would request you to give me the feedback of what you think it is. Hopefully that will come after the 15 minutes. For the 15 minutes, let's quickly go through this presentation, which is an overview. Well, I'll tell you what it is. To begin with, this Make in India picture, the one on the left, I tweeted it and requested who can change it slightly by replacing those wheels, or rather gears, with processed silicon wafers. And this was somebody who nicely sent me that picture. There were many more pictures with people's imagination. I have it in the last slide, in my thank you slide. I have all those crowdsourced images. They look nice. Okay. Pardon me if some of my slides sound like a teaching slide, a professor kind of slide, but that's what I'm used to. The basics of semiconductor or semiconductor-based electronics is the transistor. So the overview slide of what my talk contains is also made in a fashion where step by step how a basic MOSFET is fabricated. You start off with a plain, simple silicon wafer, and that is my base of the talk, the basics of semiconductors, wafers, chips. You keep hearing these terms, but to make a little bit of understanding of what they are. Then you actually dope it or implant. You can see in the picture there's a P written there. So you dope it. In my talk, I'm doping or implanting the history and the current status of the global semiconductor industry. Then you have a layer, a few layers, oxide and metal or polysilicon and so on grown over it. So there I've just put India's past failures, policy of December 2021, which I just mentioned, and the recent hits and misses, as was just pointed out every day. So you do see something in the news, but how much of it is hype versus reality. But then what I also want to do is, or emphasize, is that past is past, right? So in the actual MOS fabrication, you etch off that area, and then you again implant it with what should be a target and how we actually going to achieve the self-sufficiency. I might go a little fast after this. If anybody is interested in some details, we can always talk offline on those. I'm here the rest of afternoon and tomorrow. Okay, electronics. This is the big picture. It's a Wikipedia picture, a little few years old, but just to give you an idea. When you talk about electronics, it's a very vast field. All of this, or most of it, is driven by semiconductor-based either integrated circuits or devices, right? Within that, you still have a particular category, semiconductor industry. It's an old number. But then why is semiconductor so important? So as I said, it percolates everything. We have talks on AI, we have talks on quantum computing. At the base of all of this, quantum computing, of course, semiconductors is one of the options, one of the many options. But for everything else, there's no AI without semiconductors, right? There's no machine learning without semiconductors. So that's what makes it so important. That's what makes it the base. And you can see the amount of semiconductors in the electronic system has been steadily going up. Almost 1/3 of overall electronics. You talk about it, I mean, this light changer will have a chip in it, your washing machine will have a chip in it, your set-top box will have a chip in it, right? Your automotive, your car will have many chips in it, which you may not even realize. So just to emphasize, when I say chip, it is the integrated circuit that you see with the black packaging, right? And this is a motherboard. You will have other individual components also, so transistors sometimes for key purposes or capacitors and things like that. And when you look at the market, this is from one of the analysts, they do separate it out with the IC market. You can see at the bottom in blue, which is the most of it, and OSD, which is optoelectronic sensors, and discretes. So discretes are these individual components. I kind of put this up because, again, there is this notion, there is this talk that's happening these days that, oh, we missed the boat for 50 years, let's focus on some niche areas of semiconductors like the compound semiconductors. The minister even made a statement which almost sounded like compound semiconductors form about 50% of the semiconductor market, which is plain simple wrong. Compound semiconductors cannot be used for processors. It will never replace your processors in your mobile phones or your laptops. They're used for certain segments like power electronics and things like that. And the ones which are made out of compound semiconductors are predominantly discretes. They're not ICs. The ICs is still predominantly silicon, almost all of, mostly completely silicon. The market is about $600 billion, keeps going up and down, but when it goes up, it goes above the previous maximum, right? So overall, if you draw a line, it's going up. Right now, it's probably hit a bottom. It's going to pick up again. Expected to become a $1 trillion industry by 2030 or 2032 maybe. What exactly is a wafer? What is a chip? What is, you keep hearing these terms, so I just put this picture. The phone picture, the motherboard of the phone picture is an old one, just to drive the point. Within a phone, it's not like you have a single chip or single IC. You'll have multiple of them for processor, for memory. Sometimes you put all of them together into an SoC, but even then, you need chips for your communication, if you're 5G, to connect to another device, your Bluetooth, right? And this is eventually the point that I'm going to drive towards the end of my talk also. India doesn't have to focus straight away into making the main processor chip. There are n number of other chips in the periphery which are made using mature node technologies, which is where we should start and then slowly build up. Where does that chip come from? The wafer is this, these days is a 300 millimeter. You still have 200 millimeter diameter wafers used. You fabricate multiple chips in it or multiple dies in it, if you may want to call it. you dice them, you cut them into it, and then package it. Again, I showed that picture specifically because some of the recent developments, Micron is putting up a 2.75 billion investment in Gujarat. What is it all about? It's all about after the chips are fabricated, you cut it, test it, package it, again test it, and that's it, right? That's the OSAT or the ATMP, the packaging of the chips. Again, unfortunately, when it comes in the news, it says our first indigenous chip is going to come out in 2024 December. What is indigenous? Just cutting and packaging it? That's the problem with some of these news that you keep seeing around. And by the way, if you're talking about packaging as the first indigenous chip, another semiconductor group called Sahasra Semiconductors already started it. They already started packaging small memory chips. But then it's a small company, it doesn't have the weight. Like, so to say that, oh, we got Micron, and so in 2024 December, the first indigenous chip will come out of it, carries a different weight. So, well, you know, ministers or politicians have their goal. I am not against it. Let them do their PR. But at the same time, we should also focus on what we really miss and what we still lack. Okay. Moving on. So this is the overall supply chain picture. You can see how it's developed, right, over time. Again, one of the things I wanted to point out is the research here differs in many of the common understanding of research in two ways. One, it's not a standalone research. Typically, a particular semiconductor node, let's say if you're doing a 7 nanometer chip or a 5 nanometer chip, it's built upon decades of experience of the previous nodes. You can't one fine day say, I'm going to start a research institute which can straight away do a 2 nanometer or 3 nanometers. There is a similar attempt, there is such an attempt going on in Japan with a company called Rapidus. We'll have to wait and see how it fares. But it's a huge investment, there are multiple companies involved in it. In India, sitting and dreaming that we'll straight away jump into 2 nanometer and 3 nanometers, we need to spend so much on R&D. It doesn't work, because where's the base? It's like you're talking about, I will research on how to swim in a particular ocean in a particular area which has so much temperature, so much of current and so on and so forth, but you don't even know how to swim in the first place. First learn to swim, then you worry about research papers and things like that. Okay. So you have the design, the manufacturing. The design will have inputs, the software is needed for the design, and the intellectual property, which are basically standard sets of libraries. Nobody's going to sit and draw billions of transistors. Your standard set of libraries, which are of course commercialized. People charge license fee for that. You can buy them. You need to know how to combine all of them, right? That's how you develop the designs. Then the manufacturing side, which again, that's what is done in a fabricate. You have the raw material supply, you have the equipment supply. Most of these fabs, which you know, hear about TSMC and so on, they don't make the silicon wafers. You see most of the articles that come in media about, they'll start, oh, you know, we take sand and start, and yeah, you do take sand and make into silicon wafers, but not TSMC. The suppliers of the wafers are a different set altogether. So we're not looking at making the silicon wafers in the first place. You buy the silicon wafers, process the chips in it, fabricate the chips in it, and then you move on. And then of course, finally, the distribution. Now within the fabrication, there are two business models predominantly. Originally, it started off with the Intel kind of model where they only design, they only fabricate. But later, as the fabrication became costlier and costlier, Morris Chang, you know, the genius that he is, came up, or he drove the model of, you separate out the fabrication, we will contract fabricate it for you, and that's the foundry model. And TSMC has grown into the biggest pure play foundry. It has grown to the level of now overtaking Intel also in the annual revenue. And then there are some which do both. Samsung, for example, it designs and makes its own chips also. It offers its foundry for others also. How does the global, so though my talk is predominantly just about India's self-sufficiency, if you want to compare with China, this is a 2019 picture. I put this up just because there is also the percentage of value addition that is written here. It says 6% for the packaging and testing, the OSAT, but that 6% is if you also have advanced packaging capabilities, what is called as heterogeneous packaging capabilities. What's coming up in Gujarat with Micron, I'm not yet sure if they're going to have heterogeneous packaging capabilities. If they don't, then it's going to add a value of less than 5%. This particular one shows 20% value being added at the fab. It does almost give 50% for the design side, but it's in a slightly different way. You design, it includes logic, analog, and memory separately. The fact is that they all can be fabricated in the same place. So if you really look at it, the fab will add much more than 20%. Okay. Oh, in terms of the percentage, this one lists China having 16% fabrication capability or so. Or yeah, there's a 2021 or 22 chart which lists like 21% or something. Which, whether you believe it or not, because sometimes there's a tendency with the American think tanks that you exaggerate China's capability so that they get money through CHIPS Act and also. Not sure about it, but still China is much way ahead. I mean, we are nowhere compared to India. It's a different story, right? History, I'm not going to go too much into it, but I just wanted to mention that this is just one slide. Even this doesn't capture all that has happened in the semiconductor world. And we are talking about 50 years, not even 50 years, 100 years when you start counting from diodes and things like that. And one fine morning, we can't wake up and say, oh, give us a couple of $2 billion, $3 billion, we will do research and replicate all this. Not going to happen. Build your base with the industry. Just do what is already done. First, learn to replicate that. Then you talk about doing advanced things. I just highlighted one point there. That's the first microprocessor from Intel. It came out on 15th of November. We just had an anniversary, 15th of November, 1971, 52 years. This is what India has lost, 52 years. Somewhere in between, in the 80s, we had a SCL Mohali, a small scale, but it was never scaled up. And at the end of the day, governments should not run fabs. Government should not be in the business of running fabs. Even the US Department of Defense, when it comes to silicon chips, 16 nanometer, it will get fabricated in global foundries. If it's less than 12 nanometer, it will get fabricated in Intel. Yes, the Department of Defense has some specific chips which are needed only in small volumes, gallium nitride and things like that. For their own purpose, even India has, GATEC and so on. Beyond that, if you think of government running high volume silicon chips, that'll be a disaster. This is how the industry looks like. 5 more minutes, thank you. Of course, no Indian companies. The bottom are the IPs and EDAs and all of that. You go up, that includes the fabs and the design companies. Chart of the revenue generated. I just put this up, and again, it's an older one. I put this up because it's a nice format where you have fabs, fabless, everything included. Just split it into different ones. Those are the OSAT ones, right? The chip packaging ones. Those are the leaders, ASE, Amkor, ISET, and so on and so forth. The next one is the actual fabs. Our best bet as of now is to try to get technology from somebody like Tower Semiconductors, who has offered us technology, or PSMC of Taiwan, which offered, but for whatever reason, I don't know, it's almost a year now. For some reason, Indian government or Indian companies have not been able to make use of the PSMC offer. Design companies, including NVIDIA, of course. And just wanted to point out that there's another talk that often happens that India is the powerhouse of semiconductor design and so on. It is a powerhouse in terms of engineers. Who do these engineers work for? Non-Indian companies. 99.9% for non-Indian companies. The Indian companies generate almost 0.1% of the global semiconductor design revenue. That doesn't mean you pump money into it. That's not the solution. Earmarking the money for fabs into design is not going to solve the problem. What you need is risk-taking ability. What you need is a product mindset, not a paper mindset. That's the equipment makers, ASML, Applied Materials, and so on. A lot of exaggeration about ASML. They produce only, one of the machines that they produce, that they're the only ones who produce in the world. Doesn't mean that they produce everything for the fab. There are multiple companies, again, none of them India-based. There are some small-scale efforts in India which needs to be scaled up. And these are the companies which supply the wafers. Okay. PLI, I just wanted to mention, production-linked incentives are the incentives after production. Depends on how much you actually produce, right? And there are criticisms also that they're not yet given the number of jobs and so on that you claim. Doesn't matter. Something is better than nothing. Instead of doing nothing, at least the government came up with the PLI. It is following the backward approach. You first do your mobile assembly in India, then do your chip packaging in India. It says then do your fab in India, which has not yet happened, but let's see when it happens. These are the incentive schemes. These are all the monies and percentages offered. But then the real picture is this. Sorry. Oops. Yeah. Approved so far, only a few applicants among the design space and Micron in the OSAT space and a few others. Fabs, 0 approved after 2 years. We can get into more of that in the discussion, why and so on, but that's the state of affairs. Finally, if you do approve all of this, where do we stand in terms of percentage? How much are we targeting? The mobile assembly, what is called as EMS, Electronic Manufacturing Services, of all the talk of Foxcons and Wistrons and Tata taking over Wistron and so on, right now we are at 2.2% of the global electronic assembly market. Not bad compared to 0, it's definitely much better, but still a long way to go. Design, I already said. OSAT, still there's no, see, one of the things that you see these policies is that there's no target defined. China in 2017-18, they said, we want to achieve 70% of self-sufficiency by 2025. When it comes to the Indian government policy, absolutely no targets defined. Jab ho jayega, we'll see. And finally, when it comes to fabs and design and all of that, fab, I would say if a couple of fabs take off in India within the next few years, by 2030, we can aim for a global market share of close to 1% if we really do our job well. So nothing like India will soon become a semiconductor hub and whatever fancy words you want to use it. It's a matter of getting started. First, let's get started. Then maybe in about 5 or 7 years, if I'm still alive, please invite me for a talk. And at that time, we will talk about targets. So with that, I stop here. What should India do and all of that? Long topic. I'll have to go into too many specifics. I'll be glad to discuss one-on-one with you all, or if there is any questions in the session, in the QA session. There are a lot of opportunities. It's not, the supply chain ecosystem is big. I'll end with saying this. Making a decision, or there is this quote saying that there's nothing like the right decision, right? You make a decision and work towards it, making it right. Our scheme, the policy, they are in the right direction. Execution has been the problem. Unfortunately, the IS, such a mission, imagine 76,000 crore mission. Who heads it? Or who are the people who are supposed to run it? Anybody there who has an semiconductor industrial experience? No. That's part of the problem, along with a few other problems also. With that, I'll stop. And as I promised, this was the various pictures I got after outsourcing, changing the gears of, well, I said wheels. Somebody told me, no, they're not wheels, they're gears into the semiconductor wafers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will now have the Q&A session, which the chair will moderate. I just have one request. If people have questions for Radhakrishnan, sir, the second speaker, he spoke on quantum computing. Please ask that at the start, so we want to finish. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot, Arun. You really, put us wise as to what's the difference between potato chips and semiconductor chips. Because our common understanding of a common politician is that chip hai to potato chip or wafers hoga. You mentioned about wafers also. Right. I mean, that's the polity we have, right? Okay. In the future, what's going to be the scene? It's going to be actually today we discussed two different things, semiconductors and quantum. They're going to come and fight with each other in times to come. That's something which we have to see around the decade. Okay, but having a semiconductor ecosystem like what Arun said will not solve our problem. Let me put it this way. Why? We don't have processors. We don't make processors. This has a processor, and one part of that processor is this chip. So unless you have your own processor and design for the processor, what will you do with that chip? Okay, and where we have this capability in India, nascent capability in India to make semiconductor chips, like you said, there's a firm, a government-owned firm in Chandigarh which does empty cycles. Okay, and IIT Madras, Professor Kamakoti, for the past 5 years, he says, I'm making processors, no one takes it. You have to start somewhere, and the government is the culprit in this. Let me put it openly. Why? I've been on committees which said, in fact, I once told the defense secretary, I said, look, take his processor, get your own chips from Chandigarh, start some device for the army, navy, air force, because they're a captive audience. Just start putting them in, because that also eradicates a whole lot of Chinese interference in your systems, right? You can, because it's your own, everything is your own. We went to the extent of saying we'll put our own OS into it, which has now come out as Bar OS in IIT Madras. But unfortunately, our government doesn't drive it. We are more interested in that 76,000 crore pie in the sky, which will not come through. But that's how it is. And you'll see that in this entire process of technology revolution, government is the key. I go back to what Madam said in the morning, government is the key, and government has lost that key. That's a fact. Okay, that's the fact. And the basis of all this is education. Our education has to revolutionize. Our education has to revolutionize from being, road-driven, industry-driven, or not even industry-driven, job-driven, to something which is more imaginative, which our education system doesn't allow us to do. But be that as it may, this is the world we are living in, and this is what we have to contend with. Okay, we'll first take questions which are pertinent to quantum computing and Professor Radhakrishnan. Anyone who wants, please shoot. Yeah. Please, sir.
Morning, Dr. Chandrasekhar. It's a great pleasure having you with us. And, this session has been extremely useful in trying to understand what the challenges are. What, in your assessment, should India be doing? Because, sitting outside of India, you'd have closely monitored our progress or lack of it. So what do you think should be done if there should be a roadmap?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. So we actually already have a roadmap about what we should be doing. The roadmap we had was first get the capability to produce a small chip of around 5 qubits. So one of the ideas was when I was showing the map, I showed a company in Finland, a location in Finland, which I said there's a company by name IQM. Actually, they are very interested in starting things up with India. What I think would be the most, the best thing to do would start a collaboration with them so that we have the technology to make the chip to be done within India, and we take help from them to make them. And slowly we specialize and learn the whole thing, and then we diverge towards making our own chips. That's, I think, would be the most easy thing for us to do right now, because they have the capacity to manufacture chips with from 5 to 50 qubits. 50 qubits is a magic number in quantum computing. If you have a quantum computer with 50 qubits, which can work perfectly, it can beat a classical computer. Yeah.
Please, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to know, because we have a member company in our network which has quantum technology. I'm not exactly sure what part of the quantum spectrum they have the technology in, but they told me that, quantum technology is fast developing. They need to keep developing it, but there's zero support, either in terms of markets, of course, or funding support from government. So what can be done, to change the ecosystem in such a way that some of our companies get direct funding from the government? There is tremendous reluctance, of course, to do that from the government's point of view, but until we do that, until we find a way like the Americans and the Chinese have done, there are companies in India which have the technologies, and we have several of them in our network, but they are unable to take it to market. The same problem that the Americans and Chinese have successfully tackled.
Thank you, ma'am. I was in India until like 4 or 5 months back. I was working with industries on quantum computing. There is, as Sir has been pointing out throughout this discussions, there is an extreme reluctance from the industry side to invest in technologies. This is actually a sad thing we are facing. It is not that there is something lacking, and the problem with investing government money in the industries is at some point we need to have checks, balances, and accountability to see like where it gets used, how far the technology is being developed by the industry, and so on. So I don't know, these things are not just ideas, but we need a clear policy on how we are going to tackle this when we are going to give it to a industry side. But working with industries, I feel I have personally, there is a training program running at IIT Madras, of which I'm one of the co-director or coordinator. We are training working professionals in quantum computing industry, and we have more than 100 people working in the program. And there is a lot of enthusiasm, but at the same time, they do not want to invest in making components or anything. They want to invest on the software side of quantum computing, which I think is going to take time to develop. Right now, the time for us is to get into the hardware side, and industries are not very open into investing them in quantum computing. On the communication side, quantum communication side, there are the technology is actually like available in India, and there are industries trying to do it. But I think marketing, I think it's a challenge for us, because even if we develop a technology, like who is going to adopt these technologies? That's the first question. First, we'll look at the companies which are going to adopt quantum communication. We'll think it's only going to be the communication thing, but one of the lead is going to be the banking and finance sector. For example, the quantum communication sector in China, like is being used by the banking sectors for a secure communication. We do not have any of the nationalized or any of the private banks interested in using this in India. We need to have those interests as well to adopt this technology. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Please ask. Krishnan. You can ask the question to others also. Yeah, after this.
Thank you, Dr. Radhakrishnan. I want to ask what type of quantum computer that India should go in for, the superconducting type or the photonic type, which doesn't require cold temperatures?
Okay, so like, thank you for this question. It's actually a very interesting question. It has come up in discussions in many of the forums within our centers as well in India. At the present, I would like to say that we should go in for all three of them, because it doesn't need much investment. To make and do some things in quantum, I think quantum computing, we would preferably need something like 100 crores for the superconducting computer, possibly around 10 to 25 crores for the photonic computer. And ion traps are another 50 crores to make them. The reason why I'm saying we should not restrict ourselves to one zone is getting into superconducting qubits gives us some more advantages. Like we are going to get the know-how about how to attain extremely low temperatures, which is not going to be useful only in quantum computing, but it has a much broader set of applications for the future. At the same time, the photonic computers are more accurate. They work on different principles, and we do not know which one will be successful. And at present, we even think that there are some problems for which superconducting qubits will be good, and there are some class of problems for which the photonic computers will be good. We are looking at a set of computers which will each specialize into certain domains of problems, each one of them. So I think we should go for the three most important ones, or rather four, which one of them I didn't show you is the silicon-based quantum computers, and then photonic quantum computers, ion traps, and superconducting qubits.
Yeah. Next, someone asked?
Hello. Yeah, sir, I want to ask one question about whether cost plays a major role, because as Indians, we look at cost-effective solutions. So when you mentioned the example of Chinese banks adapting this, so we as Indian national banks, the reason behind not adopting this technology, is cost a major factor, or they are not realizing the value of quantum computing, or the impact of quantum computing is still not emphasized on us, basically. So is that a major fact, or is that a major barrier for us?
I would say the cost is not a major factor, because as we are all aware that some of our banks, like State Bank of India, HDFC, these are some of the huge banks, even if you compare them on the world scale. So I don't think cost is a thing. The important thing is we should have people in leadership roles who can look at the future and see what will be the new technology that will be used in the next 5 years, and try to start getting into it right away. When we have people in such roles, I think we will start doing this. Cost, I think the amount of money involved in this is not much.
Yeah. Please, sir. Please, sir. After.
I'll just make a comment here because we are talking of investing and costs. If you look at the balance sheet of many of the Indian large companies, including the public sector undertakings, they are sitting on mountains of reserves. The 4 oil marketing companies in ONGC put together, they have got more than 5 lakh crores of reserves. If you take TCS, if you take Infosys, if you take the pharma companies, they run into, last time I calculated, was 15 lakh crores. They're just cash reserves. Where are they? They are all invested in government bonds. Secure area for investment. So you get 6 to 7% return. Therefore, without doing anything, you put the money in the bank invests them in securities, so you are happy. That is the mentality here which has to be broken. But if you see the Tatas, they have invested last year 16,000 crores on R&D. Similarly, Infosys has also invested in R&D. Reliance has invested only 3,000 crores. Their turnover runs into lakhs of crores. So this is a mentality which has to be broken here. It's not that we don't have the money. We have the money, we have the people, we have the technology, we have the people to work on technology also. But unfortunately, this is the situation here.
Yeah, I think you have put it absolutely on the dot, sir. For some reason, the government is shy of investing into technology. As a result, domino effect, the private sector and the public sector both are even more shy of putting money into it. It's a domino effect, which I think you hit the nail on the head. Yes, anyone else?
Here, I'd like to make a point, sir. If you look at the US quantum computing sector, the first investments didn't come from the government. The first investments came from major companies like Intel, Microsoft, and IBM. And when these companies showed remarkable improvements, the US government has now started investing into this project. So I think the industries there are more, they have a bigger risk appetite than our industries. And as sir pointed out, we have money is not the problem. We need to see whether we'll take a bold step and try to invest some money and see if we can make it. We might fail in some things, but if we do something like 7 or 10 different technology domains in this, let's say a company invests in 7, 10 different technologies, it might succeed in 7 to 8 of these technologies and fail in a couple of them. The success and the money they make out of this 8, if it balances and brings out better results than investment in a bond or a market, then I think it's worthwhile. But that attitude we don't have it.
Thanks. We'll have questions to others, sir. Don't mind.
What?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
I have one question. That is, what can we learn from Chinese who have advanced in quantum computing? Some thing when we are starting, say, from a greenfield level.
So thank you for this question, sir. I'll make a detailed answer to this. So I have been in Shanghai from 2013, and I have seen the growth here for a long time. And after 2019, I went back to France and came back to India, worked in India for a couple of years before moving now. So this is what happened. In 2008, quantum technologies was recognized as an important next generation technology by the United States government. And this technology had 4 different bands: quantum computing, quantum communication, then quantum materials, and quantum sensing. Now, quantum materials and sensing are a bit far away from us right now, but quantum communication and computing were the leads. And this quantum communication was easier to do. And the US had a plan to do a satellite-based quantum technology. And this plan was well known throughout the world, and they started in 2007. And unfortunately, the 2008 recession happened, and the first funding cut in science happened, or first funding cut was carried over quantum, and the US stopped investing in quantum. And the Chinese, within the Chinese universities, they were actually developing the quantum experimental capabilities from 2008. And they did this up to 2015. And then they took up this challenge of doing a satellite-based quantum communication. They started in 2015, and they launched the satellite in 2017. And by the end of 2017, they had a quantum communication satellite, which is still working. And it was done in Shanghai here. And the way they did was they built up the basic things needed for them for 7 years, the experimental capability. Not just 7 years, they have been building it up even before that. But they built it up until they started taking the major role. And now, if I go into any Chinese university, there is a separate quantum division there. And in this quantum division, all the platforms which I discussed on the thing, there are at least 2 or 3 different units. A unit is like one professor and a couple of assistant professors working together in a lab. 2 or 3 different units working on the same platform and competing. So it's not just the thing that they started, they also invested so much and in such a large scale that they had small improvements coming from different places, which merged together to give up this big change. But in India, we do not have an experimental quantum center in many of our institutes so far. We can, if we count the number of experimental quantum centers, I think we might not need more than a hand. It'll be 5 or at the maximum less than 10, 5 to 7, to be honest. We are still lacking a lot in terms of building up the basic capability.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Professor Radhakrishnan. Now we'll take questions for those who have spoken and who are here. Yeah, please, madam.
Thank you so much. Yourself and Dr. Deepak Garg mentioned this issue of military-civil fusion, and also, I mean, the idea of labs working with universities. And I just have a practical question to ask, because one of our members, he was trying, and we wrote on his behalf to several army units and to the defense secretary, to give some equipment, foreign equipment for reverse engineering to universities. But we didn't get any reply. If in this network anyone has any interest in this, then we'd love to be in touch with them, because this project is hanging fire and not been able to progress with it. There's great advantage. I mean, the universities are getting a lot of money, and they are able to do this. The youngsters, it'll really inspire them also, and we'll get a re-engineered product in our hands, which, and save on imports.
Actually, let me take this question on. Let me take this question on. This is a fact which is actually, you hit at a very raw nerve of the government, or rather non-existent nerve. Yeah. When the Ukraine war happened, madam, we had a great opportunity, because we were the best in business with Russian equipment. We knew every nut, bolt, and everything about the Russian equipment. All over the world, all of a sudden, Russia stopped supplying spares to anyone. In fact, Russia started asking us for spares. And many subsystems and all, which we had mastered. And we were probably at that point of time, 2 years back only, we were at a point of time where we could take that market, we had a market, we had the know-how, and we had to do a little value engineering to take it up the chain, not downward, up the chain, and put it together. And General Narayanan and I have been trying very hard to push the government in that direction. And when I say government, the armed forces. But nix. The Air Force hasn't moved its needle, the Army hasn't moved its needle, and the Navy also has not moved its needle. Where you had this golden opportunity in India, where everyone in every news channel, people keep saying, oh, we are 70% dependent on Russia. You had this great opportunity to go from 70 to 0. And you also had this great opportunity for military diplomacy by exporting these items to all the countries, including Myanmar, who's got only Russian equipment. And you also had this great opportunity of, getting money into your kitty, defense exports. You also had this great opportunity of funding AVNL, which has come up after breaking of the OFB. And in fact, he's working on it. We are trying to reconfigure AVNL to make it into some existential center. Why I'm saying existential center? Because they came to us and said, after 5 years, we don't know what to do, because our orders would have gone and all our expertise, machinery, everything is going to seed. No movement. So this is our state. I completely agree with you, sir. So we have, Rajiv, you want to say something? We'll discuss it. Please. Anyone else who has a view? Yeah. Ask.
Reverse engineering thing, it would have gone into the government Ministry of Defense. Somebody would have written a note. You do the reverse engineering, you will get into a legal system because you are copying some international patent right or whatever patent right Russians had. And you will be entangled in so many cases that you will not get spare parts for your working equipment. This would have been the note sheet written there, and it would have gone up to the Defense Secretary, and you would have said, put this aside. Please go and verify in the file, this would have been the note.
I agree with you completely, sir, because the best part of the story is Russia itself wanted spares from us.
There is a question of indigenization level in equipment to be reached. You could have faced it to meet those levels and achieve the target. By killing it, by saying a legal thing, we have killed the goose that laid the golden egg. Because there is, as part of the contract, whichever is signed last 3 years of my service, I was dealing with it. There is a clause inserted giving the timelines for increasing indigenization of the product which you are signing into. You had just had to meet those timelines. We are way behind those timelines. This was the time to meet those timelines, and you would have got the golden goose.
We have to ask some questions to these two speakers who spoken so well about AI and semiconductors.
Yeah, this is again to Dr. Arun. Again, we are very happy that you came here for the second time. And your presentation is an eye-opener in many respects. So the only good news is that, at least we have started doing 2% out of the 100%, which is good enough, because there has to be a slow start. As about the timelines, you mentioned about India not having some kind of a timeline in terms of what it wants to achieve. At least from what's available in the public domain, it appears that 2047, 100 years of our independence, is the target where they said will be fairly moderate society which has indigenous capability, etc. So coming back to your presentation, in case that has to be achieved, what do you think would be the milestones? Because like I said, in these conferences, whatever we discuss also does go to the government. So if there's anything that you can tell us in by way of prescriptions, we're very happy to take it up along with Ambassador Smita, who is also in Delhi. So I'd like you to kindly briefly tell us about what should we be doing by 2047 if we have to achieve these targets.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vasan, for bringing it up. It's actually a very good point. If I remember it right, it is one of the Independence Day speeches of the Prime Minister where he said, after 75 years of independence and before we reach 100 years of independence, India should have the capability which exists anywhere in the world. We should have that capability in India also. So right mindset, absolutely no doubt about it. The problem comes when it comes from that vision level to the execution level, right? Anyway, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritties of who's doing the job or who's not doing the job. I think I briefly mentioned it already in my previous talk. What we should target, if I'm asked, first of all, 100% self-sufficiency is bogus. There's nothing like that. Even US or China or even Taiwan for that matter is not 100% self-sufficient in terms of semiconductor supply chain. But get it to a level where you are a critical partner, you are a critical person or you're a critical country in the whole ecosystem. What I said about 2.2% is a final step, right? You basically, your iPhone assembly basically, it's mostly driven by Foxconn and Wistron, where you basically take all the chips, put together in a casing. These days, looks like Tata started making the casing also. So some level of indigenization is happening. Kam se kam dabba to hamara hai. So that is happening. Keep it going. From the 2.2%, let it slowly go up to about 15. If we can reach about 15-20% by 2047 in terms of the assembly, good. Recently, PLI is approved for laptop assembly also, iPad or tablet assembly. So keep that going on the one hand. The next in the from the end to before that is the packaging, semiconductor packaging. That we're just starting on it. As I said, Micron's Gujarat factory will be a good starting point for that. But what we need to wait and see is that there are all these small companies who are, when I say small compared to Micron, right? So smaller ones which have applied for packaging incentives, they might be approved or some of them already started and so on. What is not clear is that do they have an ecosystem to survive, because their input is the fabricated wafers and the wafers are not fabricated in India. So somebody from outside India has to trust them, send these to them and they have to pick up. But if we can reach a level of about 10% in the packaging market by 2047, I would count that as a decent achievement. It could go up, if luck be, it could go up also. Fabrication is where we are still at 0. There, I would say that if we can achieve about 5% by 2047, we are lucky enough, or I will be thankful. As I said, 1% by 2030, maybe 2 to 3% by 2040, 5% by 2047 is also a decent goal to achieve. But what we should look at is when we achieve that 5%, try to make sure that it also supplies some of these critical areas. Like for example, if it is an application in quantum computing, we should have that capability in terms of making the chips for those quantum computers which India planned to make. If at all, it's a semiconductor based one. The final one is the design one. As I said, there the problem is not talent, the problem is not investment, it's the mindset. It's a long story, but there are cases where engineers working for big companies, big MNCs like Qualcomm or all of those, they quit their job, they start a startup and so on and so forth. But most of them come out with a single point product in mind or just a small scope. They struggle to then scale it and they struggle to then take it to a level of growing it into a big company. So that is what the government is trying to do by incentivizing them. The EDA tools are pretty costly, so the government is trying to incentivize all of that. But I think fundamentally we lack that product mindset. I'll give you just one more example and end this answer. We talk often of India about a software giant, right? You take the mobile. Out of all except for some local Zomato, Swiggy kind of app or your laptop, how many of those high-end applications that you use, Word or Excel or any of that, in their list of inventors in the beginning, you'll have Indian names. But are any of them fully indigenous? Is there even a single high-end software product that is Indian? What we lack is a product mindset. And that's a mindset change that has to happen both in terms of software and semiconductor design. I'll end it at that.
Here is a news item. Please comment on it. New Delhi. Polymatech, India's first semiconductor chip manufacturer, powered by Japanese technology, has kick-started production of its opto-semiconductor memory modules in Kanchipuram. And he has already marketed 400,000 chips every day.
First of all, it's not an IC, it's an individual device. Second of all, they don't fabricate it, most likely they're just packaging it. Third of all, polyamide tech. As far as I know, they're trying for an IPO, or they probably just did an IPO. And sorry to say that, much of that is just media news so that they get a good valuation for their IPO. I will challenge them to show me a fab that they run. There is none. These are all media. You're showing me a media news and asking me whether it's a semiconductor chip unit.
I don't believe in media news.
It is not.
No, I'm a very senior civil servant. I don't believe in media news.
Right.
I just wanted you to comment, because there is a fabrication unit which they show here. If it is a lie, it's completely false, then we should take it up with authorities.
See, there is a lot of this hype happening. When you say, is there a fab there? There may be a clean room, because packaging also need a clean room. But it's way, way different from an IC fabrication. A single, optoelectronic small, like an LED, right? You basically make a small LED unit and package it and call it as a semiconductor chip making unit. That's the other interesting thing. Many of these things, when it comes in the news, it says produced in India, made in India. I agree. When an iPhone comes, it will say made in China. The chip is not made in China. None of the things are made in China. They're just packaging it. So from that standards, the iPhones that are being made in, quote unquote, made in India are made in India. But is it really indigenous? No. So similar is the case here also, where there is a lot of hype behind it. You take a small thing and say, and when the minister himself does that, sorry to say this, right? Something which adds a 5% value of just cutting the processed chip, cutting a processed die and packaging it into a plastic casing and giving all the pins to it. If he calls that as indigenization, what do you expect from media, right? I'll leave it at that.
I'll just highlight this. A lot of us want to establish fabs, etc., etc. No one is interested in giving us technology for it. Let me give you an actual example, which the Taiwan consulate, or whatever it is called, is just here. It's just 2 kilometers from here. So one day I was sitting with a local consular guy. I said, look, give me vacancies for my students who can go to Taiwan, go to TSMC, and work on the fab, because that was a requirement. He said, after some time he came back and said, no, we'll take them. Whether fab or not, no, when the fab is set up here in India, we'll train them there. So that is how it is. So he fobbed me off. No one is prepared to give us this. You have to do many of these things from first principles. Are we done with the time? Yeah? Okay. This is all we had to discuss on this particular topic. I think it was a great topic for us to realize where we are. It is also a great topic for us to realize where we have to go. There's a long distance, big gap between where we are and where we have to go, because we actually discussed the whole cycle. The cycle starts from a semiconductor chip. We didn't discuss the processes, but we spoke about the end product of AI and quantum, etc., etc., etc. Now the thing is, do we go away from here feeling depressed? That's the question. Yes, to some extent, I agree that most of us would feel low. We are nowhere near China. And but the good part is we have a long way to go ahead. And the good part is there's a change I see in the government over the past 3 to 4 years to realize that, look, we have to go somewhere. At least you have a prime minister who says, look, by 2047, when we are 100 years independence, we have to have some of these technologies. And we are working to it. And let me tell you, India surprises itself. We have this capability of surprising ourselves, one. Number two, the second thing which I would like everyone to focus on is Indian economy is not going to be driven by technology. It has never been driven by technology. It has been driven by people, and it is driven by services. So we have, and that is why many of our people in government are driving that, because that's something which no one else matches us, right? So in a way, yes, we are playing to our strengths, which others don't have. If we talk of China's technology, you look at China's services sector in their huge economy. It is hardly anything. It's hardly 20-25%. You look at our economy and our services sector, it's something to the tune of 60%. Right? And it's as much as an advanced economy you can get. So you have to see, when you see it in the overall sense, we are not badly off, But when you look at it in a focused and a isolated sense, there's a long way to go, right? With this, I thank all the speakers for giving their valuable insights into this thing. For many of us, I think it was an education to know where we are, and it's an education to know about the technology itself, about which we were not sure. Yeah, we have, right? Come.
Thank you, sir, for moderating this session so effectively. I'd like to request the chair to felicitate the speakers. Mr. Deepak Garg. Mr. Arun Mampari. Yes, sir. Thank you very much to Chandrasekhar, sir, for joining us today. It was a very lively and informative presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we can leave for lunch in another few minutes. If possible, please try to be back within 40 minutes so we can start our next session. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Now we will be moving on to the second half of the day, and we now have the special session. It is going to be by Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar Sir, PVSM, AVSM, VSM retired, and the former Director of General Artillery. He's also a dear distinguished member of C3S, and he just moderated the session, so I invite him back on stage to talk about the emerging trends in propulsion technology. Thank you.
We can have that presentation. Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I popped up here back because there's some rescheduling. We're going to talk about the emerging trends in propulsion technology as the slides come on. We heard one part of the story in the morning about AI and all that, not this. About AI and quantum and all that, and we found that we were far behind the curve. This story, I'm going to tell you that we are far ahead of the curve. This is one technology, this is one technology in which we are far ahead of the curve in many respects, and we have tremendous capability. But we still have gaps, which I'll talk of. Okay. Now, if you see in the battlefield, there's a constant quest for extending range of engagement. You want to, go into his depth. There's a new quest for speed of engagement. You want not only to engage him in depth, but you want to engage him very fast. And both these factors enable a commander to control and influence the battlefield in depth. You can reach anywhere, anytime, at the fastest. And propulsion technologies are primary to this effort. If you don't have propulsion, you don't go anywhere. You can keep having AI, which is completely artificial, right? And then the last thing is important. Gun, rocket, and missile propulsion systems are improving by the day. Things are changing so fast that you cannot imagine. So what I'll do is I'll give you an overview of all these, and I'll put you in picture as to what we are doing, which is something which we have to be proud of. And then I'll also talk, because a lot of people talk of hypersonic, glide, without understanding what it is. So I'll put them in picture and who is doing what in this. And then we will get an idea as to what we have to do and what are the gaps in this whole story. Now when you look at a gun, okay, a traditional gun is where you have a propellant ignited. This is the thing also, yeah. This doesn't work. Okay, a propellant is ignited in a closed chamber and the projectile is pushed forward, right? And somewhere you have this peak pressure coming up because it's all a matter of pressure. But every time you want to increase range, the quest is to have more or better propellants. The problem with having more propellant is the weight of the gun increases, it becomes unwieldy, the metallurgy is complex, all that. So there's a limit to it. Then to offset that, we went into technologies called the base bleed and rocket assistance. And these, that is a projectile which is propelled from a gun, can be rocket assisted, or the base of that projectile could bleed gas and fill in the vacuum. Like when you go in a car, there's vacuum behind you, and that vacuum actually holds you back. If that vacuum is filled, you tend to go faster, right? So that's the technology. Both these technologies have reached their limit, and they've been there now for about 25, 30 years. Yeah. Okay. So there's an overall range limitation. So what is the way forward? The way forward is ramjet technology for this, and this is where we've done some work in IIT Madras. In fact, we've broken the barrier, and I'm proud to tell you that in India, or even in the world, we are the leaders in this technology. There's no one else who can come a patch to us. And what does it do? You take a Bofors or a Dhanush or a Vajra or a ATAGS, which has a range of 24, 30 or those kilometers, it just doubles it. It just doubles it. So the moment you do that, you're getting tremendous spin-offs, okay, which is unique in its own kind. So, and then Where that range finishes, then you're looking at guided or rockets and guided missiles. And that's the next stage that when you go. And these guided and rocket missiles could either have a solid propellant, which is on the right, or a liquid propellant, which is on the left. The liquid propellant systems are the oldest systems, and the solid propellants are the latest systems. And these could be guided or unguided. The normal guided varieties are called missiles, the unguided ones are called rockets, as simple as that. Okay, and then you come to this thing which is used in rockets, which is you have engines, various engines. When you talk of hypersonic, supersonic, all those sonics. So you're looking at a jet engine. The jet engine is the basic for any system. What does a jet engine do? You see all these are turbines, which you see get into a aircraft tomorrow, whenever you get in, you see those blades running around. What do? They are made to run at high speed and suck air. And as air is sucked in, these turbines pressurize them, and pressurized air is taken into the chamber, which is in red, and fuel is injected into it, and that functions and pushes it out, and efflux also drives back the turbine. It's a closed loop system, and over and above that, the energy is pushed out, which is in the yellow, and there's motion forward. That's the fundamental of a jet engine. And in this presentation, though I can talk of propulsion for ships, I can talk of propulsion for aircraft, but I'm going to talk basically about missiles and rockets. So this is the thing. Okay, this is almost the first generation kind of a thing. So then you come to something called the ramjet engine, right? What is a ramjet engine? It's almost like a jet engine, where air is taken in, and it is made to burn. Fuel is injected in the center where it is yellow, and then there's an efflux. And what happens is, the moment you put a ramjet engine on a missile, which is like BrahMos. BrahMos is a ramjet engine. Okay, it becomes supersonic, you get extended range. The only problem with a ramjet engine is that it functions above 1 Mach. First, it has to be propelled to 1 Mach for a ramjet to function. Now, what is this concept of ramjet? Let me explain it to you. Normal fuels, any fuel has oxygen in itself, right? When you put a fuel in a missile, it has oxygen and the fuel. Now, if you have only fuel, then you have more capacity for this body to move forward. And you take oxygen from the air. The whole story is taking oxygen from the air, a ramjet engine. Why is it ramjet? Because you propel this body at 1 Mach plus initially through a first booster, then the air starts coming in from here, gets pressurized here, and then you have enough quantity of oxygen to carry out this ignition and thrust it out. And this gives you tremendous thrust. Okay? And this is a technology which we mastered at IIT Madras. And this is the technology which takes these to this. And this is something which no one else in the world has for tube artillery. And for others, the same technology, we are now at a stage where we can adopt it for rockets and missiles, which we have mastered, and we're going to do that. And I'm happy to say the government of India, through the Indian Armed Forces, has helped us. It took me about 5 years to go about getting funding and starting the process and a lot of issues, but we have now finally tested it. We have tested it on a half-scale model. Next month, we are going to test it on a 155 mm model. The moment that is ready, already we have spoken to the government. The government is funding us happily, right? Because it's something, a tangible outcome which we have proven to people. And through the armed forces, we are getting enough funds for rockets and missile applications. And the idea is certain of our rockets which are unguided, which give us 20, 25 kilometers range today, when we put a ramjet engine on it, will give us as much as 125, 130 kilometers. There's a 6-fold increase. Where there are already powerful modern day engines, it could be about 2 to 3 times. So this is something which I thought I'll share with you. But having said that, this is the ramjet engine. Okay. So you will also hear this term called scramjet engine. What's the difference between this and the, ramjet engine? Now in this, what happens, ramjet, you take air in at Mach 1 plus, but by the time the air comes in here, compressed, it comes in here, it is almost at Mach 1. The air starts dropping for many reasons. Okay, but in a scramjet engine, the whole idea is that air is taken in at supersonic speed, maintained at supersonic speed by constricting the nozzles here, because it's called the Venturi effect. When air goes through or water goes through a constricted space, right, as the pressure increases, the speed also increases. When you get, and so this is, you do the ignition at supersonic speeds, as a result of which you get a hypersonic effect. So when you want to go above 3, normally hypersonic is above 3, okay? So the moment you want to go into 3, 4, 5, 6 and all that, you need a scramjet kind of a system. But the problem with this hypersonic is the range is limited because the engine is quite complicated. And this also functions above 1 Mach. For example, your BrahMos functions at 1 Mach. It goes up to 3 Mach. Okay? It is not a scramjet. It is a traditional ramjet engine. Okay. Now what happens? We'll get into this business of glide because all these are interrelated. Normally we look at jargon. So I'm trying to deconstruct that jargon and tell you what the whole thing is about. What is a glide vehicle? Okay, one point. Whether it's a scramjet engine or a ramjet, it's always a two-stage vehicle. That is, the rocket or the thing is a two-stage vehicle. First there's a booster and then the ramjet takes over. Right. So what is a glide principle? In the glide thing, you fire a rocket, say somewhere at some point of time, there's a separation between the main rocket and this thing which is going to glide, and thereafter this projectile, as you see, keeps gliding without the rest of the paraphernalia. Right? This is something which is similar to something called the APFSDS. Right? APFSDS is a principle, it's an old principle which we use in tank gunnery, where you have a core of a projectile which is pushed out at supersonic speed, right? And as the projectile enters, the sabots come out and a hard core keeps going towards the tank, whereby it is able to maintain velocity, because that velocity is the one which it gives range, accuracy and penetrating power. The same principle is also used in normal glide vehicles. The only thing is this fellow is made to glide because of the speed, because of his smaller diameter which he exits, he gains speed, and through certain other things you are able to make him go to a larger distance, and since he glides through a satellite, you control him. So you control this fellow as he goes further and then take him to the intended target, and of course at the terminal point he starts hitting the thing. Okay. Now then what is the difference between a glide vehicle, what is a FOBS, I'll come to it, what is a multiple re-entry vehicle, and a ballistic trajectory. Okay, we'll go from top to bottom. What happens in a ballistic trajectory is a rocket or a missile is fired, it goes to the top and comes back into the atmosphere, right, and hits the target where you want. It is completely ballistic. There is guidance, but it is ballistic. Okay, it follows a ballistic trajectory with whatever propulsion it has. Invariably in all these, there's one first stage propulsion, maybe a second stage propulsion, and a third stage propulsion to use it in the space and to do re-entry back into, from atmosphere back, from say space back into atmosphere, and then hit the target at a desired thing. But it doesn't have much leeway to correct. It will have some guidance, but it will not have much leeway to correct. Okay. So normally this is the basic thing when you talk of ICBMs, all these BMs, it is a ballistic trajectory. So you have something which is a little improvement on that, which is called the multiple re-entry vehicles. That is, the same warhead goes, but it has 2 or 3 independent warheads, and all these 3 independent warheads can be sent back, or I won't say sent back, sent to hit 2 or 3 targets independently. Independently, that means all these 3 re-entry vehicles could need to be guided onto targets separately. So it needs an extensive system by which you have to program these 3 to 4 re-entry vehicles. Normally, a mothership has 3 to 4 re-entry vehicles. And normally, when you talk of nuclear warheads, which is what China is trying to make, is this. You will hear very often that China is now going to up its nuclear capability. Today, it has about 300 nuclear warheads, and it is going, in the next 2 to 3 years, going to go up to 500 nuclear warheads. By the end of this decade, it is planning to have about 1,000 odd warheads, as against USA and Russia, which have warheads in the region of 3,000 plus. Now you'll ask, so that still be a differential? The differential is made up by multiple re-entry vehicles, because all China is focusing on multiple re-entry vehicles. So where Russia and USA have old type of warheads and old type of missile systems, China, by using multiple re-entry vehicle systems, which has multiple stages of propulsion technology which is involved, and of course guidance and all that, they can be as effective or as influential as Russia and USA. That's China's thing. And then you have the FOBS. FOBS is a very interesting thing. It's called Fractional Orbit Bombardment System. What's this whole thing? In this, a missile is fired and it is made to circumvent the Earth as in space. And at a desired point, it is brought back, which means it needs to have a separate stage for re-entry back. So what happens is that it doesn't go through a ballistic thing, it goes like this. And of course, you have the glide vehicle at the bottom. Okay. We've all heard about this business, what China is trying. You heard, they got a glide vehicle which has gone all around, and what has China done? China has used this hypersonic glide vehicle. Normal hypersonic glide vehicles which are below the atmosphere are well known. Many people have done it. But a ballistic missile is something which is well known. What China has done is it has used this glide principle on a FOB, which gives a tremendous range, which means that, you see, we have to understand one more thing. Any object which goes into space travels at about 6 to 7 kilometers per second, right? Per second. So that's the speed at which it is going. It gains additional speed depending on whether it's going against the Earth or rotation of the Earth or with. So it gains or retracts speed, and this fractional, bombardment system, orbital bombardment system, combined with glide, gives China this capability. Everyone knew fractional orbital bombardment system was there. The Russians had it right from 50s. Everyone has the knowledge of a hypersonic glide vehicle. Everyone has knowledge of a hypersonic missile. If you remember, during the Ukraine crisis, Russia fired a hypersonic missile. Okay, but that was a normal missile, and it was not a glide vehicle. And what China is trying is a combination of the two, and that's what they demonstrated last year. Okay, this is the whole story. So, of course, you could have a hypersonic cruise missile. That's not a big deal. A hypersonic cruise missile is one stage over a BrahMos missile, which is not a thing. Okay, and you could also think of a railgun, which is the latest thinking. The latest thinking is a railgun, where by induction, you eject it out. You would have heard of these hyperloop systems which are being tried out, or something called linear induction motors, where, sometime back I read the idea of transporting people from here to Bangalore in half an hour or 1 hour. Right? All these things are based on the railgun principle. And this is something which is in the process. This is the latest propulsion system in town. Okay? And where, you're going to network it with, a a ship firing a rail gun, right? Because so far, the whole idea is to mount a rail gun on a ship. You can network it for anything and use it for any purpose, but then the railgun and the railgun principle is still a little far away. It's still in the experimental stage. But the first 4 kind of propulsion systems, we are completely there, and this is a thing of a railgun. Now, when you talk of propulsion systems, there are other technologies which come into play, which you have to master. This is material technology, of course, the basic chemistry of the propellant, which you have to master. Then the aerodynamic modeling and design, which takes about 70% of your time. Okay, control and guidance, precision and intelligence systems, warheads, and you need to have extensive testing facilities. For me personally, it's been a huge challenge to get these into picture. We've still not got precision capabilities. We are in the process of doing, but then we made the first start. And what one has realized in this is, if you do things from scratch on your own, it becomes cheap, and second, you come to optimum systems where you don't need borrowed and high technology, don't need high-end chips or AI-based systems from outside. You can do it on your own. I think I've finished my thing. Yeah. So this is what we've been doing. And if you look at the Indian scene, right, we have all these technologies. There's no technology which we don't have. If you can put a spacecraft in the southern hemisphere of the moon and near the South Pole, virtually you can do everything, all these. What do we lack? What we lack is the integration between what the space capabilities are, ISRO capabilities, and what the armed forces want. The day we can do that, we'll make a quantum jump. Let me give you an example. Why have we become a missile power and a space power? We were a space power of some kind. How did we become a missile power? We became a missile power when the IGMDP came in. What is IGMDP? IGMDP is Integrated Guided Missile Development Program. Okay, while this was being headed there, the man who was given in charge to do it in DRDL was Dr. Abdul Kalam. He was made the director of DRDL and said, you do it. Where was Abdul Kalam before that? He was the director of PSLV in ISRO. He came to DRDO on the basis of his successful launch of the PSLV, the first PSLV in India. Then when they said, okay, get him here, at that time we had this foresight. Get him into DRDO, get him into the armed forces orbit, and we put this IGMDP, and that was when the first Prithvi was fired. We fired the first Prithvi, and then what Abdul Kalam did was, he put the Prithvi on top of the PSLV and fired the first Agni. Okay, the Agni is nothing but a PSLV with a Prithvi on top. It's a 2-stage re-entry vehicle, what I showed, the ballistic missile. And today we have many more capabilities which I'd not like to thing. So this is what I thought I'll put across to all of you. So if you have any questions, please shoot. Yeah.
It's a very basic question. How many warheads does nuclear warheads take to destroy the whole soil? And what is the point in accelerating more and more of this?
Look, this is a normal question which people ask, but nuclear warheads are not meant to destroy anyone. It's more of a deterrence. It's a power broker. Okay? It's a power broker. It ensures. But then you have many theories. It's not necessary just because you have 2 nuclear powers that war won't break out. Like what has happened between India and Pakistan, or India and China. There's a thing called stability-instability equation. There could be stability at the top between 2 nuclear powers, but there could be a wide space for instability at the bottom. Okay, that is why the instability at the bottom, the window for instability at the bottom in the case of China is very less. In the case of Pakistan, it is very equally big. That's why we had Kargil and we stopped short of firing any rounds in eastern Ladakh. Yeah. Any other question? Good. The moral of the story of the first 2 sessions is where we are, very poor in our technologies, a lot of questions. Where we are good, we don't ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shankar sir, for such an engaging presentation. Now I would like to invite Commodore Vasan to felicitate Shankar sir. All right, sir. Sir, can I request Shivaraman sir to please felicitate? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Now we will be moving on, moving on to the second and final session for the day, which is on the theme Innovative and Emerging Technologies, Maritime Sector. The session will be chaired by Commodore R.S. Vasan, and we have three very distinguished speakers. First, Dr. Arnab Das, who is an emeritus resource faculty at the School of Integrated Coastal and Maritime Security Studies. Second, we have Dr. Venkateshan, a scientist and group head at Ocean Observation Systems at the National Institute of Ocean Technology in Ministry of Earth Sciences. Third, we have Commodore Nitin Agarwala. Thank you very much. Over to you, Commodore.
Come, please be seated. Yeah, good afternoon again, and I must say that we've had some excellent sessions in the morning before lunch, and also this wonderful talk on propulsion technology. And as General Shankar rightly brought out, this is one area where we have perhaps a lot of strengths, and therefore very few questions, as everybody seems to know what we are capable of, whether it's a BrahMos launch or a Prithvi launch or the submarines launched missiles. Now we come to another important frontier, which remains neglected, I would say, as a maritime domain. The Navy, of course, I'm lucky to have two naval officers here, both doctorates, and Dr. Venkateshan, who is also semi-Navy, because he's always worked in National Institute of Ocean Technology, and he's been a scientist of great repute, internationally acknowledged. So I'm very happy that they agreed to come here, because they are going to expose us to something that many of us are not aware at all. So Commander Arnab Das, has been instrumental. He is a founding president of the Underwater Domain Awareness Campaign, because everybody understands what the seas are, and the maritime domain awareness, which gained a lot of traction, particularly after the Mumbai terror attack, because we have a dedicated maritime domain awareness structure, with the IMAC, which is located in Gurugram, and the integrated fusion centers which are there, which are trying to get all the information from divergent sources, from ships, lighthouses, fishermen, satellites, etc., etc. But very little is known about the underwater domain awareness. So there's a peculiar domain where only the sentinels of the sea, the submarines, they were prowling the oceans with their sonars. And as he will bring out later, I am sure, the complexities in the Indian Ocean region are so much more, mainly because of the temperature gradients. We call it in the Navy the Bethi thermal gradients which are there. And so that has posed a problem in Indian Ocean, unlike other oceans. So where does it lead? Of course, he will talk about the technology, but there's also a geopolitical, geostrategic context to this. And that is in terms of the increased role for submarines and drones, which are there. We've seen what happened when the Chinese research vessel came here. And we do know that in the Andaman Sea, they even deployed their underwater autonomous drones, which were sending the information to the mothership, which was all processed. So all this is required for the future when you are designing your weapons and sonars. Because unless you have the complete profile available and the database is included, you'll not be able to design a proper sonar or a torpedo that can home on to any of these in these waters. So this is where there is the challenge of the maritime domain awareness, which Commander Arnab Das will talk about. We also would have seen that there's increased presence of the Chinese submarines in our neighborhood, and they have to come through the Malacca Straits or the Lumber or whatever. The point is that when they are here, how do you track them? So when they get out of the Malacca Straits, because of the depth constraints, maybe you can track them using your PADIs or other surface vessels, etc. But if once they are here, a nuclear submarine which is underwater will not be able to track. It's simple. So therefore, you would have heard about the sources from the Cold War era, where you had these boys networks which are looking at the submarines which are there. And now we talk about the fish hook and various other things. So why do I talk about these issues and not just the technology? Because whatever you try to achieve through means of science and technology innovations is something that will provide only a limited answer to your tactical and strategic challenges. But they only complement the leadership in terms of what they want to do and how do they want to prepare. So this is where I'm sure Commander Arnab, who will tell us more about this new domain and the challenges in this new frontier for us. As far as Dr. Venkatesan is concerned, like I said, he's internationally well-known scientist who's worked hard in NIoT, and he's working on many systems as a system-based approach for understanding the oceans. There is a Coastal Radar Network or the Data Buy program, which NIoT launched long ago. Or after the tsunami, the warning systems that were set up in the Bay of Bengal to be able to give a little more warning to people there. So he's got a range of expertise, but today he will focus on the coastal system network which are there, and his own experience in NIoT, which will tell us what more needs to be done for India as a peninsular country to strengthen its maritime domain awareness. This is also a part of the maritime domain awareness. And as far as my good friend Nitin Agarwala is concerned, he's been writing books after books. So I don't know how he finds so much of time. He's still a serving naval officer, and he's got his doctorate. And he's going to tell us a lot more about his work, and more importantly about the lack of awareness in the cyber domain when you are handling the maritime ships, infrastructure, ports, etc. It's only after the 9/11 attacks that they brought in what's called the AIS, which was technology enabled, and the ISPS. This came in July 2004, where they said these are the minimum standards that are required on board ships and on ports, which also involved a phenomenal amount of technology. Whether it's the AIS or whether it is data capture, etc., etc. So, however, these are vulnerable, is a point that perhaps he is going to make, and also to tell us how ill-prepared we are in terms of taking on cybersecurity in the maritime domain. Remember, a lot of these ships are now autonomous. You are having automated systems in ports, harbors, and all that obviously leaves this small gap unless you are conscious of what these limitations are. So these I thought would be the brief opening remarks to tell you what to expect from these three distinguished speakers, and so I leave the rest to them to handle. With that, over to the first speaker. All yours.
Commander Vasan sir, the team that has been managing the organizers. Thank you very much for getting me here. I start with this very funny question. How many of you have actually heard of underwater before this? Or have you attended a workshop on underwater before this? Not too many. The point is that this earth is 75% water. 70% is marine and 5% is fresh water. But there has not been a focused approach. Even the first slide of this particular workshop, I didn't see acoustics there. I think acoustics is very important, and one has to take note of that. So I want to make a small correction about my introduction. I would like to be known as the founder of Maritime Research Center. There have been many organizations who have been very kind to me, and they give me a lot of other designations, but my designation is I am the founder of Maritime Research Center and Nirdhwani Technologies, which is a startup that I run. I'll be focusing on the underwater domain awareness framework. We have heard of maritime domain awareness, but what we miss is the conventional MDA that we have been hearing. It's become a jargon. I mean, I'm quite sad to see that. I mean, everybody uses this term MDA, and the worry here is that the conventional MDA has been a security-driven formulation. And I would call it an event-driven formulation. Post 9/11 globally, and post 26/11 in our part of the world. But in the same breath, I would like to tell you, the MDA misses the underwater part of it completely. It has remained on the surface. And I have a very strong justification for that. Underwater requires acoustics as an expertise, or as a capability or a capacity. And many of the conventional MDA that I see, there is no mention of acoustics. Anywhere in the world, I can tell you. Or many of the experts who say they drive MDA do not understand acoustics. I'm saying it, it's a very strong statement that I'm making. But I would like to justify this, and I hope I'll be able to convince you by the end of this presentation. So it is very important. Another important fact is when we make it a security-driven formulation, it actually excludes a lot of people. Our security apparatus, I've been also part of this for some time, is extremely worried about data security and data getting leaked out. But you must understand the financial world has equal amount of worry, and they have handled it. So I think we can handle it here also. So let us be a little more open. The second part is the global community has changed. Geopolitics has changed. There have been mentioned, there have been seniors who have been speaking here, the chunk of technology development happened during the Cold War era. You can name everything. Most of it happened during the Cold War era, and even underwater technology development happened at that time. And it was largely driven by security. That also I am ready to admit. But there is a different geopolitical situation today. Post the Cold War, even those security projects in the US, we've been kind of giving a lot of credit to US, they have been questioned. I can give you examples where big projects have been shut down because of lack of funds. These are all security projects. Security projects have been forced to submit an environment impact statement. That's a change. So our security establishment has to learn to be part of the ecosystem, have to learn to integrate to the ecosystem. Next, please. So I'll go with the topic, and now my first slide, what I want to bring out here is when we talk about underwater and acoustics, we are dealing with today the entire global community has come to the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. That is the definition of Indo-Pacific. The very definition of Indo-Pacific strategic space is the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. And when I talk about the tropical waters, as I said, the technology development happened in the Cold War era in the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap. That was the requirement of the two poles, right? The Americans and the Russians had to engage there. So they developed the technology for that. Now when you get, even in the Navy, I've served on the ship, on a destroyer, where this particular sonar, when we accepted in those waters, it gives us 32 nautical miles. I'm giving you numbers. 32 nautical miles when we accepted the ship there, a particular sonar. The same ship or the submarine comes to our waters, the performance degrades to 6 nautical miles. Mark my words, 60% degradation of performance. Right? Now we are talking about technology. Now whether this technology used for naval surveillance or for blue economic surveillance or for environmental surveillance or anything else, I mean deep ocean mission, whatever, if the sonar is giving you such suboptimal ranges, what are we talking about? My second worry is even more deeper. We not only get the technology, we also get the know-how. Even the deployment pattern is also taken from them. Now, if my sonar is giving me 60% less performance, if I copy I'm using the word copy. If I copy the deployment strategy also, what am I doing? So one needs to keep that in mind as we go forward. Next, please. Oh, sorry, I can do that, right? Can you go back? Previous slide. One more? Yeah. So when we talk about maritime industry, whether it is MDA or whatever you want to call it, we have to keep track of people, economy, and nature. I mean, the whole discussion here is about development, right? So whose development are we talking about? Many times we have a very narrow definition of development and we forget the larger community, and that's how it gets politicized. I mean, we have been criticizing the government, but whatever it is, we have to, whose development? We have to maximize benefit when we talk about development. We can't talk about development of a narrow section. I mean, that's a different debate. I won't get into that. So how do we benefit people? I'll elaborate on this. Economy, it has to have some economic factor to it. There has to be some growth. And third is nature. It has to be sustainable. We keep talking about climate change and a whole lot of things, but really, do we understand what we are talking about? And India in the 21st century, we have done a lot of declarations, Sagar Vision. Security and growth for all in the region. Prime Minister himself in the Shangri-La dialogue has mentioned 4 things. We recognize the security concerns, we understand the economic potential, we want to rekindle our maritime heritage, and we also want to be a leader in the region. Now, when we talk about leadership in a region, what kind of capacity and capability building are we able to offer? We are allowing the extra-regional powers to come in and sit in every of these governments. And we have nothing to offer. So capacity and capability building becomes the core. We've done a lot of, even Sagarmala in inland water transport, we're going to the Nordic countries for help. There have been 3 summits. Honorable Prime Minister has been there. Can the Nordic countries tell us how to deal with the tropical waters? Our sedimentation is different. Our sediment pattern is different. Whole lot of things. I'll not go into the details, but do we really understand our own waters? So this is the UDA framework that I have proposed. This is my own formulation, and I would like to draw your attention. I'll take a minute on this. If you look at the 4 stakeholders, who all are interested in underwater? Of course, strategic security. And when I say strategic security, it includes both internal and external security. We are dealing with transboundary rivers. Does our security forces in the transboundary rivers understand what is underwater? Do they even operate an equipment that has got anything to do with underwater? Does our Coast Guard operate, there are Coast Guard officers, do you operate a sonar yourself? The second is blue economy. There are a whole lot of components of blue economy, whether it is fisheries, whether it is a deep ocean mission, or whatever you want to call it. There's a whole lot of requirement. Then, of course, sustainability and climate change, and then digital transformation. Now, if my sonar is giving 60% degraded performance, don't you think it has to be a whole of nation approach to at least first make the sonar work? Defense, we have DRDO doing something. Non-defense, it is CSIR labs doing something. They don't talk to each other. There is very little coordination that is happening. There's a lot that needs to be done. I'm not here to say they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Please don't misunderstand me, and I don't want to be quoted all this, but a lot of resources, because we say we don't have resources. I think we have enough resources. If all of these stakeholders come together, pool in their resources and synergize their effort, I think we have more than what we want. And a very senior bureaucrat told me that there has never been lack of resources. It is only asking for the right cause. So field work, we have not done the kind of field, or as we in our language, we call it SWAMs, shallow water acoustic measurement exercises. We have not done a single one here. I'll give you some examples to elaborate this. The second is a horizontal, that was a horizontal construct. If you look at the vertical construct, we do not have a bottom-up approach. We have very little understanding of our own ecosystem, how the various components of the ecosystem interact with each other. So we need a lot of inputs, and if you look at it from a policy framework also, there are many aspects of the maritime domain which are highly regulated, and many of the aspects are not even regulated. So this can actually give you a very structured approach how to do the entire management. And this is not about marine only, it is also about freshwater systems. It can take care of everything. And this also gives a huge opportunity for the demographic bulge that we talk about. The huge opportunity. I mean, this entire region, not just India, I mean, we have young aspirational population. This can open up so many new meaningful career opportunities for everybody. I've just broken them down. I'll not take much time. Underwater radiated noise. We had won a global innovation challenge, and our paper was later on sent by Government of India to the International Maritime Organization for monitoring underwater noise in the tropical waters. And today I'm happy to say that that has been accepted by IMO, and now IMO has designated India as a lead nation for underwater noise in the Indian Ocean region. And so we are now on a global policy making effort. But the same technology is relevant to the Navy also, or the defense for acoustic stealth. Shipbuilding industry or ship designers can look at it. Same capacity and capability building. Similarly, when you look at the sediment management, whether it is inland water transport, Brahmaputra river is 5 kilometers wide, average width of the Brahmaputra. And we are talking about navigability of these waters. It's extremely difficult. We are using just dredging as a tool, which is absolutely flawed. Many of the projects have become unviable. So the same thing can be used by water resource management. Our dams are more than 50% silted. In the monsoon, downplains get flooded. In the dry season, we have 50% less water. Very simple things, but we have not been able to sort out. This is the larger framework that we can talk about. You know, we don't need new schemes to drive UDA. I mean, what I wanted to, I missed that part. MDA cannot be security driven. MDA has to take care of all the other stakeholders. It will help everybody. Right from environment. Some of my seniors in the Navy used to laugh at me that I talk about environment. If you don't have a holistic approach, you will never achieve, and you will not get the support from the government also. So we have to look at it. So there are already a lot of schemes. Make in India is there, Skill India is there, startup. A lot of money is also there. And the government is ready to listen. They're listening to us. I can tell you that. And these are the core capabilities that require. And at the end of it, the UDA framework gives you nuanced policy intervention, nuanced technology intervention, and capacity and capability building. I would like to use the word acoustics here. It's very, very important. And these are the stakeholders that you can see who will all get benefited out of this. They are all running to the West for solutions, and they have none of it. This is marine spatial planning. This is the crux of my presentation. The digital transformation gets manifested as the marine spatial planning. This has now been accepted as the de facto governance tool by the UN also. As you know, this is the decade of the ocean sciences for sustainable development declared by the UN. And MSP is the tool that they are driving. 25 countries have now agreed to do this. But my point here is that India is the only country. I was talking to the Quad fellows recently, and I told them, India is the only country that is well positioned to drive the MSP for the world. Our location in the tropical waters is very important, and we understand tropical waters than anybody else. The kind of talent pool that we have, we get about 500 applications from IIT, all the top 3 IITs, Delhi, Bombay, and Kharagpur. And we take about 30, 40 of them. We can scale it up. They can produce an algorithm in a week's time. They just need a little direction. So we are building the entire MSP framework for the world. I would invite any one of you to please come to our center in Pune, and I would like to demonstrate this to you. It's not done fully, but we have the complete framework. We are populating it one by one. A lot of it is done, but there's a lot to be done. What this shows you, this particular map that you see, is the spatio-temporal map of the underwater noise in the tropical waters. You can see the India map. The speciality of this is what is different from the conventional understanding of MSP is that it uses modeling and simulation of a different level. The automated identification data has been taken online, which is passed through an algorithm which gives you noise at source. Then another set of data gives you it fed to the algorithm which gives you the tropical underwater channel. There's a lot of AI and various other things. Semiconductor will be required, sir. So that comes out here, and you get the noise here. This map is real time. This can be updated every 5 minutes, because that is the rate at which the AIS data gets updated. And this has been produced by interns working with us. And this won a Global Innovation Challenge. And this is what has gone to IMO. But this is just one application. Whether it is for deep sea mining, any kind of resource mapping, whether it is for sustainability mapping, whether it is for climate change mapping, the same thing works. Of course, data sets will be different, application is different. You're serving a different stakeholder, but the broad concept remains the same. The next is, what is the UDF framework all about? Policy intervention. How do we connect global policy to local policy? Technology intervention, MSP is one, but MSP has to be validated on the ground. You have to go down, collect data, a lot of field data collection is required, and the data analytics, a whole lot of things. I mean, I'm not getting to the details of it. And acoustic capacity and capability. I'll just take 2 more slides. Now, when we talk about the UDA framework or acoustic capacity building or any domain awareness that we talk about, it is to see, to understand, and to share. To see is the sensor that we require. In this underwater case, it is an acoustic sensor largely, but not always. There could be certain other sensors also that can be used. 1 more minute. The second is the platform which has to carry this. So that will talk about your AUVs and whatever you want to call subsurface platforms or surface platform, which will carry this sensor. And a whole lot of technologies involved there. The second is to understand. Understand is the data analytics, whether it is pre-processing, processing, or post-processing. I'll not go into the details. Whole lot of AI-based data analytics is involved here. And the third is to share. Now, this information that you have has to be shared in real time with the user. And the user can be at multiple levels. It can be a policy maker at the center. He requires a different type of inputs. It can be a practitioner at the ground level who needs a different, but it has to be available to him in a right format, in a format that he understands where he can take quick action. So it can be a mobile app. So a whole lot of hardware, software will be involved here. So I think I'll not take much time, but there we can, what is modeling and simulation? I've tried to explain. This thing will be available, and I've also written a paper to explain everything, so don't have much time. So source path receiver is another thing which you need to know, because source has to be defined correctly. Whether we want to do big whale monitoring, we have seen a lot of big whale standings in our waters. How do we ascertain what it is? The cause and effect analysis, whole lot of things need to be done. So this is, but now what I argued at the IMO was that if our waters, the degradation of performance is 60%, then our policymakers to take advantage of that and not be driven by the thresholds that the West is giving us. So we have to use our condition to our benefit. Otherwise, if we are not in the policy making level, then we'll be driven by people. So, this is how the global community has gone about us. Socius was set up by them. Then we had the points of light facilities. These almost got shut down. At the end of Cold War, Socius had only 3 IUSS compared to 30 at the peak of it. Point Sur got shut down because the US government says there is no money. So that is the reality I want to tell this audience. And the third is Asia X. At the end of the Cold War, the Americans thought that now nobody can challenge them, but at the end of the century, they realized that the Chinese have enough capability. And to operate in the South China Sea, they had no understanding of the tropical water, so they started what is called Asia X, and they collected a lot of data. But the Chinese participated in Asia X, knowing very well that the Americans had to collect the data. But they were there to learn. And later on, this is 2000. 2015, Chinese declared what is called the Underwater Great Wall Project. And I can tell you, Underwater Great Wall Project would have started at least 25 years before. So Asia X was a part of Underwater Great Wall Project. And that is the way Chinese have been very, very focused. Here, normally we announce first and then start thinking what to do. But I think there, the strategy is different. And you can see after 2015, when the Great Wall was announced, Trump presidency, what happened? Now, after that, they have been on a different track. So if it's a geopolitical thing, I can discuss something else. So I think I'll stop at this and quickly. So my last slide is how to take it forward. I mean, we can criticize the government. There's a lot of outreach that is required. Outreach at multiple levels. Policymakers, stakeholders, even stakeholders don't know much of it. They also need to be told. Second is engage. When we say engage, engage at multiple levels. Whether it is at a student level, give them fellowships. We have announced a lot of UDA fellowships. We support students so that they can work with us for a longer period. There have been PhD students who worked with us. Third is to sustain. Now we have started getting projects from the Government of India also. We have a Scientific and Industrial Research Organization approval also. So we are getting funding for sustaining. You have to deliver technology projects, you have to deliver policy projects. So we are getting those projects now. We are now also, I mean, government is looking at this in a more, I don't want to announce everything here. And the last one is a center of excellence. The structure of a center of excellence is a multidisciplinary research center, an incubation center, a skilling center, an academic center, and a strategy center. We have got 10 of our courses approved. Not a single academic institution in this country teaches acoustics as a subject. They do not teach underwater data analytics. So we have got them approved. We are going to be starting them. Even biotechnology is not taught in a way that it should be, I mean, which conforms. I won't say that it is not the way it conforms to the UDA understanding. 10 skilling programs have been approved by the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana also. We have got a skilling center in Pune. We have got the Scientific and Industrial Research Organization approval by the Ministry of Science and Technology. We have more than 100 startup ideas which are matured. We get, as I said, about 500 applications. I think more than 100 IIT kids have gone through us. More than 250 BITS Pilani kids have gone through us. We are working at the reasonably senior level for policy making at the NSA level. Also, as I talked about the IMO. So I think it's a global level policy making that we are contributing to. That's it. I think that's my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnab, for that excellent presentation. In fact, it was my idea to include you because I heard you before and I know the kind of work that you are engaged in. So generally, there is a lot of awareness on the importance of knowing the underwater domain and which is where your work counts. So I must thank you for this. But I just wanted to fill in some data so that the audience here feel that nothing has been done as far as these issues are concerned. You are aware of that, but I would like to bring it to the notice of the audience. You know, we have these important agencies, which Venkatesan is also representing, NPOL. They've done phenomenal work, you know, including having a remotely operated underwater vehicle, which can go and collect granules and nodules and all that. So it did not come overnight. A lot of efforts have gone into that. Likewise, NSTL, which you are aware of, the National Scientific Technological Laboratory, they've designed torpedoes for us. They've designed sonobuoys for us. And our own Commodore Paul Raj, I don't know how many of you heard about that name. Commodore Paul Raj, who was part of the Navy and who was seconded for the R&D, he's got an award equivalent to the Nobel Prize, you know, in the West. So that is the kind of credentials that our own laboratories, Dr. Venkatesan, an acknowledged scientist, has brought out a lot of these issues. But the pitch that Commander Arnab Das is making is about increased focus that is to be given to understanding this. Please remember all the data that you're getting on your mobiles, etc. 90% of it comes through the submarine cables, which are vulnerable. 90%, upwards of 90%. They themselves are vulnerable. You saw some of these actions by the West when the Russia-Ukraine war took place, not just the Nordic gas stream, but also there were efforts by a combined force of Russian and Chinese ships to drop anchor and remove the submarine cable. That has come out recently. So, this area is of great importance to us, both for peacetime and other purposes. The fishing is heavily dependent on the kind of surveys that you take. From again, Indian Hydrographic Office has been carrying out surveys for decades, even before we became Indian Navy. And there is a core strength which is available. When I took over as the regional commander of the Coast Guard here, I visited NPOL, and there's phenomenal amount of data that was there. And those days it was not digitized. It was all available in rooms after rooms after rooms. So, but that's the data that you required to capture that, what you are trying to emphasize on. So the reason of my responding and taking another 2-3 minutes is to tell you that a lot of work is also happening outside through this, your own Pune, CWPRS, the Center Water Power Research Station, has got excellent facilities for trying out your profiles, your hull patterns, your sonars. So, it's not that we do not have this, but lack of awareness on how it can also be transported to other domains such as blue economy. All the structures of blue economy require your underwater domain awareness. So from that point of view, I find that there's a great relevance of the talk to what we are trying to do here in terms of promoting our S&T interests and also bringing about greater awareness amongst the people on what already a lot of work has been done. So how do you synthesize this, put this together, and take it forward through your center as MRC? So that's the point. Thank you very much. And over to Dr. Venkatesh.
Good afternoon. At the outset, I thank my good friend who has been, we have been together for many years, and he personally called me that I should come over here. And thanks to him, and thanks to Lieutenant General Shankar for his wonderful presentation. Thanks to Dr. Arnab Das and Dr. Agarwala. We have heard a lot about it, and we are in the marine field. I'll be covering a little bit more about policy, where I'm currently working with the UNESCO Intergovernmental Oceanography Commission, and also about science and technology, what improvements have taken place. Next slide. So there are topic given to me about marine sector. Going back to the history, I just want to say that we all know about what we have got in Vedas, subsequently Lothal Port, which is about 4,400 years old. We had a technology in those days where the Saraswati River existed. Subsequently, from here, the Chola kingdom has crossed through it. So 1,000 years ago, we had these technologies available with us. Latin is one of the sail. Then you have a compass, and we have astrolabe, which were able to detect it when they sail to the location. Then we too had chows with 2 or 3 masts. There is also a talk about it, unstitched ship, which has been recently made. And subsequently on junks, which is a Chinese boats. These are all the technology. This is an interesting paper which I always quote is when monsoon, this is unique to about our region, which is known to us. And when the sailors came to our region, they were to know about the monsoon so that they come over here. And now there are many other places monsoon is there, but the monsoon existed or started from here. Now coming back to this, this float festival, which is happening all along the Southeast Asia. They were linked to the pattern by which the sailors used to sail out, and we know the wind pattern changes. And it happens in the month of October when the sailors return back so that the unmarried girls wait for them. That is the level of linkage to the society. This is even there in Konak, this paper publication talks about that. So we have a strong linkage, many, many years from the western side as well as the eastern side. Next slide. Coming back to where we are. Today we have close to this region, I also work in the UNEP, United Nations Environment Program in Colombo for India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Maldives. I was responsible in visiting these countries, convincing to sign an OPRC convention. Regional MOU was not signed for 10 years for a bureaucratic purpose. And I visited Islamabad and Dhaka. And I'm not to say, but fortunately I could convince and made this document signed where there is a calamity. India has got a very strong, Coast Guard has got a very strong national policy, but others do not have but we brought in addition to that, when you talk about climate change or the calamities or the cyclones, when you talk about climate change, we have two countries, Bangladesh and Maldives, close to us, which can be affected. And we have a largest population in this coast. And we have 90% of the ship traffic along that. And the tsunami has opened up our eyes about the dangers what we have got. Keeping all this in mind, we need to look at it. And we have two different oceans, Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal. Both are different. One is more saline. Another one has got freshwater influx. And one is stratification that is leading to the rain and monsoon what you have got, so low pressure we have got. Other side in Arabian Sea, you have a standard pattern. So within ourselves, we have not understood. I was part of an international program in Bay of Bengal, where the American scientists came down to us. 3 times American ship came. We sailed for 5 years, and we brought in trying to understand about our waters. That is a complexity. What Dr. Arnab says is correct. There's much more different because of the stratification. Acoustic signals are different. Even when you buy a glider system, we specifically say that the engine needs to be different for Bay of Bengal. Next slide. Now, when you talk about climate change, we have spoken so much about that, and the ocean component is very less. Even COP28 is going to happen in Dubai. One of my paper is also there. There's lesser acceptability of this IPCC community about ocean, but that is coming up now. The recent Time magazine about last month, it published about ocean biodiversity, importance of that, and the population, the rising sea level. The IPCC report talks about 10 cities in the Indian coast which may get affected. Of course, there are questions about the data. Added to that, much more complexly, blue carbon. Even there is a OTC Asia to be held 2024 in Kuala Lumpur, where I'm part of a technical committee. We are trying to conduct climate change and related to offshore renewable energy involving industry. I'm happy to say that industry is switching over to that. Ocean as a carbon storage, carbon sequestration, all these different thinkings are coming up now, thinking about the ocean. But the danger is oxygen minimum zone. These are all affecting our fisheries. We need to try to linkage oceanography and fisheries together. Next slide. Looking at all these things, what we have got with us, governance. How do you do that? How do you govern? So only one agreement we have got is UNCLOS. I teach in IIT Madras last 8 years on UNCLOS and ocean policy and polar law. Recently with Dr. Ambedkar Law University, where I'm visiting professor, we submitted a mock proposal on polar law. It got accepted, 40 hours lecture series, we are formulating that. Keeping that in mind, when you talk about hazards and things, unless you know about data, you measure, you can't manage. I was a steering committee member of GOOSE for 6 years. I was also chairman of GRA, that is Global Regional Alliances, for about 14 regions. I was chair. Currently, I'm a consultant. We are trying to bring all the countries together. There are about more than 25 island nations, close to about 40 are there. They don't have any of the measurement. They are the ones which are affected. I had a ocean science meeting, one session exclusively on SIDS. Even next year, I'm planning to have another session which got accepted. So when we have such a things, we are much better. Our technology and science has improved a lot. We are at par with any other country. I'll come back to India. It's a global level, and we have identified what are the parameters to be measured. We called from the climate variables, we have brought in ocean variables that is available with us. And we are trying to bring together, and I organized a meeting in Europe in UNESCO IOC in the month of September. Last month, I organized about 80 countries have come together. We are trying to talk about data sharing. It's the biggest challenge within the EU that data is not shared. Today, we talk about forecast and climate change. Unless you have the data, your prediction level will not improve. Whatever model you got, real-time data only is the best way to do that. Where India as a country, we are doing, but the policy as such globally is getting evolved. You also must have heard very recently after UNCLOS, BBNJ, that is biology beyond national jurisdiction. That's the one which got accepted. Currently, about 25 countries have joined together. These are all on global level. I can say the positive way things are moving. I'm sure that the days to come, they have realized, unless you come together, the future of this earth is going to be much more complicated to live in. Next slide. Now, another interesting body where I'm connected is World Meteorological Organization. This is 70 years old. You know a bit about forecast and things, what comes through that. After 70 years, they have brought in that it's not the atmosphere alone, yet there's a system to be brought in, where as an ocean expert, I was brought in, and I was a vice chair of a committee. Currently, I'm a chairman of the science committee for this capacity building, women empowerment, and youth involvement. We are trying to work on bringing out a global quiz and many things. I was also part of about computing facility, one committee where global experts are there. Today, we have 1.5 exascale computer. Will that be efficient enough when you run the model, when you bring large amount of satellite data sets, or you need a larger storage of data? This is a complexity we are getting into that. The model prediction may go haywire unless we start working towards it. That's the level of thinking I'm trying to bring it. There are three important decisions where the WMO Congress agrees is data policy, where the countries have agreed to share some amount of data, which is critical they will not do. That acceptance will come. Then if you look at the Africa, there's not much of data coming through that. That's the reason GBON has come into the picture. Again, for funding, countries have come, about $500 million have come. We are working as a committee to that 41 nations we have identified. We'll be working towards that. Next slide. This is the latest global level. When you talk about ocean, you look at it, EEZ, where we have got sovereign rights, only 50% of the ocean, so we say 70% of the earth is covered that. Out of that, 50% belong to the respective nations. If these nations do not measure and share the data, how do you run the model? How do you predict? How do you talk about what is going to happen? That's going to be the biggest challenge. That's the reason we have to do the data part, we have to do the capacity development. When you talk about the sensor, ocean sensors are very expensive. I had a meeting about 19 countries in Asia and Africa. Some of them came and said it's difficult for us because buying a sensor is equal to buying a Benz car. Why should they invest on that? Not only buying, when you deploy it and use it, it's much more complex involved to that. And class I mentioned, and we have got our own EEZ. We have also submitted the extended continental shelf. And you know very well, Bay of Bengal has got the largest sedimentation. The UNCLOS 75 talks exclusively talk about Bengal rule. And we have got about 2 million square kilometers of land. We got about extended continental shelf. If you submit about 3 million square kilometers, we'll get. That is what in a futuristic way we are looking at that, considering the resources available, both living and non-living resources. Next slide. Part of that comes from Andaman. I always say that Andaman has bought about 1/3 of our EEZ. Now, this is what is a system. I'm not going much in detail because of paucity of time. I had a responsibility to install many of these systems at sea, and I'm glad to say that we have a very strong team. We had a 90% data return. We were nil in between. Last 20 years we have been working. Last 12 years we have got complete data sets, wherein physical oceanographic data, about 35 parameters. Once in 3 hours, data transmission takes place. The biggest surprise or acceptability is we have got a joint program with US under the Indo-US collaboration. There are about 25 mode buoys located outside the EZ, and you can see that we jointly go and deploy. Now, during my tenure, we brought in our data sets quality is comparable to US. We jointly launched by Indian government and the US government, both the diplomats have launched it. Now we have the data sets freely available for event use. That's outside the EZ. Within the EZ, we don't share it. Only outside the EZ. One part is that we got with the global acceptability of our data set, that's a level of quality data we have brought in. Next slide. We also got 10 patents, we have transferred the technology. I'm not going in much in detail. Initially we were importing, now everything is made in India. Now this is a data center state, one of its kind in the world. I am proud to say that we've got not only data sensor, all about metadata. We share the metadata globally, all about sensor, calibration, everything is available with us, including the personal capability when they go there. So we always say that unsung hero, they sail out for 30 days in a span about, they service about 4 to 5 buoys. In a year, about 4 times they have to sail out. And they do it systematically. That's the reason we are able to get continuous data, and 90% data return was possible over there. And we too have the module where we can see about 30 parameters, what I said. Now, indigenous buoy system, we have tried up to 100 parameters. We also brought in another system, next level, to have the atmospheric measurements, particularly for SOx and NOx emission. Next slide. Now, this is to show you that during there are about 45 cyclones we have captured, and during the cyclone time, we provide additional data. It's called TCP-HV. That means what heat potential at 26 degree where the cyclone can form and sustain there. That is required. The simple way for a common man to say that when a cyclone landing is taking place, IMD requires 6 parameters. 3 of them come from the atmosphere, 3 from the ocean. That we were providing over there. And for that, when the cyclone comes, so the wind speed is very high, the sea is very strong and current, but the system has to remain. I'm glad to say that we were able to install the locally designed, we have got our own model, and the installation capability we have got. That was possible for us to provide the data. And during COVID time, we were all locked at sea. In 2020, May 12, this cyclone started, low pressure started in the open ocean, and we all may not be knowing, we were continuously monitoring it. We were able to predict by May 2020, thanks to IMD, and regional warning was provided, and that was appreciated by WMO. Prior to that, 20 years ago, you know, Orissa cyclone, many people have died. Here, much less than 10, or single digit, that too who came out of the house. Thanks to the complete system, the Home Affairs Ministry, district administration, evacuation of the people. We had the preparedness, because I also am part of a member of a disaster management committee of Tamil Nadu. The amount of preparation, what they do is phenomenal. We need to appreciate the system, what you got, the dedication of people, what you got. They store the material, they store the food grains, where to keep the people together. That's the level of preparedness comes into that. I'm glad to say that the science reaches the society is one classic example. And we had consequently back to back, that's what is happening very recently. Arabians, Bay of Bengal, both together. Again, the same work was done. We were able to make the system functional, provide the data. Herein, the data sets not only come from the surface, up to 500-meter depth and below the water, also we provide the data in real-time mode. I have about 15 to 20 papers published in the last 15 years. Out of the 3 papers from the Nature, that's one of the topmost journal. That's the level of science we brought in. Recently, we brought the surface changes, what is happening in the cyclone. We could measure at 4,000 meter water depth in Arabian Sea consecutively for 4 years because we sustained and measured it. So science has to improve, the knowledge has to improve, then only it is possible for us for a better prediction. Next slide. So this is what next is tsunami. Before 2004, we never knew about that. We had installed the system. There are 3 types of waves. It is wind-driven waves and the tidal waves, which are smaller wavelength. Tsunami waves are longer length. We know about charts, we know about the conventional physics behind it. The pressure can be felt in the deep ocean. That is what has been devised by my good friend in PMEL in NOAA. He had devised this system and he made everyone to use. He didn't bother about the money. And same thing, we had imported it and we have indigenously developed called Sagar Bhumi. I'm glad to say that I'm part of this whole system, tested and installed. It's working perfectly with us. Wherein, when the earthquake happens, we know very well within 5 minutes where the warning has to come, that comes to the previous pattern. We run the model in incoys. However, when the warning has to be retracted, that comes only from within about 5 to 7 minutes, we have the measurement of the water movement, but it's water level variation that is measured by the pressure gauge, which is deployed in the deep ocean. Underwater communication is only through acoustic sensor. Above water is through electromagnetic radiation. This has time in 5 minutes. The buoys are located from 1,500 kilometers, the depth is 4,000 meters, and the geostationary satellite is 35,000 kilometers. We have matured, we have brought in a system functional to that level to reach. And whenever there is a parliament happening, I used to get a surplus call or a visit to check whether the system is functional. That's the level of importance. Next slide. I was also chairman of International Tsunami Partnership. Currently, like Dr. Commodore Vasan said, we are talking to the international level wherein it's possible to have a better prediction. We are talking about submarine cable community where the Sundar Pichai announced that they were able to predict. We are working with them. Next slide. So this is a book which I had published all about technology. I was the editor of that. It's, more than about 13 US institutes are working. I'm also a Fulbright scholar. When I visited University of Rhode Island, I was happy to see my book in the shelf. Next slide. I'm just going fast, this paucity of time. Click. So he spoke about acoustic. Here is a signal what you have captured. You're able to get that. So this is what underwater is happening, communication happening with the animal. Now, whether we are disturbing with many other our own man-made sounds, I think it's not coming. Next slide. That is happening in the vessel also. We have measured all this frequency, we have documented. It's not coming. Maybe you can lower it. Full screen எடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா வரும். Full screen எடுத்துருங்க. இப்போ பாரு, இப்போ வரும். Just for 1 second. Run it. Drag. So this is what the way they communicate. Stop. Next. Next slide. We have got in Arctic also. Next. Yeah, this is a vessel noise. Where is that part? Next slide. This is a high frequency noise vessel produces. Enough. Next slide. This is to show you one of the fish, which is beautifully, it is making a pattern. This is to show you how a biodiversity is there in the ocean. What as a human we are disturbing them in the nature. Who are we to do that? That is what is the technology has made us to disturb. Click.
In his head, a pan of mathematics.
Click. So mathematically it's producing a pattern. You can see the spiral pattern. This is one particular fish which is happening. Even recently, one of the ROVs found 4 kilometer stretch of a single animal off Australian coast at 2,500 meter depth. Rarest rare it has happened. Varliya, click pan. Seri vitru. I think it's stopped malfunction. So before I will let the slide keeps coming. So we also worked on biomimicry, trying to make the fish. We worked on it. There is a complexity involved in it. We attempted it. I have a slide to show about what we have done in Arctic from 2014 when I went there to install our own system. Till now, we are collecting data from the Arctic. We have published a lot amount of data. We have compared the Arctic to our waters. That's a level of improvement in science what has happened there. In continuation to that, I also have got a slides to talk about deep ocean. This is about shipping, because that is one of the topic. You know very well, autonomous ship is really coming up. Mayflower is the one ship which is really traveling, circumvent the ocean. And we talk about the acoustics now, which Dr. Arnab said, yes, there are ships which has been talked about with the broke chute and trying to reduce the noise, because the scientific community is trying to convince them in futuristic way there's a less amount of noise which can happen over there. And atmospheric pollution, all the countries have come together to reduce SOx and NOx emission. IMO is also bringing out, we are also working towards having the measurement, then underwater acoustics already mentioned. Next slide. So this is a different type of ships. The offshore structure is also going deeper and deeper. Technology development is happening much faster. Next slide. This is the one thing which has happened, we know very well. But subsequently, I want to say that large amount of data sets are collected on the bathymetry. Then the awareness came into that. We still don't know much about that. Seabird 2030 is the biggest project which UNESCO is funding or involved with the Nippon Foundation. That is one way to map the whole world. That is one of the optimistic way they are working together. Many countries are involved. But these data sets from this one is freely available. Next slide. This is what is NAOT's few projects. We have got a desalination plant in Lakshadweep, low temperature thermal distillation process. We are also working on VOTEC, where NAOT is still developing a technology on ocean thermal energy conversion. This is a level of energy level we are talking. Next slide. And we talked about in information technology, we talk about AI, ocean is not far. This is a newer technique which is happening in the global level, where these technologies are required. Even the logistics industry is looking for it. This is a new area which the marine industry is getting into that. Next slide. So this is to show you one work I have done on plastic. We know very well plastic is everywhere, but the days have to come how to clean it. Next slide. It's Arctic work. Next slide. This is what is a danger is happening. There are companies trying to work on it. Presently it is stopped. It can happen in future. Next slide. These are all 6 modules of deep ocean mission, which Government of India is spending about $500 million project. I don't have time to talk about that. I think that's enough. I have explained about, next one is man submersible. Keep clicking. Next one. And next one. Yeah, this is a man submersible which NAOT has taken up. Matsya as a project up to 6,000 meter water depth. The important point is the titanium shell. Once that comes to integration will take place. Another 2 to 3 years you will have this deployment over there. Next slide. This is to show you some of the India's pride, like we have our own mine site in polymetallic nodules. I visited many times. And this is a continental shelf. I mentioned about extended continental shelf. We make it about 3 million square kilometer. Next slide. This is to show you an idea about titanium shell. I happen to be there in Woodsole Oceanographic Institute. This is the one which has dived and seen the Titanic shipwreck. And this is a 2.1 meter hull where the 3 humans can sit inside. Next slide. These are all some pictures. Even at 7,000 meter organisms live there. Even when I sampled at 5,000 meter, I could collect an animal. But they live in that condition with the high pressure conditions. With that, I conclude. There are many more slides. Maybe somebody is interested. You can see I leave the slides here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatesan. I think it's an outstanding presentation. Again, I'm happy that despite your busy schedule, you're able to spare time for us, because there's so much that we've not understood about the oceans. A lot of work is being done, but still obviously 70%, as he brings out, is something that eludes us in terms of total understanding of the domain that there is. A lot of work is being done. I must assure you, this audience, that a lot of work is being done by NPOL, NSTL, NIO, CWPRS. All these agencies are tasked with understanding the oceans better, and they are contributing to not just the maritime domain awareness on surface, but also on the underwater domain awareness in many different directions. Previously, the interest was only Navy related, because they wanted to know what the sonars are, where the torpedoes can be fired, how would they behave. and therefore which compelled us to devise our own hull-mounted sonars. Commodore Paul Raj was the one who did this, and thereafter our towed arrays, etc. The point is that there is so much that you have to do in peacetime, as Dr. Venkateshan has brought out in understanding the oceans, to harness the oceans. So with that, I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions for these two. Let me now invite Dr. Nitin Agarwala to come and cover this on Industry 4.0 in the maritime domain. All yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Captain Agarwal from a senior fellow with the St. George. St. George happens to be a think tank for the headquarters of IDS, which is a joint system of the three defense services. Notwithstanding, what I present before you is something with respect to the maritime domain, because that is where I belong to, a naval architect by profession. So what I wish to speak to you with respect to is that while we have technology coming in, while we have new advancements coming in, they've been spoken of in the first session, in the second session, and now the two speakers before me also focusing on new technologies which have been looked at, which are needing to be developed. But we need to look at something which is the Industry 4.0. Why? Because finally, at the end of it, we have to look at the security of the data such that the platforms that they are used on are some kind of safe as far as the usage is concerned. Now, we all would be familiar with this kind of a pictorial representation, which talks about the industrial revolution moving from Industry 1.0 to 4.0. And if you see, each one of them have brought in a new technology for the usage of humanity, and it has allowed people to kind of evolve in terms of how we have gone over the time. In these four, I focus only with respect to Industry 4.0, and like any other technology, Industry 4.0 also looks at enhancing productivity as far as any other technology is concerned. And the basic idea of the Industry 4.0 is to look at interconnectivity, machine learning, and real-time data. That is the basic core point with respect to Industry 4.0 that needs to be kept in mind. Since it is all about enhancement of productivity, definitely the shipping industry has also not been left behind. Industry 4.0 has made its inroads into the maritime industry, and this all has been done with Internet of Things as the core. Internet of Things means that based on the internet, the machines are speaking to each other, and they are allowing the data to be transmitted, allowing the data to be shared and being made available, and they are doing a lot of autonomous works. If we remember some mention of autonomous vehicles and automated vehicles has been spoken of, we in fact would be aware of automated driving vehicles which have been developed, which have been worked upon as far as the land vehicles are concerned. Not really a success, not really accepted, but an akin of it is the autonomous vessels on in the maritime domain, and that is those vessels also evolved from the thought process of Internet of Things, because that is where you have machines speaking to each other and allowing things to happen in a more of single system based kind of a thing. With Internet of Things, when you're talking of internet, definitely you have some nefarious people called as the cyber criminals who have the ability and who have the intent of definitely making their own means of living by carrying out some embezzlement. And since the shipping industry carries a lot of trade, nearly 90% of trade across the world, definitely it is a very lucrative market, because when you have trade being carried, it means money. When it means money, it becomes an area of interest for many, especially the cyber criminals, because finally at the end of it, they will be able to cheat you. They will be able to take away that money from the ship operators if it is possible. Thus, there is a requirement that some kind of a security paraphernalia or a security thought process is brought into this entire domain, such that you are able to safeguard the trade which is moving. Because finally, at the end of it, if there is a threat, in terms of cheating, then there needs to be some policing. That policing may be physical or it may be in the virtual sense, and that virtual sense is where the cyber security comes into play. Right? So that is why I have kind of listed out or broken down my entire thought process of the presentation that I have in front of you to speak of these 4 topics. One is the talk about the spread of the digital revolution. Second, the challenges, its preparedness, and how the cyber security market is working towards looking at this challenges which are being created by the digital revolution. Now, if you look at the screen in front of you, there is a list of technologies or list of areas wherein the Industrial 4.0 has come into play. Now, you could talk of 3D printing, web-connected devices, futuristic weapons, satellite communication, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, chat boxes, augmented reality, and so forth. The list is long, never-ending, developing literally on a near daily basis. And what has this done is they have all been slowly or steadily moved into the maritime domain in some form or the other. If you look at the digital technology, it has allowed you to support communication, operations, and connectivity. Similarly, cloud-based data platforms have allowed you to develop uncrewed vessels, smart ships, connectivity, design, operations. Digital twinning is something which allows you to look at design, manufacturing, maintenance, connectivity, and operations of maritime vessels. Similarly, something like blockchain has allowed you to handle cargo handling much simpler and in a much more professional manner. It has allowed the movement of cargo in a seamless manner such that there is lesser pilferage. Smart ports have come into play because the operations are carried out on the ports. You have to necessarily make them more efficient. Like I said, Industry 4.0 looking at increasing productivity. So this is another way of looking at how you can improve productivity on the ports. Please remember that whatever I'm speaking of is limited only to the mercantile marine. I am not talking of the naval domain, which is a separate ballgame altogether. So smart ports are also there, which allow things like cranes, containers, vessels, the movement of the cargo, all to speak to each other without any human intervention. A ship comes alongside, or rather it comes autonomously alongside. The cargo is picked up by the crane autonomously. It is lifted up. It is loaded on a trawler, again autonomously. The trawler moves autonomously and things like that. And that is a reality. I'm not talking of something which is hypothetical. It is a reality. Ports in China are following that model, and they have been found to be super efficient. When all this happens, this also helps us to meet the climate challenge, the climatic changes challenge in terms of allowing decarbonization to happen. And that has helped development of autonomous ships, smart ships, zero-emission ships, renewable energies, electric and hybrid systems, waste heat recovery systems, and CO2 capture systems. They all have effectively the Industry 4.0 at their backbone. But what has this all moved to? It has moved to the betterment, as I said, industrial improvement in the productivity. But it has also led us entirely vulnerable. It has led to things like cyber attack in shipping, which have been in and out of the news off and on. It is just that sometimes they have caught the attention of the general person, or sometimes they have just missed it out. If you look at if I were to plot the kind of cyber crimes that are happening in terms of the maritime cyber attacks, they have been on the rise as the time has gone by. Overall, the ship, if you look at it, entire ship in whichever form you may call of in its systems is now involved with some form of Industry 4.0 activity, and automatically it is subjected to some kind of a cyber attack in some form or the other. Thus, there is a need to address this threat, and that is where the maritime cyber security comes into play. So what is the challenge which, if the problem is known, so what is the problem that it cannot be addressed? The challenge herein is that it is difficult to define. The problem at hand is kind of difficult to define as to where and how do you tackle it. If you look at it broadly, cyber threat itself is divided into two parts. One is the targeted and the untargeted method, and the intentional and the unintentional. When the entire intended target is supposed to be the company and the data of a particular company, then it is called as targeted. If it is one of the many targets, if a ship or a company is one of the targets which is being looked at, then it is an untargeted one. It could be through an intentional malicious activity or a negligence or ignorance, when it is called as intentional or unintentional. Thus, it is essential to identify predominant cyber threats before looking at means of addressing it. Till you do not understand what is the actual threat, till then you cannot address the problem. But by the time you address the problem or you understand the problem, it is a little too late, and that is where the basic challenge comes into play. Another aspect of the entire threat scenario as far as the maritime domain is concerned is piracy. Now, conventional piracy is in terms of gun running and things like that. But today, with technology coming into play, both on the ships of the aggressor and the the affected party, you have piracy also becoming high-tech. Excuse me. So you can possibly attack a merchant vessel by a pirate technologically, wherein you can attack a particular critical system of the ship such that you can attack its propulsion, machinery, or navigation. When you do it, you are kind of making it vulnerable, and you are kind of causing harm to it, and then that is where the technological piracy, I would call it as, can come into play. What it can result is into the manipulation and jamming of the ship radars, and it can threaten things like oil spills, and grounding and collision can also occur if it becomes too drastic. So that becomes a threat, and it also needs to be addressed. Now, if we were to look at the means of the cyber attack, studies have indicated that the major challenge is mainly through phishing and malware. The major target has been the shipping sector. Like I mentioned, it is mainly because a lot of economics happens through the maritime domain. The major reason is to undertake theft of credentials, and the major result is the loss of corporate data, lowering of performance of the IT systems, and financial loss, which is the basic prime target of the cyber criminal. Some alarming cyber threats which have happened in the shipping industry, some of which most of us would be aware of, is the episode of 2017, wherein the Mollen Maersk was under attack. The attack was a ransomware wherein close to about 300 USD bitcoins were asked by the attacker. The company said nothing doing, we will not bow down to you, and finally they had to completely redo the entire system, which were close to about 4,000 servers, 45,000 computers, and 2,500 applications. You can imagine what is the kind of manpower and time that is required to address all this. And if you do not have completed backup of the data, which companies do possess but may not happen on a real-time basis and on a daily basis, what is the kind of financial loss which the company would take? And effectively, the final economic loss which came out to be was close to about 250 to 300 million USD. You can imagine what is the kind of loss. So effectively, it's a barter between loss for the company or trying to pay up to the perpetuator and say, look, this is the money, now clear me off. But what is the end of it? It doesn't end there. It can repeat again. Similarly, another episode of 2018 was the China Ocean Shipping Company, wherein again a malware or ransomware attack was undertaken. Nothing major was lost. But these two attacks in kind of quick succession brought the world to the front of reality that yes, cyber threat is important as far as the maritime domain. Other companies have also been attacked subsequently, and it is not that just these two attacks are there. There are a number of them happening, I wouldn't say on a daily basis, but definitely on a regular basis, which definitely requires some thought provocation, some thinking which needs to be put into place, because that is where we need to be focusing on. So are we ready at the end of it? We have seen the threats, we are aware that the threats are happening, the attacks are happening, but are we ready at the end of it? Have we done anything? That is what is of importance and needs to be looked at. Unfortunately, the state of preparedness with respect to the cyber threat is nil, or rather negligible. So that is why I say we are ill-equipped as far as the cyber threat is concerned. The cyber attack and data theft are the top issues which are under consideration, while the preparedness is relatively very, very poor. A study of 2015 with respect to the crew connectivity or the crew's understanding indicates that only 12% of the crew has been trained in cyber understanding. 43 have a knowledge about cyber hygiene. 43% have accepted that their vessels have been infected at sea in some form or the other. Something major happened or not is debatable, but at least they have accepted. And this shows that the lack of preparedness is very, very visible. Another study with respect to the maritime industry per se was conducted in the US, and it was revealed that the companies feel that there is a false sense of preparedness with respect to maritime issues as concerned, maritime cybersecurity issues are concerned. 69% believe that the industry was ready to handle cyber attacks, while 36% believed that their own company was prepared. But on ground, nothing, there is very little which can be seen. Effectively, if we were to look at the preparedness, one can say that definitely there is a role of the regulatory framework also in it to ensure that the preparedness is there, and therein we are lacking. If you look at IMO itself, 2017, they gave out the ISPS code and the ISM code. Commodore Vasan also mentioned of it. That is the time when we woke up. And they finally allowed this rule to come into play only in 2021. I agree that maritime industry is a slow mover as far as policy is concerned. Money is involved is very high, profits are very little, and all that jing bang. But finally, at the end of it, if you give so much of time for issues which are important, especially cyber, which are under attack, definitely the things do not fall into place, and definitely we need to have these regulations coming in a little early and being forced for implementation a little earlier. Remember, maritime industry does not work automatically in terms of policies. It works a little slow. You have to literally push the policy into place and give a D-Day for its implementation. Till then, it is not implemented in any form whatsoever. Another effort with respect to preparedness on board has been an effort of a joint work by this list of companies that have been mentioned here. They're all independent agencies. What it resulted into was preparedness of and release of a manual called as the Guidance of Cybersecurity on Board Ships. What it looks at is identifying threats, identifying vulnerabilities, excess risk exposure, develop protection and detection measures, establish contingency plans, and respond in a very cyclic manner. But then this entire process has to be done by the company in its own self, and that is how it can work. So how does the cybersecurity market work? While the known dangers are existing, the risk of management towards the cybersecurity is relatively slow. The owners, since the entire system is slow, owners are forced to engage private players in terms of looking at ways ahead, and that is where the entire system comes into play, ecosystem comes into play, wherein emergence of technology consultants, security experts and software suppliers, IT people come into play. But the cyber industry in its own self is not investing into the shipping industry because of lack of the consciousness as far as the industry is concerned, and because of legacy items which the maritime industry uses. They do not update the systems regularly because of the cost involved, and that is where the cyber industry itself is not interested in investing in the shipping industry. So some firms which are there in the cybersecurity market include the Seawall Scan, which tests the systems, MTI Network, which trains the people, and the Marlin, which provides CyberGuard as a solution for the entire problem. Other firms are also there, which have been listed in front of you on the screen. So what is the way ahead? The way ahead is that while the entire cybersecurity is expensive and supported, it is believed so, but it is not actually true. If simple methods and simple inexpensive methods can also be tried out. And these include to regularly update systems, configure network features, test security features, and train users to operate and ensure that you have a problem at hand. It is similar to your or my smartphones. They are all susceptible to cyber problems, but if we are safe in our operation processes, definitely we can make a change. So some recommendations with respect to improving this entire system are that we need to improve the knowledge of the people who are on the ground and who are on the user side. We need to develop cyber loss scenarios, determine exposure values, review and test existing insurance policies, perform a top-down evaluation system, sustain cyber risk management by training people, updating insurances, and maintain budgets. In conclusion, I have to say that while the ships, ports, and mobile offshore systems are all connected, they are vulnerable to cyber attacks. It is essential to recognize risk, develop features of the IoT systems. While the internal mechanisms are slow to frame cyber policies and private consultants are coming into play, we need to train personnel, ensure upgrading of IT infrastructure on ships, and that is the only way out as far as the problem at hand is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nitin, for a great presentation. Now, you made the right question to say that are we ready for Industry 4.0? I think that's the most relevant question. And some of the things that have happened here in the recent past, which you also demonstrated by practical examples, tells us that we continue to be vulnerable. You know, remember after the ISPS was made, they made it compulsory from the IMO for seafarers to undergo the SSO course. The SSO course, and for the captains to do a proper course where, you know, unless that course is done, they are not cleared to go back on ships. So maybe something equivalent will have to be promulgated by the IMO to say unless you do have, let's say, a cyber awareness course or whatever, it's right now left to the companies. Like you correctly said, if it is merged, then they would have their own cyber security architecture to deal with the present day challenges. So we've had, I think, 3 great presentations which sums up the kind of expanse that there is in terms of understanding the challenges, whether it is underwater, whether it is on the surface or in the cyber domain, which is going to be the future. You know, I don't know how many of you saw that old film Speed 2. Did somebody see that Speed 2? So if you've not seen it, just see it, and it will tell you this was 20 years ago, when the whole ship was manipulated by remote control to take a particular course, and you know, and certain ransom was demanded. So if this was something which was in movies 25 years ago, it's a reality today. That is the fact, and therefore we need to ask serious questions about it. So with that, the floor is open. Please identify yourself, number 1. Number 2, keep your questions brief, and also say who it's addressed to.
Thank you. This is Arun here. I have 2 questions. One for Dr. Nitin Agarwala. Question is, if India takes the approach of there is an overall cyber, you know, because many of these cybersecurity threats could be applicable for various fields. So if there's an approach where the overall, it's looked at from the bigger point of view, plus specific areas are separately addressed. My question is, how much of the cybersecurity threat could be specific to the shipping industry versus common to every other area in general that could, because of connected internet and all of that. The second question to Commodore Arnab Das is, you know, the underwater sea cables, and is there a threat related to that when you study all of these? What is the situation with that? I mean, we know that there is so much of that. What if countries attack those? Is that addressed?
And so that they can answer it together. First round, we'll take 2 more questions.
Yeah, my name is Satyanarayan. 2 questions. One is the shipping industry treated as critical infrastructure by the government, and are the undersea cables treated as critical infrastructure by the government?
Yeah, there's one more question we can take in this round. Mr. Krishnan.
This question is, I'm Krishnan, this question is for Dr. Venkatesan. Do you consider the need for monitoring radioactivity levels underwater?
And I'll hand it back to the panels, so you can please take up one by one in the sequence in which the questions were posed and answer your questions together.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you for the question. Well, very honestly, a cyber threat is a cyber threat. The same human being is there on the land and on the ship. Now, the only difference herein is that he is using a network which is different. In terms of land-based systems, he's using more of a fiber-based system, and in the maritime domain, he is using a satellite-based system. So, but effectively, you are connecting to the same backbone, that of the internet. When data flows, it does not differentiate between the optic fiber and the satellite fiber. So effectively, the threat is the same. The end result may be different. But definitely, the general scenario would be the same. I think I'll pass on to Arnab for the second question.
Yeah, please.
Thank you for the question. I think Commodore Vasan sir also mentioned there have been attacks already. I mean, as for my information, I think a couple of countries were cut off from the internet for more than 2 weeks. These incidents have not just happened once, but it has happened multiple times. So that threat is very much there, number one. But if I combine with his question, I don't think there is a structural or an organizational approach to it. I mean, I think in India, if you see the way the IT industry developed, it was far ahead of the regulatory curve. And even today, there is a debate that whether they have still been able to catch up or not. But having said that, it will come under the, so unless, if we start chasing industry by industry, sector by sector, it will become very difficult. And also, what should be the approach? Like in cyber, people say deterrence is the best approach. I mean, you attack me once, I attack you 10 times. So otherwise, I'm not an expert in cyber, but this is what I heard. So we'll have to look at it in a very different manner. Now, these cables can also be an infrastructure for monitoring underwater domain awareness. I mean, there are a lot of theories, some part has happened. I mean, my only point is that there has to be a holistic approach. I mean, the way technology is moving, and the way disruptive technologies are coming or disruptive know-how is coming. I mean, even technology probably may stay back after some time. I mean, the way the whole disruption is happening, so it has to be a holistic approach, and that's what, and it can't be driven by, I mean, when you talk about maritime or underwater, there are 17 ministries or 17 government authorities involved. How they will come together and like, the way that you call it Stockholm syndrome, when you get into this, and in my sphere, I've been talking to various people, many times you feel that their concern is more genuine than yours. So you kind of back off to say, okay, fine, you're okay. So, I mean, but that doesn't stop us from doing what is required to be done. So, but answer to your thing is, to my knowledge, there is not yet, I mean, there is a consciousness, but has it been translated to action on the ground? Or, I mean, even when I talk about underwater noise, way back in 1982, the UN EP recognized the hazards of noise. But even today, there is no firm regulation to control noise underwater in the ocean. Particularly, even IMO is just discussing yet. But if you look at the other side, to give you an example, the ballistic ballast noise, ballast act came up in 10 years because there was a lobby to promote it. So there are different factors. When you look at larger regulatory framework, there are various factors that govern this. But now there are big players. Reliance is coming into the underwater cable business. So it has to be driven by lobbies. This is how things happen. I mean, there has to be stakes on the other side also
to regulate, there has to be stakes. It can't be purely driven by government. I mean, democracies don't work like that. We have to be realistic.
So your question with respect to the maritime industry being a strategic industry. As far as India is concerned, there are only 6 industries or 6 businesses which are treated as strategic, out of which nuclear happens to be one. The second is finance, third is healthcare, not healthcare. There are 6 of them, out of which maritime, unfortunately, is not a strategic agency. Yes, sir. Shipping does not come into strategic. In fact, there is a lot of debate because for shipbuilding, when we talk of people are trying, or at least the industry is trying to make shipbuilding as a strategic industry per se, or asking the government to make it a strategic industry, because then the amount of focus and the amount of funding which can come in is absolutely different. And shipbuilding per se is one industry which has a very huge output or a huge offset with respect to work and creating support systems is concerned, which could have a cascade effect in terms of the entire growth of the nation. So that is one area, and especially with the no cabotage of our own being there in place as on date, definitely there is a focus with respect to need of making it strategic. But then that is a kind of a policy decision which has to be taken at the highest level, cannot be really looked at in isolation, but definitely a lot of work in the government circles is moving as on date with respect to seeing how best the shipping industry can be looked at revitalized such that we are able to attain some added advantage from it. I would like to add to what Arnab just mentioned, or rather slightly amplify. There is definitely a ruling with respect to the international seabed cables is concerned, that is the submarine cables as we call them is concerned. This is a ruling of 1857, which happens to 1886, sorry, which happens to be the international ruling, wherein the submarine cables are an entity of their own. They are protected by international rules. Only when the cable comes inside the EEZ of a particular nation, then only it is governed by the local laws. But that is also limited to in terms of any entry or exit as far as the cable in their land is concerned. But otherwise, it is protected by the international regulation. It is a code in its own self, an independent code. It remains as it was in 1886. It has not been changed so far. And any kind of damage to submarine cables is considered to be an act of war, literally. And that is why whenever this kind of an act is done, it is done by fishing vessels, and it is done in the behest of either kind of ignorance or unintended kind of a thing. And that is why when Commodore Vasan mentioned about dropping an anchor, it is something like, I did not know the cable is there. And that is why the cable was dropped, and because of the weight of the cable, there are chances that the cable may get damaged. If the cable gets damaged, definitely the internet for the entire country or that region may come to a stop. And with today's digital economy being in place, banking systems will come to a standstill. No money transfers within the country or outside the country would happen. When that does not happen, definitely the economy of that country comes to a standstill. So that is where we are. So effectively, while the general overall overarching rules and regulations are there, but then like all good humans, we are one step ahead of seeing how best we can do it without getting caught.
Thank you, Nitin. And the last response from Dr. Venkatesh. Have we run out of time? Right. So you may kindly wind up.
Yeah, I will wind up. Sir, yes, recently BRC has taken up the effort of collecting the data of nuclear radiation outside the open ocean. I was part of that. The trial work is in place. So that is one. As far as the water is concerned, nothing to do with, generally the scientists do study nucleotides and things. That they have a specialized research vessel has got special ships, special equipment. That is happening. There are few publications globally. As far as the underwater cable, I joined with Dr. Arnab and Dr. Agarwal. I'm part of another committee called Smart Cable, where Indian Telecommunication Union, UNESCO and WMO, we are together trying to link scientific equipment to the telecommunication cable. And we know very well this lobby, like Dr. Arnab said, it's very strong. Nothing to do with your country regulations. They can do anything in a short notice because the money involved is so huge. The failure to happens mainly because of the fishing community dropped the anchor. There are very well laid, even when you sail out, the map it is there. In spite of that, unknowingly it happens. Recently it happened between India and Sri Lanka. It was damaged and it was rectified by one Indian company. There are capabilities. What I want to say is that they are much more advanced. The level of the technologies available when we ask the scientific committee, can we attach a pressure sensor and temperature sensor? The temperature sensor is difficult mainly because the Navy won't allow within the EEZ. Pressure sensor is possible, but they asked a reverse question. Our cable is designed for 25 years. Will your sensor work for 25 years? It's not so. But they are ready to attach. There are also possible to have a wet connection that has been demonstrated. First, our pilot project, 168 million, Portugal has accepted, where underwater telecommunication will go with the scientific sensor. It's the biggest talk now. This is also accepted by UNESCO as an important project of attaching sensor to the underwater cable.
Yeah, sure.
There are two things I just wanted to. The India's blue economy policy is under consideration for last 3 years. But I think it is in a very final stage. So next month it is likely to be announced. So a lot of things that you mentioned may get covered in that. When there are things that are there. And the second is the tech versus the world. I mean, we even had a incident where American president was banned by Twitter. So what sir is saying, I mean, when sometimes money can become too powerful that it can even start regulating. I mean, imagine somebody can ban POTUS, so what are we talking about? It's something which is now becoming a matter of debate. I mean, in some very high level things, I mean, even people did not appreciate what President Trump did, but they even challenged, I mean, even Angela Merkel made a statement that whatever he might have done, but can they do it, is a question that we need to answer. So the tech giants are definitely sometimes crossing the line, and so there may be a backlash which can be detrimental to the larger, because when you talk about underwater cable, it is not a small, it's a very capital intensive thing, and smaller people can't even think of. So these have to be done by tech giants only. But will those tech giants, in their anxiety to protect their own interest, remain within a certain limits? I mean, they hire presidents and ex-presidents and all those things who can influence policy at a very different level.
Last word.
Not really the last.
30 seconds.
Yes, sir. Not really the last word, but definitely to circumvent this submarine cable problem, China in its Belt and Road Initiative has looked at something called as the Global Connectivity Project, which is now laying such telecommunication cables along their Belt and Road connectivity, and they are prophesizing the equipment also of their own. So it's a double-edged kind of an activity, but it definitely circumvents the problem of submarine cables being the problems associated with submarine cables. It definitely allows their industry also to grow. So that's where we are, sir.
Thank you for all the wonderful inputs. Just two additional inputs from my side. One, because there were questions on the specific incident which happened. All you have to do is Google Putin's birthday gift by Russia and China. So you'll find that actually it was an intentional act where this VLCC went over that particular spot, and this was close to the Nordic lines, and they dropped this anchor. So now there's an international investigation that's going on, which is trying to reconstruct the entire plot to see whether it was intentional or, as is being claimed, it was something which just happened on its own. So, I saw these pictures, and, I'm quite convinced that this was something which was done on the birthday of Putin to say that Russia and China are together in their act against the Nordic countries who are part of NATO. So the other thing was about, you raised a point about strategic assets. We declared this as a strategic asset. Please remember the Russia-Ukraine war has given us a lot of lessons on this. There were a lot of VLCCs and others which are available with crude, but we could not carry it because of the insurance and the other claims which were there, and we are not able to bring that. We had a deal with Russia for getting this, refining it and exporting it, which was accepted by and large grudgingly by the international community. The point is that you did not have your own flagged vessels to bring this from there to here. There was a heavy mismatch between demand and supply. So from that point of view, do you have to strategize your assets is a valid question, and I think we need to work for it. But you can't do it with just 1% or 2% of your bottoms being the Indian flagged vessels. So with that, we come to an end of an excellent session that we've had. Please join me in putting your hands together to these three doctorates who've done their splendid job. I request Ambassador Smita Purushottam to kindly come and felicitate the speakers. Here only, stay back here, please.
Mr. Arnab Das. Thank you very much, Vasan sir, for moderating the session so effectively. And I would like to thank the speakers for such an educative panel, such an educative session. So with that, we come to the end of this session. And next, we have a panel discussion on the topic Emerging Technologies for National Security and Defense. This will be the final event of the day. And I would like to invite Colonel Hariharan sir, a distinguished member of C3S, to chair the session. Over to you, sir. I would also like to invite the panelists on the stage. Ms. Anushka Saxena, who is a research analyst at the Takshashila Institution, and Ms. Antharaja, who has specialized in cyber law and cyber crime. Mr. Mayur Padmanabhan is not able to join us at this moment due to some logistical difficulties, but we'll try to bring him in. I invite you both to the stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, please. Speakers, I welcome the speakers. Luckily, you have only two, because this is the last panel discussion. And at the end of the day, I want to say one thing, that I have realized how much I didn't know, particularly about underwater domain. I thought I am fairly well informed on maritime domain. And now we have these two speakers. One is the legal expert on cyber laws. And the other is, of course, I have read her on PLA. They are going to speak on the innovation and security. Unfortunately, the innovation speaker is not available. So we will have the two speakers, and I can assure you that the cyber laws are getting very, very complicated. When the AI comes, I don't know how they will manage, because our legal system is still in 19th century. 19th century, I'm quite familiar. during my MI term, I have made any number of appearances in the court of law on particularly criminal procedure code. It is so if the speaker can focus on how China is tackling, because to my mind, we had a legal member who was the Chinese Bar Council. They wanted advice. What is his name? I forget. He went to China and as an advisor. Yeah. So I wish he was present here, because the Chinese are not tackling, to my knowledge, it is totally illegal if you see the fishing fleet, how they are operating off Philippines coast and so on. So I would like the speakers to examine this aspect. I will, we have, who is first? Anushka Saxena, please. She is with Takshila institution, where they bring out this periodic inputs on a number of things, particularly on public policy and particularly on South Asia, particularly on China. There are very interesting observations. So I look forward to your input. Please. I think I will occupy so that I don't block your presentation.
No. Hi, am I clearly audible? Great. So firstly, thank you so much, Colonel Hariharan, for that really kind introduction. Thank you, Commodore Vasan and the C3S team for having me here. And greetings once again. Thank you also to the audience for staying back for a post-lunch session. I understand it can be tough, but thank you. So, you know, I'm glad to be part of this distinguished panel. This is, of course, an equally distinguished audience. And a lot of what I talk about would be something you're already familiar with. I won't have a presentation, but just quick thoughts that I'd like to encapsulate from an overall broad kind of a picture. And I am more of a geopolitics and strategic policy studies kind of a person, and not essentially strictly security and dev tech kind of a person. And as Colonel Hariharan was kind enough to introduce, I study the Chinese PLA, the Taiwan issue, and I also join you from another think tank that is based outside of Delhi and has a focus center on studying China. And from the discussions we've regularly had at Takshashila, there are a few key trends and developments that I've been able to distill that kind of tell us about the contemporary geopolitical context and how it is shaping tech and military policy. So the first is that in the nearly 3 decades of economic globalization, the geopolitical scenario is such that it has resulted in an unprecedented web of interconnected supply chains, powering the global economy, and more importantly, the Chinese economy in this regard is central to the networks and the health of the world economy. The statistic is that the IMF estimates that in 2023, China will account for 30% of the aggregated global growth, contributing 3 times more than say the US economy. And so despite a slowing down, despite what we've alluded to at this conference about the Chinese economy slowing down, this trend is unlikely to shift substantially in the near future. The second is that the emerging contestation between China and the US, it's ushering in a new era of interstate contestation that is essentially technological at its core, and at the same time it's creating room for protectionism and indigenization in the development of technologies considered critical. Critical especially for the sustenance of the economy and national security. And essentially, this tech-based rivalry embraces the logic of long-term competitive strategies aimed to attain or sustain a competitive advantage against adversaries, relative to peer adversaries across geopolitical, technological, military, economic, and other areas. And at the core of this emerging strategic competition, therefore, is whether countries like China and Russia will have the requisite capabilities. We talked about a lot. We talked a lot about the lag between policy and action, things that we can see that have happened on ground versus targets and aims and strategies. And so that's the key power broker, whether countries like China and Russia will have the requisite capabilities and results on ground to project power in our immediate neighbor and on par with the US, and how then countries like US and its allies, especially critical regional allies like India, will be able to counter that challenge. Now, obviously, this is the kind of technological backdrop which is also fueling the Chinese endeavor to expand military science and technology innovation. Right? Many of those who spoke before me pointed out that under Xi Jinping, scientific and technological advancement of China has become a key pillar, and it has seen the formulation and articulation of all sorts of initiatives. The most recent one, it's the 5th one of Xi Jinping's flagship initiatives, the Global AI Governance Initiative, has just come up, and it's kind of a successor to many others in the past, like the new AI Development Plan, the National Defense Science and Technology Industry 2025 Plan, so on and so forth. And so in this light, it doesn't come as a surprise to me that the Galwan Valley incident, which has been more a violent culmination than necessarily an inflection point of the already worsening Chinese military behavior on our border. And it has demonstrated just how crucial emerging tech has been for China's military goals. And in the past few years, an assessment of the PLA Western Theater Command, which is the theater command that we in India should directly care about, has supported this conclusion, right? So some of the most rapidly developing dual-use air bases in Tibet and China, like the Lhasa Gongad, Shigatse, and they've all come up in the past 5 to 6 years, and now they're deploying new and emerging technologies, UAVs, with some degree of automation. We also see that the Chinese military media is reporting more and more about how commercial drone technology is being deployed in a military fashion to support the immediate needs of troops deployed on the border in high altitude plateau areas of Tibet, right? And to fulfill this purpose, the PLA, which is increasingly focusing on modernization and integration of capabilities, has come up with the Joint Logistics Support Force, which has in turn collaborated with commercial platforms like SF Express and Jingdong Express to deploy quadcopter drones for the purpose of equipment delivery. And of course, geoanalytics and radio frequency is another major area, something that the PLA SSF is responsible for. And it has been key to collect intelligence, gather information about the kind of heavy machinery our side has deployed on the border area. And we've reciprocated by gathering intelligence of our own. And so GIS, indeed, as was pointed out at the very start, has become an important technology in the military domain. Similarly, in areas like the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea, as Colonel Hariharan pointed out, we see the deployment of not only emerging technologies, but techniques like man-unmanned teaming, which is MUMT for short, which refers to joint operational capacity for the purpose of achieving a shared goal in a mission, right? So this is evident from some of the graphics that the Ministry of National Defense of Taiwan releases on a regular basis, where they say, where they point out that recce unmanned aerial vehicles such as the BZK or the TB001, they have complemented deployment of fighter aircrafts like the Chengdu J-10 and the Shenyang J-16. And MUMTI is something that, again, is something that India should also increasingly look at. Of course, a lot of the technological development in our military ecosystem has to be influenced by the kind of actions our primary adversary is undertaking, and so these figures, these developments become important to understand. And on a broader level, just moving beyond specific techniques the Chinese deploy to the kind of doctrine approach they take up in addressing military challenges, defining what their military goals are. China has adopted, again, a technological scope that is aiming to integrate frontiers of technology to create what Xi Jinping refers to as the overall security concept or the comprehensive national security concept. And for example, this is demonstrated best by the Strategic Support Force. Although the SSF is often described as having been designed to streamline the organization of what we assume is an already perfected information warfare ecosystem, its actual reason to come up is to create synergies between disparate information warfare ecosystems in order to execute specific strategic mission. And these missions are those that will help China win wars. And this is important because the way our adversary defines their strategic goal is to create a world-class military force that is able to win short duration, high intensity, localized warfares. And so all of those, especially the term localized warfares, tells us exactly the kind of war they're preparing to fight. The PLA views cyber, electronic, psychological warfare as interconnected subcomponents of information warfare. And so understanding the primary strategic roles of these emerging theaters is important, at least for Indians, and that helps us also decipher how to counter some of the informational and new and emerging technology-led challenges that we face. Of course, military-civil fusion has been undeniably important in understanding the Chinese military ecosystem because it manifests itself in everything. So I wouldn't necessarily, even though the Chinese and the Indian governmental systems are different, I wouldn't necessarily agree with the assertion that it's easier in China because they have a very streamlined top-down approach. There are a lot of stakeholders involved, and it's precisely the kind of integration that gives them an advantage over us. Intelligentization of weapon systems, integration of artificial intelligence in drones, putting up swarm drones in the night sky, making swarm drones, enabling swarm drones to act as loitering munitions, so on and so forth. The doomsday scenario that we actually imagine that one day thousands of Chinese drones will actually come up to the border and crash into one of our tanks, is indeed possible now because of Chinese state-owned enterprises and private sector corporations whose capabilities the PLA and the CMC, which is the Central Military Commission, are now taking in. And I'd like to come back to this point of how to leverage how this is a unique time to leverage private sector participation in the contemporary geotechnological context, right? So India's immediate response also, of course, has been motivated by military tech in its own right. Ambassador Purushottam mentioned about the Zorawar tanks. We're now planning to induct these Zorawar light tanks, which are also liftable by air and can be transported to high altitude areas. And they reportedly also have counter-drone capabilities, so that's a start. India also launched the second edition of the Meher Baba Swarm Drones competition just last year, which again also tells us that, like IDEX and other kinds of innovation competitions, there is an emphasis on engaging and outreach. And we've recently also ordered the some Israeli drone systems like Hermes 900 and Heron Mark II systems, and we're building our own indigenous defense research capability with the 14,000 crore defense budget, so on and so forth, right? But the more fascinating development now is India's increasing integration with the American military approach and technological ecosystem, and it can go a long way indeed in keeping China deterred. ISET, of course, is one, but also the roadmap for the co-production of jet engines and collaboration in counter space capabilities is another. So going forward, and I'll take 3 to 4 more minutes, the game changer in the advancement of our military technology will be our ability to consider this overall broad geopolitical landscape and some specific aspects in it. So first is that we've all talked about the need for India to innovate, but innovation requires certain precursors that can go either way. So one of the most important ones of those is creative insecurity. This is a concept that goes to say that when a nation state has a net negative balance of security concerns, it encourages those nation states to focus on and choose to do innovation. And how this can go either way is evident from, say, the example of semiconductors. Geopolitical competition has encouraged the US to innovate and advance itself in frontier technology, which is the most cutting edge of this technology at this point in time, while in China's case, the need to bridge its gap with the US has led it to play catch up in technologies that are no longer cutting edge or frontier, like the 7 nanometer chip. It's definitely a breakthrough from China's perspective, but US and Taiwan have moved on to 3 nanometer chips. And with India's case, we are neither on the front with frontier technologies, and nor are we playing catch up really well. And so, as Mr. Mampadi said, we need to replicate well first. And not just replicate in isolation, but also integrate various elements across supply chains. And then we can aim for frontier innovation. And partnership with US, again, is key here, because there is no example of a country with expertise in some part of the semiconductor supply chain, may it be OSATs, lithography tools, fabrication or design, that has been able to achieve it without the help of a US stakeholder. Second is that, like I said, and I'd like to reiterate, this is a uniquely well-suited time to extract greater alignment from private sector companies in high technology, especially in the military. So, in 2019, and this is a very interesting case from the United States, Liz O'Sullivan, who was one of the founders of this AI firm called Clarify, refused to participate in the US Department of Defense's Lethal Autonomous Weapons program, stating ethical issues of all sorts. 5 minutes? Time up? I'll take 2 more minutes. Thanks. That set off kind of a revolution of private AI firms refusing to participate in the DoD's program, including Google, who had to withdraw because of the protest of its employees. Now, in a slightly mid to post-pandemic world, Google is now part of this, and Intel, a country which was deeply interested in investing in China, including in a semiconductor design and fabrication project in Chengdu, has now been forced through endeavors like the Chips and Science Act to withdraw and look inwards, right? And so these flips are likely to become more commonplace, and India has to capitalize on this to leverage the strides that some of the private sector firms are already making. And I think in space, especially, the new space policy is an interesting leap. Definitely doesn't have a regulatory framework attached with it, but at least as a vision document, a small 11-page vision document came out in April 2023. The fact that it now talks about engaging, quote unquote, the sprawling commercial space in the outer space sector, NGEs, or non-government enterprises as the document calls it, is a step forward for me. And of course, this document in particular references the civilian sector, but my hope is that we'll also see an outer space security and counter space capabilities document too, with the same focus on integrating the private sector. And finally, this one is an important one in my opinion, which is that we are likely to see selective international cooperation on high technology subject to geopolitical considerations, because high technology systems are transnational, as I said with the example of semiconductors. And with US, we see examples and integration will only happen when there is some degree of partnership. We cannot cut ourselves off completely. And and commercialization and innovation of military technology will only happen when there is some sharing of such technology. So we see this happening with the examples of AUKUS. We see this happening with the co-production of jet engine steel. And we should especially not shy away from a cooperative mechanism of this kind, and at the same time focus on targeting our policies from just thinking about dependence as a one-size-fits-all to critical and strategic vulnerabilities, things that really damage our national security and economic interests, and not necessarily have a PLI scheme attached to everything. I think that personally will help us also differentiate from technologies that we need a partnership-based approach for, and those like propulsion tech, as General Shankar said, don't require us to ask any questions about. That said, thank you so much, and I look forward to interacting with you during Q&A.
I have a problem, so I apologize for addressing you sitting. She has covered a very wide spectrum. I wish she had taken a specific issue, the last issue. But anyway, very forcefully done. I should congratulate her, Anushka. But one thing, have you noticed that Chinese have crossed the first island chain, which is a very big challenge to US. And at the same time, they have Xi and Biden, when they had met, they had shown sort of they are not ready to confront. So how will it be? She has given a very optimistic picture. There would be greater cooperation. I wish it comes true. But we should see for these signals in when Xi speaks something, it is not, it is a projection. It is not given immediately, because from 14th Congress onwards, there had been various statements he has been making. So we should see it in depth. I'm not questioning her optimism, but even with the private capital, he had been sending private capital investment is at the lowest now. But he is sending mixed signals. What does it mean? So these are some of the imponderables we should examine. And coming to Indian Ocean itself, there had been an exercise with Pakistan, the 3-day exercise, and it is one of the largest exercises they have carried out. And in the changing strategic dynamics of the region in the Middle East, we should take note of it. These are some of the highlights I would like to point out. Next, I invite Antara Ja. I'm sorry. I was, please. Because Antara I have read also, when I was focusing on cyber laws, she has commented on this. the particular confrontation that cyber loss is going to have is with AI. It brings in a whole range of new dynamics. I hope she touches upon it. I had earlier also, I had requested her. I hope she does.
Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the privilege to address you today as India propels itself into the realm of cutting-edge technologies. It is crucial that we draw wisdom from global experiences. In this discourse, I'll present an extended version incorporating real-world instances to elucidate key points on how India can adeptly navigate the challenges and opportunities presenting by emerging technologies. In the ever-evolving landscape of artificial intelligence, India recognizes the tremendous potential it holds for swiftly analyzing threats. However, the cautionary tale of controversial facial recognition systems encroaching upon privacy serves as a stark reminder. To strike a delicate balance, India must not only harness the power of AI, but also advocate for transparency in its deployment. Drawing inspiration from frameworks such as Europe's ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI, India must work towards establishing oversight bodies similar to Singapore's Advisory Council on Ethical Use of AI. These bodies will play a pivotal role in ensuring the ethical deployment of AI, fostering trust among citizens and global stakeholders. The allure of autonomous technologies exemplified by the tactical advantages offered by drones beckons India towards innovation. Yet, the misuse of such technologies exemplified by weaponized platforms demands a cautious and strategic approach. Emulating the United States in developing robust review processes and export control policies is a prudent step to guarantee not only the legal but also the ethical use of autonomous systems. By doing so, India can harness the benefits of innovation while mitigating potential risks and ensuring responsible use. In the realm of biotechnology, India witnessed a remarkable feat with the development of the COVID vaccine. However, concerns loom regarding surveillance through vaccine certificates mirroring Europe's digital pass program. To circumvent potential pitfalls, India must not only continue its impressive strides in innovation, but also implement robust data privacy safeguards. Mirroring the European Union's proactive approach in this regard will not only ensure the responsible use of biotech for public benefit, but also protect individuals' privacy rights. The specter of cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, vividly illustrated by the Colonial Pipeline incident in the United States, underscores the vulnerabilities faced by India in this digital age. Augmenting the capabilities of the National Cybersecurity Coordinator is imperative, and India can draw inspiration from frameworks such as EU Cybersecurity Act. This will fortify cyber resilience through collaborative efforts between the public and private sectors. By fostering a robust ecosystems of cooperation, India can enhance its ability to withstand and respond effectively to cyber threats, safeguarding not only its critical infrastructure, but also the trust of its citizens. India, being a prime target of cyber espionage by state-sponsored hackers from China, understands the disruptive repercussions firsthand. Learning from nations like Australia, which enacted the Surveillance Legislation Amendment to counter espionage and foreign interference, will empower India to respond effectively. The importance of proactive measures and lessons learned from global examples cannot be overstated in the face of evolving cyber threats. In the domain of nuclear security, India can glean insights from global accords like the IAEA Convention on Physical Protection of Nuclear Material. By incorporating ethical norms, India can harness nuclear technology to uplift lives while preventing proliferation. This not only positions India as a responsible nuclear power, but also contributes to global efforts in maintaining peace and security. India stands at the crossroads of technological evolution, where the choices made today will shape its future. By assimilating lessons from global examples, we can forge a discerning approach to the development of emerging technologies. This approach will not only catalyze growth ethically, but also safeguard our national security. In the realm of AI, China has set a bold agenda to become the global leader by 2030. India must respond by matching investments in AI research and ethical frameworks, ensuring security and preventing the authoritarian misuse of predictive algorithms and surveillance technologies. The strategic response to China's ambitions in the AI space is not just a technological imperative, but a necessity for safeguarding democratic values and individuals' freedom. China's deployment of armed drones along the line of actual control and its export to Pakistan heighten regional tensions. India, in response, must establish robust cyber safeguards for drones and counter China's narrative on autonomous weapons at international forums. By actively participating in the global discourse on the ethical use of autonomous systems, India can influence norms that align with its values and security threats. Allegations of gene editing experiments on humans by China breach ethical boundaries. India, as a leader, must spearhead the creation of cyber biosecurity norms to guard against biodata theft and institute oversight on high-risk research areas like neural implants. The ethical considerations surrounding biotechnology are integral to shaping a responsible global framework that prevents the misuse of scientific advancements. Recent cyber intrusions purportedly linked to China, resulting in the Mumbai power outage, heightened vulnerabilities in India's critical infrastructure. Accelerating the establishment of the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center and conducting cyber drills are imperative for enhancing resilience. Learning from the experience of other nations in fortifying critical infrastructure against cyber threats is paramount for India's security. China's cyber espionage, imposing significant economic costs on India annually, necessitates proactive measures. Strengthening the Cyber Coordination Center and investing in cyber intelligence sharing with strategic partners will be pivotal in countering China's sophisticated attacks. The collaborative approach in building a robust defense against cyber threat is a testament to the interconnected nature of the digital landscape. China's nuclear buildup and lax export controls raise global concerns. Leveraging India's partnership in the Nuclear Suppliers Group, we must advocate for transparency, accountability, and cyber security of nuclear facilities on a global scale. By actively participating in international forums and shaping norms around nuclear security, India can contribute to global efforts in preventing the proliferation of nuclear weapons. In conclusion, the dominance of China in cyber domains poses inherent risks, and the evolving technological landscape demands a proactive and agile response. By scrutinizing China's impact on global cyber norms and policies, India can craft an agile defensive strategy. This strategy aims to build resilience, deliver proportional deterrence, and steer the international community towards ethical progress in the realm of cybersecurity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Antara. That was a, she has also covered a very wide spectrum. I never expected her to cover biosecurity, biodata security. We should be, I would like to point out one thing on China's cyber laws. China's cyber laws, if you see, they are totally what you call like any autocratic state. It is all IT companies have to make available data to the government, which is against any fundamental right of privacy in any democratic society. So, what we make laws and apply to our citizens is not going to stop China from violating our cyber laws. The very good example is the misinformation, which is a part of a hybrid warfare China is carrying out. The misinformation they are carrying out on a number of issues. Subtly, you see the bots on Twitter, they automatically come up when you criticize China on any issue. There are 2 or 3 guys who come up always regularly. I am a Twitter user, so I can see. So it is a highly organized the setup. Here also, I don't know how we can organize in a democracy this kind of systems. So China, if it makes up its mind, it can invade our cyberspace. I would like to caution. Now, do we have time for any questions for the two speakers? Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, I have a question to both of you. I'll elaborate a little bit. So with Anushka, the question is more to do with Taiwan. And fundamentally the question is, are Taiwanese paranoid? Is there a certain amount of paranoia especially towards India? And I'll give you the brief background when it comes to semiconductors. I mean, there's something that recently has happened. You are aware of it. But even before that, when it comes to semiconductors and so on, they will say that we want to work with India and so on and so forth. but won't share the critical technology. They're very, the way they put it is different. They'll say, you don't have talent, you don't have water, this thing, that thing. These are all hyped up. We have water, we can give uninterrupted power supply. These are all achievable. But they put it as though you first go to LKG and then we'll teach you later. So that's on the one hand. And it's a little surprising because we understand that for Taiwan, semiconductor technology, if they give it away, it's their core. There's, you take it out of their country, which is why TSMC was also so hesitant to go out and put up fabs in US. But a similar case with Israel. I mean, I don't know, I'm not a geopolitical expert, but I feel they've been much more coming forth in terms of sharing their technology and so on. Taiwan seemed very, very paranoid about it. So I just wanted to know your views on that. And with Antara, I think since you probably did your master's in forensic related institutes, my question is, how much is it possible to empower a general citizen or somebody who has a little bit of technology background with a little bit of forensic capability? Let us say in terms of identifying a video is fake or a picture is doctored with or it's AI generated. Right now you see a picture, you don't even know whether it's AI generated or real and so on and so forth, right? Where do we draw that line? And is there a business opportunity when you release some of these forensic capability? Can Indians be ahead of the curve in coming up with somebody is doing a cyber crime or a law or doctoring some of these? Can we be ahead of the curve in terms of busting those? Or will it provide the other side yet again a tool that, oh, we know how you can bust us, so we go even one step further in making it even more foolproof? What is your thought? What are your thoughts on that?
First is to Anushka. I am not very clear what is the question. You want to know what is the attitude of Taiwan for cooperating with India, is it?
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Hariharan, before I address that, can I quickly respond to what you said? I'll just take 1 minute. I think I personally believe I'm not one bit more optimistic about multilateral partnerships than I need to be, because clearly the technological scenario in the current context is that with AI, from the geopolitical perspective, of course, the development of core and critical technologies is indeed divided across two large bins, if not Cold War type camps. And my perspective on partnerships is that until and unless we can build a camp of our own, not necessarily a good thing, but I'm just talking about the kind of power projection that it requires, we need to import before we can be ready for export. And so we need those kind of partnerships to propel us. But
sorry, I am not saying you should wish away China. It just can't be done, in my assessment. It is, I think you are, I have sent a wrong signal. No, but, coming to terms with China, we should focus, if I am correct.
And of course, China, but also the US, right? Because of the greater alignment of values. And about Taiwan, so I wouldn't claim to be an expert on Taiwan's semiconductor policy at all. I'm only good to the point where I can use some of it as examples to explain the larger situation. But I think with the labor union agreement, there is a bunch of racism involved, and also, why do we need to give that? Why do we need to give that kind of a labor handout in the name of partnership when we can create jobs for ourselves? And that's the approach that at least the Taiwanese social media analysis is giving.
Let me just clarify a little bit. I'm not against 1 lakh Indians who is working in Taiwan or anything like that. Are we getting enough back is one question. And secondly, instead of appreciating that, you hopefully heard the recent statement they made. Yeah. So that's where things get a little. Anyway.
I think you are referring to this 100,000 Indians working. No, I don't know how much of it is fact. we should be ready to be on the alert for fake news. I don't know.
Even assuming that's fake, there was a specific response from the other side, or supposedly from the other side. I don't know how many of you heard. I think they said something like they're afraid of.
No, I think we will discuss it off the stage.
Okay.
Because this is a point we have been discussing in within our own.
I think, but okay, to address your point about paranoia and about when they say they want to collaborate and it doesn't necessarily happen, if you're referring to the Vedanta Foxconn kind of an arrangement, again, I am absolutely not an expert on the issue at all, but I think it pertained to problems at our end, pertained to problems surrounding requirements of water and electricity that they required and we couldn't provide. And I think I would largely reciprocate the point that you yourself made, which is that not only is it a core technology for them, it's a part of their identity and economic standing and backing at the in the international sphere. And I don't see why not. They should. I don't see why they should give us a leeway or a free hand with anything at all. Cooperation comes with a price, and even with Israel, it has taken years for us since independence to normalize relations, and there were a whole bunch of tensions in the past, and it has taken a certain, not alignment per se, that's a very loaded word, but a strategic issues-based alignment with the US, softening of position on issues in the Middle East that has led to this kind of trust in the DEF-Tech partnership between Israel and India. And it's also true that we've lost a lot of bets to procure some of the jet engine technology and drone technology from Israel before we've finally been able to get hands on it. And a lot of for a lot of that, what we've gotten in return is Pegasus. So, but regarding Taiwan, I wouldn't term it as paranoia so much as a right because of the kind of strides they've been able to make. So.
So you asked very good question. See, I'm also working as a, when sometimes forensic team goes to testify whether the videos or the thing is genuine or it's fake. So sometimes we also faces challenges whether, to justify whether it's true or not. But yeah, a layman can't make, difference between the original and the fake one, because they are the one who don't have knowledge. They just go and visit any, videos or something, something like that, which is already, provided on the internet or to some social media. So they just go and watch and make their mentality, okay, that person is not good. That's why his or her video is getting viral. But being the member of forensic team, yes, we have some tools. We have something, so that we can make it out whether it is fake or it is original one.
So my question is, can it be a little bit more democratized? I'm talking about any layman. Private companies who can provide tools like little app in your phone.
We can do.
Know whether it's if you blindly believe, you can't help.
Exactly. And first of all, whenever I go to deliver lectures in organizations also, first of all, my question is whether people have a thought that cyber crime is committed only through usage of internet. But this is not true. Without internet also, a cyber crime can be committed through Bluetooth, through data cables. So people have a misconception that, when you are using internet, then only one can be victimized of cyber crime. But this is not true. So the thing is that, yes, there should be some tools available in our system so that a person can use it fluently and efficiently.
Yeah, I have a. I have a question and a suggestion. Ms. Saxena, you have made a very balanced and excellent presentation, but at one point I felt you were leaning much more towards, unconditional cooperation and unconditional appreciation of the so-called US-India embrace. And I agree that we need the United States right now to balance China. And we get a lot of benefits also. Some areas which you mentioned I agree with. But we were just discussing the Striker deal. And we already have excellent products in India. So it feels like a deliberate attempt to jeopardize the procurement of domestic technology, which is going to be crucial for our own modernization. So, the so-called high-tech dialogue with the US has been going on for years with absolutely no result. So we should be a little cautious. It is in the American interest to strengthen us to a certain extent, but not beyond, because I remember once I asked a question to Professor Stephen Walt, because he had said in his presentation that America will try to keep in check any country that comes up. So I asked him, even India, because India democracy, etc. He said, even India, of course. If it tries to come up, the whole strategy is to keep the other powers, in check and down. So I would request that we have some kind of a balance in our perspective on cooperation with the West. It suits our elite, of course. Our elite classes why we don't adopt technology, why we don't do R&D, it'll benefit the masses. And right now the elite is benefiting from partnerships with the West. Children go abroad to study, stay abroad. Most of our consumption is of Western products. And I'm not criticizing anything, I'm just talking about facts. So let's be aware that too much reliance on international partnership as opposed to developing indigenous capabilities, is already detrimental to our economic, national security and technological health. But I would request that the academic community also keep this in mind. I would like your response on that also. Ms. Jha, I would like to just make a suggestion. In our work in Sitara, we found that in fact, not just in our work, that the Chinese became very cautious about cybersecurity after the Snowden revelations that the Americans had hacked and taken a whole lot of data. Of course, the 1991 Gulf War also, they understood the power of ICT. So they started indigenization. They have their own indigenous products. They have their own cybersecurity systems, which we have been begging the government to do. Again, I would like you to keep that in mind when you talk about cybersecurity, because now the Chinese have firewalled the systems. It's very difficult to hack into Chinese systems. And it's mainly because they have they have a domestic control, they have domestic equipment, they know where the back doors are. We don't know where Nokia, Ericsson, or Cisco especially inserts back doors in our systems. Thank you.
Yeah, from a legal perspective, what is the state of cyber laws? This is for Antara. In terms of attacks on, cybersecurity attacks on our critical infrastructure. So how do we deal with them today? Is there some precedents, are there precedents that we can look at to know what exactly happens when there is an attack? Is somebody brought to book, or is it sort of just hushed up?
Hello. Yes, right now the government is working on it because we need the person who have legal, because before this I don't think that people, right now also I think very few people have this techno-legal knowledge. So government is working to hire such kind of people who have knowledge little bit of legal as well as technology. Nowadays we generally talk about technology, but what I feel, only technology can't help us. For that we need legal knowledge as well, techno-legal. So yes, government is working on it, that we need to have such kind of organization who can help us to deal with such kind of issues. Huh. As of now, there is no such laws. Only Information Technology Act we have. Apart from that, like if any cyber crime is there, all crimes are not mentioned in Information Technology Act. Then we take some sections from Indian Penal Code, IPC. And apart from that, if any financial fraud is there, then we take some sections from Companies Act as well. So these are some of the sections we can deal with if any crimes are committed on cyber world.
These are if the people who commit crimes are within the country, right? If they are outside the country, do we have any recourse?
Yeah, see, like there is Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, what we call MLET in short for. So if like India have signed, this treaty is signed with 42 countries. India has signed with this MLET with 42 countries. And with those countries, apart from 42 countries, India has that opportunity like letter rogatory option, letter of request. Like the countries with whom we don't have any treaty, MLET, we go with the procedure of letter rogatory. It's a lengthy process. Although MLET is a lengthy process, it takes almost, because I worked on it when I was in Gujarat, I worked on it. It takes almost, 1.5 years, almost, we can say 2 years. So it's a lengthy process. Then we approach to embassy that like we want to contact you. We are coming through the proper channel by MLET, but still we are not able to catch those culprits who have committed crimes. So what to do? Because for commission of those kind of crimes in our country, these sections are available, but we are not aware that what sections, what punishment is in your country. Can you please help us out? So MLET and letter rogatory are the two options if any cyber crime is committed on international platforms.
I think 5 years back we have signed an agreement with China also for mutually making available anybody wanted. This I had quoted also. I remember particularly when Uyghur, one of the Uyghur leaders was reportedly in India. I distinctly remember at the time I had quoted this agreement. There is an agreement with China also among these countries. Yeah, 42 countries.
Can I?
Right, so thanks Ambassador Purushottam for those remarks. I think, is this better? Right, so I think we have been requesting for jet engine blueprints to the United States for a decade now, maybe more, I'm not sure. Then we concluded a nuclear deal and we're still pending on aspects of liability. And of course, the relationship has been mired with challenges of the sort, but if we don't have that kind of technology indigenously, and we need to develop it, either we adopt the China route where we steal it, do forced technology transfer, and we reverse engineer it, or we go for partnerships. So this is essentially a question of substitutability. But the point I tried to make from my remarks was that the technologies that we don't necessarily see as vulnerability inducing, the technologies that we can partner with friendly countries with until and unless we develop indigenous capabilities, which usually takes a long time with critical technologies such as these, we can go ahead and look up to the US. But again, what I also reiterated was the point made by General Shankar, which was about propulsion, right? And like he said, we don't need to ask questions about it because we're well versed with the technology, and so we don't have a mention of propulsion technology sharing between US and India from the 2+2 dialogue. again, striker, I wouldn't know how long that issue has been under discussion, but if the defense establishment or the political establishment has felt a need to collaborate on procurement from the US, from US companies on that respect, it might be because we're far away from building indigenous capability in that regard. But no, of course we do. But
this is becoming a dialogue on Indo-US relations. Actually, this we should, this 2+2 dialogue, if you see the background, it is not the, only NATO partners can have that kind of technology you are talking. So it will take quite some time before you negotiate. Only NATO partners, if, and with whom the US has a defense treaty like Japan, and NATO partners only can have the many classified technology that is available to the US armed forces. So it won't just come like that, just because you are a Quad member. We should be very clear with our eyes open. No, the striker deal, yeah. We discussed this during lunchtime also. We discussed this.
no, I think even if I was to, no, I do agree with the point that, okay, we have a product and we don't need a deal in that regard. But I think with other aspects of the deal, like the jet engine or the nuclear deal, I think there's a, yeah. Okay, but I think there is definite strategic and deterrence value, but it comes with caveats, and we have to keep those targeted policy caveats in mind and not make deals with everything that hurt domestic interests.
Yes, please.
I have one more.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I have a comment. I totally agree with Ambassador on the question of the US. I also agree with you on the question of US. So that may look like a kind of contradiction, but which is not. The reason I'm saying that is, whenever product development in India, especially defense-related technologies, reach a level of particular maturation, say like 75% or 70%, all these countries come back and offer their products which they declined to us before, because their interest is in making sure that we don't progress further. Okay, so that is one of the reasons why we should be very suspicious of the striker agreement. But the other thing I have heard is also that striker is meant for export purposes and may not be sold in India and things like that, or may not be sold much in India and things like that. But again, once you give room, like giving room to a camel to put its nose inside the tent, and then it will come and occupy the tent. So from that point of view, we should be very careful. That is one thing. The second thing is, again, I agree with you on the point that US help is very much needed for us to grow further. We should not be very allergic to that as well. But at the same time, we should be aware of the geopolitical games that the US plays. The reason I'm saying that we should take US help is, take the case of Japan and China. Both Japan and China, after the restoration of the kingship in Japan, within 30 years, Japan became probably the most economically fast-growing country in the world. That was before China happened in 1979, right? So both these countries have taken help from the US to grow phenomenally, and both of them attacked the US within 30 years after that, right? So I'm not saying anything here, but I'm just leaving it like that. The second thing is about Taiwan. Again, Mr. Arun made that statement. Israel-India relationship is very different from Taiwan-India relationship. Israel needs powerful friends. It was looking to India for that. And Taiwan is a very different case. Again, I would leave it at that. Thank you.
is another question there.
No question as such, just a anecdote that I wanted to share on Taiwan. So I've been working with TAEF, Taiwan Asia Economic Foundation, for the past 3 years. And in our conversations, one thing that has sort of come up quite frequently in the past few months is that we are desperately seeking Taiwanese technology. That is not the case. What has happened is the entire relation right now is on a hyperdrive. Hyperdrive as in from the defense side of things, we had the 3 former chiefs visiting Taiwan at one go, then numerous delegations. And we are now completely out in the open having the quasi-diplomatic relations with Taiwan. That is number one. Number two is, whenever we talk about any Taiwanese semiconductor company coming here, we must take into consideration that the staff that is working in these companies is from both the blue and green coalitions of the government, of the Taiwanese political architecture. Those who are blue, we think that it's only blue on the other side. But the staff which has shades of the green coalition there, they still have the mainland sympathies. Now, how do you deal with such staff? This may lead to some kind of industrial espionage. There are concerns over there. And who has voiced these concerns? It is the Japanese who are voicing these concerns here in India. So they are saying that while dealing with Taiwan, be careful. If you really want to enter into any deals over there, please take us into consideration. We have some considerable experience dealing with the Taiwanese for a very long time. So it is not that we are hunting for Taiwan or Taiwanese contracts. I think we need to be even more careful when we come up with such entities.
Actually, the Taiwanese elections are there. When whether the KMT will, Dr. Ma will come back to power, or when, of course, they are deciding on the candidates, we will know. But your point is well taken. There is this too, because we have dealt with them for quite some time, and we have seen the difference also in approach. Before
the last words definitely, but definitely not the last word. See, I'd like to correct you slightly. The green coalition is the one in power. That's the DPP. The blue coalition is the KMT. And I don't think KMT is. I don't think KMT has any more ground other than mayoral ground in some Taiwanese provinces. So I wouldn't know of how impactful political leanings are in deciding whether India is a partner or not, because we had average relations with Taiwan when KMT was in power, and we have average relations with Taiwan when Ma Ying-jeou and Tsai Ing-wen were in power. And quickly on the question, I completely agree. They're not diametrically opposed at all, because it would be a little prophetic to expect of me why the striker deal happened. But yes, like you said, and I agree that to be able to export, we need to import. And right now, the only few friends we have that we can import from, one of them is the US. And as you know, in geopolitics, friends aren't permanent, only interests are, which is why Japan and China choose to go the way they did. And so I think I don't think we'll be in a position to declare war, but I think we'll cut off when we have to. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, let's have tea. Yeah, I think the spirited speakers, they need a good clap.
On now. With that, we come to the end of day one. Thank you all for joining in. I would like to thank the chair for conducting this session, this panel discussion. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank the speakers also. It was such a lively discussion. Thank you very much. And all the participants who joined in and asked so many questions today. It was lovely to have you all. Please join us for tea, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Thank you. Good evening. Oh, I'm so sorry. We just want to felicitate Colonel Hariharan sir and the speakers. I'm sorry.
I am part of the C3S.
We would like to invite LVK sir to felicitate Colonel Hariharan sir.
Felicitating me.
So you should felicitate.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Come here. She is waiting with camera.
Thank you, sir. Now we can move for tea.